Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternate, you're here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Hey, look at me
We're
doing my very first
back.
redirect, and it worked.
Yay! Look at us go.
I did something right.
You're too clever.
It doesn't happen every day, but
That's all right.
sometimes. All right. So we are in the final days of Laurie Shaver. Finally. This is the afternoon of yesterday. So we're going to watch Isabel, her daughter, who has confessed to this. We're going to watch her testimony. We're going to watch Laurie's testimony, and then we will go in today's. And hopefully by that time, we'll be able to just, as you guys say, slippity slide over to closings and then wait for a verdict.
Mm.
Sound like a plan?
Wonder if
Good.
there's going to be a verdict by the end of the day. It's a
My
likelihood,
guess
you reckon?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll
That's
be
your
surprised.
prediction?
Yeah. Hello again, Christine, and everybody
Yay,
else.
everyone made it over.
Hello, Dill.
Welcome.
Thanks, Gabby. You know I
Morning,
struggle.
Jill.
I don't like, normally I don't, and I don't want her to not have fair trial. I want everybody to have fair trial. So if I was a judge, I would never start deliberations on Friday.
Bri Bear, yes, thank you so much.
She needed that coffee.
You are far too generous. Far, far too generous. Thank you.
Good morning, Adair.
Would you believe I actually, from last night's stream, I pretty much dragged my sorry bones to bed, and I literally woke up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I had like 12 hours without
Good.
even.
You needed it.
I was exhausted. Sorry.
Yeah, no, don't need to apologize. Let's see.
I actually scared myself. I'm like, it's 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Hello again, Elizabeth. Long time no see. Yeah, she is living like a rock star. She has no idea what time zone she's in.
No, I don't. My body is just.
Well, Christine, I hope it's for nothing serious and
Yes.
that everything goes well. All right. I think we are ready to roll. I may need to move the move the captions on this again. I've messed with it, so I'm sure they moved. But he told me to sleep till Monday. Don't sleep your life away.
Apparently we had police. There was an accident like in the street just up the road, and there was police and choppers and all sorts of stuff, and I didn't hear a thing.
She's just like, I just thought I was on the phone with Ty again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Helicopter is flying by.
Yep, didn't hear a thing.
Okay, so this is Elizabeth, or not Elizabeth. I'm reading the name Elizabeth. I apologize. This is Isabel getting ready to take the stand. And hello, Nidawow.
Good morning, Nidawow.
Let me know how the sound is going.
Hello, darling. Hello.
There's not any quite yet. Here it comes.
You want some yummy
Just so y'all know I'm not
sweets?
that crazy.
Yummy?
All right. All of the members have returned after our break, and defense, please proceed. Okay. Isabel Shaver has been called to the stand. Ms. Shaver, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Isabel Shaver.
We only get to see Laurie because Isabel is
Yeah.
a minor, so they will not show her. We just see the back of Laurie's head the entire time. It's exciting.
ISABELLESHAVER.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Isabel, you just spelled your name, but would you put your name on the record of an open court?
Sorry.
Spell your name again.
Isabel Shaver.
How old are you, Isabel?
I'm 15. I turned 16 this Sunday.
Very good. It's your desire to testify in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of the arrest of your mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Isabel, there's allegations raised and floating around that, so to speak, that you've been brought in here, kind of thrown under the bus. Has anybody pressured you to testify in this cause?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Now, Ms. Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem to represent you.
Correct.
Did you meet with Ms. Johnson?
Yes,
Did you discuss your case with Ms. Johnson?
I did.
Did Ms. Johnson go over all the rights that you would waive by testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your desire to testify?
Yes,
Do you understand your obligation to testify truthfully?
I do.
Are you going to testify truthfully?
I'm going to testify truthfully.
Would you explain your relationship to Laurie Shaver?
Laurie Shaver is my mother. Me and her are very close. We've always been very close. We do everything together. I don't know. She's like my best friend and a mom in one.
You can't be both.
Also, could you stay by the mic? Be great, Mr. Mackey.
He's a pain in the ass for moving.
All right, defense, do you wish to view the birth certificate? Do you wish to view the document, the birth certificate?
Jotting that down.
Scared to put that up, but there it is.
And once identified, we'd ask that the matter be accepted to the court, again pursuant to your order.
Is that Exhibit B? E is in Delta? Okay. All right, the birth certificate has been.
No, wow. So we're seeing the back of the defendant's head right now. That is Laurie Shaver. Her daughter, Isabel, who's a minor, I think she's 16, is on the stand. She has confessed to committing this alleged crime. She confessed to pulling the trigger. So, and she's not changed her story. She would have been 7 years old at the time that this allegedly happened, and she's not changed her story from what I know. But we'll see what she has to say. I've not watched it, so no spoilers if anybody has, because But yeah, so we're just going to look at the back of Laurie Shaver's head while her daughter testifies.
Marked as Exhibit D. Is there any objection from the state?
Your Honor, it's improper to admit that third as judicial notice, but but it is an official record, and because of the fact that it is an official record, it is admissible, so the state has no objection.
All right.
The state has.
Without objection, Exhibit D will be entered into evidence as defense number 1.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah. Good to see you.
Isabel, you met me some time ago, correct?
Correct.
Met me at or about the time of your mother's arrest.
Right. Yes.
I had, did I not, a brief discussion with you?
We did. Yes.
And upon that brief discussion, we had requested that Ms. Johnson be appointed, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I ask you any questions you do not understand, would you please ask me to rephrase the question, repeat the question, or try to ask the question in a different way?
Yes.
Do you recall your father?
Yes.
His name?
Michael Shaver.
What was your relationship like with Michael Shaver?
We didn't really have much of a relationship. He wasn't very present. He worked at night, and so he slept all day during the day. And anytime he was home, we weren't really allowed outside of our rooms. We didn't have a relationship really. He really wasn't a father to me.
Was the atmosphere calm? Well, how would you describe the household?
It was very combative. It was very tense. There was a lot of tension constantly. It's not calm. It was the complete opposite of calm. Nobody, whenever he was home, it was just, I mean, it was scary. It was like I don't know, we were just stuck in our rooms all day, and then like whenever we weren't, it was just.
Thank you, Bri. I
I
appreciate that.
was just in the middle of
I
a
wouldn't-
message myself.
I'm sorry that
Snap.
it's not working. I don't know why. It's not very
Oh,
nice. But thank you so much. I truly
he's
appreciate
far
that.
too, he's just so generous, isn't he?
He is very generous. And
Yeah,
he's
he bought me
hilarious.
5 coffees yesterday. 5.
Good. Wow. Nice. So yes, thank you so much, dear. Oh, dear, I love you. You just come in with you're like, here I am.
He was very aggressive, and we didn't have that type of relationship. No, it wasn't a calm household.
You see any without talking about the facts of any events, did you see any altercations between Michael and your mother?
I did. Yes.
Were they frequent?
Yeah, they were pretty frequent.
Were they physical?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to mark these exhibits. The court has previously accepted them, taken, and entered an order to take judicial notice of this.
Your Honor, can I see these?
I'll show you.
All right, if the state can please view the documents. Thank you.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Because, we haven't.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's working.
Long one.
I had to make sure.
Oh, thank you. Well, while they're sidebarring it, Kelly
Yay!
was gifted a membership. Congratulations, Kelly, from Jody. And thank you, Jody.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure it was
Yay.
working. only one way to do that.
I appreciate it. Oh, Bri. I don't know why I'm trying to go over there to put that up, but you are correct. But she's just swinging in her chair. We'll see her face later.
Mhm.
There she is.
It's no I in team.
Yes. So, congratulations again, Kelly, and thank you so much, Jody.
Welcome.
I am like the worst at. I'm like Baker said, he's just the worst at grifting. I don't do it. I can't.
Is that grifting, is it?
Oh, seriously.
Oh. I must
You know, it's
Let's
like
Google
when you
that
go
word.
through to try to find the timestamps. What'd you say?
I must Google that
What,
word.
grifting?
Yeah.
Well, I'm bad at it.
Gabby comes in.
And here comes Gabby with the super sticker.
Yay! Go,
This-
Gabby.
You can't see it on screen, but it says my hero. Thank you, Gabby. You are my hero because you
Oh,
are
I can see it, yes.
the best
That's
mod.
cute.
Yeah, that would at least make it interesting, Bree, if we could see her face
can't
while
even
her
pin it.
daughter was testifying. Super Gabby with a super sticker. All right. But it was hard to find the timestamps because all you see is the back of her head.
Mm-hmm.
Which, according to Baker, that's probably a lot of people have seen. Men have seen is the back of her head. Sorry if
So-
it's too early for a joke like that, but
Nope. The glove likes to have a lot of
sorry.
hands in it.
It's Friday. It's a glove.
Oh, it is
That's
true.
it's Friday. And that's what happens. Good grief. I thought she testified for an hour. I didn't know they sidebarred for an hour. Having lunch up there? Oh no. There, finally. Maybe.
So speaking about household events, you had spoken that it was an atmosphere that was tense, I believe.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, stay by the freaking microphone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you a 12
It's not hard.
exhibit. It has 6 photographs in it.
That's what she said.
Have you seen your mom in that same or similar condition on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions how you frequently observed your mom? Without speaking about the events themselves.
Thank you, Gabby.
Did
Is that a pair?
images and mental impressions in your mind cause you to feel the need to
Oh.
take your mother's side at any time?
Yes. I mean, look at her.
Did it cause you, Isabel, to step up and in the past on more than one occasion and side with your
Haven't
mother?
seen any Nidawell.
Yes.
In
I
the
haven't
pictures that you looked at, who committed those injuries to
Oh,
your
mom's
mother?
crying.
My father.
Wow.
Judge, we'd ask that this exhibit, this composite exhibit, without testimony as to the events, be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
How's the exhibit identified? What letter marking?
It is B.
B as in Bravo? Okay. Any objection from the state? Without objection, Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defense number 2.
While Lori gathers herself, let's celebrate my daughter-in-law's very first super sticker.
Yay!
Ever. Thank you, Dill, aka Bree.
It's going to be a good month.
I appreciate it. I hope so. I hope so. That was very nice of you, Bree. Doing the keep it up. Yeah, I need to keep it up. I need to start. I need to start marching like that, dude. All right. Have you got yourself together, Miss Shaver?
Hmm.
No, you don't, because I've seen you when you get on the
Mm.
stand.
Mhm.
She's a mess.
Mhm. Mm.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means, little wow. Okay.
Are they on another sidewalk?
I think she's just looking at pictures. No, wow, I don't have anything that's been rejected or that YouTube's holding
No,
that we would have to approve. I don't have anything.
me either. Ah,
Oh. Kelly gave a whoop whoop to Dill. Maybe. Yeah, if you've typed anything along that lines in my chat, I don't have anything that says that's like to review it, to hold that it's been held for review. I have nothing. So I don't know. YouTube must have just censored it on their own, I guess, because they're good like that.
oh yes.
Great. Great. All right. Good grief.
Mm.
Yeah, and their chat was wonky, like totally quit working earlier this week. So they had a big problem. I think maybe he's done. It is not. It is not nice.
No.
Oh, Gabby. Come on, Mr.
Just double
Mackey.
check your subscriptions too, because apparently it unsubscribes you quite regularly.
They might as well be at this point, Elizabeth.
Hmm.
They could poof and disappear if they wanted.
Mm.
I don't think we would notice. Yes, please check your sub. I mean, if you're here, you're probably good, but check for your other subscriptions
Mm.
because YouTube likes to just take you away from them for some reason every once in a while.
Especially
Kind of
after the
journey.
glitch yesterday.
Yep. All right. My gosh.
Mm.
You know, they're going to like start talking. I'm going to have to back it up.
Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. Would you tell the jurors what you're looking at?
Thank you, Gabby.
I see my father with a torn shirt and blood.
Speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. I see my father, and he has a torn shirt and blood.
Whose blood's that?
I mean, I'm assuming his,
Sis?
maybe.
Now, the photos you looked at and testified to briefly, is this the individual that would do that? And see? We move state, Defense Exhibit C into evidence at this time, Judge.
And no objection? Without objection, Defense Exhibit C will be admitted into evidence as defense number 3.
The state admitted TTs
How
into
frequently
evidence
would those
yesterday.
events occur? Without speaking
TTs.
the details of the event.
It would happen pretty often. They'd at least argue and like fight really bad, pretty much on the daily. But it would escalate to those points a few times a month. Like it wasn't a rare occurrence. Like it happened often.
And as a matter of those events, and I may have asked this question before, did you feel a need to attempt to protect your mom in any fashion?
I did, yes.
Did you perceive your mother as a victim through those events?
Yes.
That response that transpired in you, did it become a natural and automatic response? You talked about the feeling inside of yourself of a need to protect your mother. Did that become automatic inside?
Yes, it did. Growing up, I mean, yeah, I've always stepped in for my mother. I would, do whatever I could do. I mean, I remember I had this stuffed animal, and her name was Lammy, and she was my favorite stuffed animal. And he used to, she would go to sleep on the couch, and because he would drug her water, and I would tuck her in, and I would like give her my stuffed animal to protect her. And obviously, it's a stuffed animal, it's not going to protect her, but it was just like the act and the principle of it.
Was there a period of time when your father was removed from the residence?
Yes, there was.
Seriously? So, Dare, you say, too bad her daughter can't go too. Do you think her daughter is lying when she said she did it?
Father
Or do you
removed
not
from
like her?
residence
Just think
on
she should go?
Yes.
as a consequence of these events?
Yes. Mhm.
And during the period or the absence of your father, did your mother start dating anybody?
After he had been removed for a while, she did start dating Jeremy.
Okay. What was Jeremy's last name?
Townsman? I don't think I know his last name. It's something like that.
Okay. How often would Jeremy come to the residence?
He was over all the time. I mean, he came over for holidays. He was there for my brother's birthday. His son went to the same school as me and my brother, so he would meet up at our house every day before we go to school. And he was at the school for all like the plays, the events, all that type of stuff. He was over all the time.
Would he come in the morning?
Yeah, morning, night.
Would he ever spend the night there?
Yes.
Would y'all go to places with Mr. Townsend or Jeremy?
Yes, we would.
Was
Put
he
that
there
one
for
up, Adair.
Christmas?
Not Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve.
Was he there for any other holidays or special events?
He was there for my brother's birthday. I don't really remember any other holidays, but I know he was there for my brother's birthday and Christmas.
Do you remember going shopping or out on the town with Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, we used to go to this Chick-fil-A a lot. That was one of the ones with like the playgrounds, and we'd go with his son, and then me and my brother. We did that a lot.
Do you know if Mr. Townsend or Jeremy was married?
I don't think so.
Wrong.
Isabel,
Wasn't he married?
I'm sorry, I have to do this. But let's talk about Michael, your father. Do you know anything about the death of your father?
I do.
Do you know anything about how your father died?
I do.
Hey, Tan.
Hello, Tanya.
Could you tell the jury?
So it was a school day, and I'm sorry. And he,
First, let's relax, go slow, make sure the jury understands
Okay.
the events, okay?
okay, it was a school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school. He hadn't been at the house for a while. He was kicked out, removed, and me and my brother were in separate rooms. We had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast and I was watching TV. We had these like little plastic tables in our rooms, and I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV, and then I was like, no, that's not the TV. So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room. And so they all connected to each other, like through the bathroom. It was almost like a little like pathway. And so I heard, the fighting and the yelling, and it escalated. So I always, when I was little, I would go through there to like sneak around. And I opened the spare room door, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room. And in front of the dining room, there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there. And my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch, or out on the porch, and he pulled her by the arm, and he pulled her into her lap onto one of the porch chairs, and he held her there, and then she was like, "We can work things out. Like we'll figure this out. It'll be different." And he was like, "No, there's no next time. There's no figuring it out." And he pushed her onto the ground. He pushed her onto the ground, and he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face, and she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her this time. And I heard my mom screaming for help, obviously, and then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed it into the ground, and I didn't hear her anymore. And sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went at her end table, and I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still holding her to the ground, still kicking her. and and I shot him, and nothing happened. He didn't fall. Nothing happened. And then Jeremy,
Let me stop you a little bit, Isabel. Okay, you say nothing happened. Was he standing or sitting?
he was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair.
His foot on your mom's head?
Right.
You shot him. You know exactly where you shot him, or
I'm not exactly sure.
okay. Did you shoot him from the rear region, or where do you think you shot him?
I was aiming towards his head, but I'm not sure where the bullet went.
Okay. And what happened after you fired the gun?
He was just sitting there. I mean, he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then,
Let me stop you there. Okay. Let me interject here and there, if I may.
okay.
Did you feel when you fired that shot that had to be done, or he would have killed your mother?
Yes.
Firm on that?
I'm firm on that.
Was he using that type of force in your mind?
Yes.
It was necessary?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after you shot him? Or you believe you shot him?
Afterwards, Jeremy came, and
How long?
it was right after it happened. Like I hadn't even had a chance to walk away, move, nothing yet. And he came in and he took the gun from me, and then he shot him again. And that's when he fell to the ground. And my mom had crawled away. He fell to the ground. Jeremy shot him. He told my mom to take us out of the house, take us to school, and that we needed to leave. We are not to tell anybody. We can't tell nobody. We can't call the cops. We can't say anything, or else he was going to do the same thing to me and my brother. And he was going to, hurt us too.
I think
So
so,
we
dear.
went to school.
Okay, so you leave the residence, you go to school. When you get to school, what happens?
We get to school. Nothing really happened at school. I would say I was most definitely in shock, but at the same time, it was like, because those types of events happen often, I was very used to like the violence and seeing things like that, and so I was still able to like perform normally at school, and just kind of, not go about my day, be at school.
What time did you get out of school?
I was in elementary school, so I think around like 3.
Okay. When you came home, was Jay there?
Yes, he was. He was fixing the front door.
Okay. Was there any evidence of your father in the residence?
No.
Did Jeremy make any mention about he'd take care of this or anything like that?
Yeah, when he had told my mom to take us out of the house, and he told us not to tell anybody. He said that he would take care of it.
Okay. So let's get off that subject. There was a period of time, I understand, where y'all were intending to build a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about the duck pond and what the plan was there.
So we had like a bird farm. We had a bunch of different birds, and we needed like a
Yes,
place for the
Kelly.
ducks. So we built like this big like whole pond shaped thing, like kind of like an artificial pond. And I remember me and my brother, we got these like little like red plastic shovels, and we were gonna dig the hole, make the pond, and that was like the intended use for it.
Did you guys finish it or
No,
put any ducks in it or what?
no, we never ended up finishing it. We ended up later on turning it into a fireplace.
Okay. Had there been previous discussions you were going to put a fireplace when you abandoned the duck pond?
Yeah, once we decided we weren't going to do the duck pond, like we were thinking about either doing a fireplace
Really, Bill?
or like a pool.
Okay.
Oh,
All right, can I play devil's advocate for just a second? Because all you guys are saying, this is BS, be traumatic, don't disagree with any of you. However, I, as an adult, found out through other kids that I went to school with who are now adults that their lives were living hells while we were growing up. I had no clue. I can look back and see it with some people, but others, when they told me, I had no clue. And I am talking getting the crap beat out of them on the daily, like she says, witnessing all kinds of violence every day. And they never showed it, ever. So I don't know that knowing that makes me
She also
say,
too could have repressed memories. She could have 7-year-old remembers bits and pieces. I don't know.
yeah. So
Mm.
I don't know. I'm not saying that, oh, Brie, I'll fight you on that one. Nope.
Haha.
No. Because we have seen little kids get the crap beat out of them, pass away, go through CPS, have 6,800 page reports, and still are not here because nobody did anything. So I'll fight you on that one, but not really because you could beat me up. I always play
I
the
don't remember
advocate.
what I was doing at 7.
I just, Adair, I'm not trying to defend her. I'm not. I'm just trying to make you think. So, oh, I had no idea, but they didn't show anything. I went to their houses. I stayed the night with some of these people multiple times. I had no clue until later in life. And then they tell me, and it's like I was floored. I felt horrible because I didn't know. It was so like yeah, I am not saying she's not lying. I am not. I'm just in my mind I go back to those people telling me about what their childhood was like and you never saw it. So, I'm sorry if that was you, Tanya, cuz those stories absolutely break my heart,
Mm.
especially because I knew them and I was there. But yes, no, no, you're right. I didn't know what to look for. I had no
No.
idea. I look back now and I'm like, holy crap. I did not understand some of the things I was seeing. But
Yeah, because it
those
wasn't part of your life.
it wasn't, and did
Yep.
not have a household like that. So
Yep.
I didn't know.
Yep.
I just thought maybe their parents were a little mean, but I didn't see they never did anything physical in front of me. But so I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just putting it out there, not defending one person or the other,
No.
just for thought, Adair.
We're putting it out there for discussion. That's our job.
Yes, the other side.
After this happened at the house, what happened to Bob and Jeremy?
They broke up. I mean, that the last time that they were really like together, I guess, was the day my dad died.
Hmm.
They broke up, so obviously they stopped seeing each other. But he would come, like, he would. I remember one time we were at a light, like a stoplight, and he like pull up next to our car. This happened on multiple occasions, and he would like scream at us from his car, like tell us to roll our window down. I remember we were going to this Publix, and he would follow us through the store to try and like talk to us, and then we switched Publix to a different Publix. He came to that one too. I remember he came to us in Walmart one time. He was driving by our house trying to, talk to us, talk to my mom.
Could be, Dare. I don't know.
Absolutely.
We
Mhm.
weren't there, so it's
When was
possible.
the last
Yep.
time you drove by the residence, you think, Isabel?
Sorry?
When was the last time that Jeremy drove by the residence that you can recall?
Yep.
At our old house, it was
Yep.
quite a while ago, but we've moved since then, and he has driven by the house
I
we're living at now.
I
When
know.
was the last
Believe me
time, you
now.
think? How many
I know.
months ago?
Mm, it wasn't too long ago, probably less than a year ago.
Okay.
Is he asking a question?
Isabel, this item is not here right at the present time, but did you have on the property a blue tarp? And by that, I mean the type of tarp you see sometimes put over roofs if there's a leak or to cover a boat or an item.
No.
Did you have, sometimes you see on boats or other items, straps to hold it down. Did y'all have any of those on the property?
No.
Mm. Sounds interesting. Well,
That sounds
Frank
interesting.
Merritt. You recall Frank Merritt?
No.
You ever go to a tractor show?
Yes. Yeah.
Was there a man, Frank Merritt, present that you recall?
Yeah, we did go. I mean, that's Frank.
All right, before we talk about Frank, Elizabeth, did anybody think anything was going on at home? Did they ask you about it, or did they think you just weren't paying attention? Like you just weren't engaged, that you just weren't a good student? If that makes sense. Because I remembered those kids too that slept in class, and you just figured you didn't think they were tired because something bad was going on at home. You just thought they didn't care about school. And there's Gabby. But Nidawad, that sounds really interesting. And yes, okay, we're gonna go talk about Frank, Gabby.
Marathon, yes.
Okay. Do you recall leaving the tractor show early or anything like that?
Yes, I was really, really sick that day, and it was really, really hot. I'm really sensitive to the heat, and I have,
Let me interrupt you there. Do you have any health issues?
yeah, I have like autoimmune issues.
Any arthritis or other issues?
I mean, we're still trying to figure. I think it's arthritis. We're still trying to figure out what it is. They just have diagnosed me with hypermobility for now.
Robert Marcato.
What is that?
Yes.
Did you ever observe
Hypermobility.
Mr. Marcato coming
overextension, like
to remove
like
your father because of an
really
injunction
flexible.
or any reason?
Yes.
During that event, did you see your mom waving a gun at him or anything like that?
No.
Scott Amatuccio. How often would Mr. Amatuccio come to the residence?
He wouldn't come over that often because he did live far.
Wilma Nichols. Do you know a Wilma Nichols?
Our neighbor.
Okay. Did Miss Nichols come by and socialize with y'all at all?
No. We've hung out with her probably once when we first moved there.
Isabel, I'd started this with a discussion about your mom being arrested. Do you feel that it's imperative that you step up and tell this jury what happened?
I do think it's important that, I say what happened, yes.
Okay. And everything that you've testified before this jury, is it true and is it accurate?
Yes.
Okay. No embellishments?
No.
Nobody pressured you?
No.
And you've had your own advice and counsel, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, State?
Sir, may I please report?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shaver, you need a minute?
No, I'm okay.
you said your birthday's coming up?
Yes.
Okay. And you're about to turn 16?
Mhm.
And I'm not trying to pick on you, but these microphones and the recordings are recording everything. Sometimes it's hard to understand mm-hms and uh-huhs and things like that. So
Okay.
as much as possible, try to remember to say yes and no.
Okay.
And I'll,
Mhm.
if you say it, because we all do, I'll probably correct you. Let's just make sure the record's clear, okay? All right.
Uh-huh.
Now, the events that we are talking about obviously are some much longer ago, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're talking about stuff that happened in 2015, 2016, correct?
Right.
And some of this stuff that you've talked about is even older than that.
Right.
And so when we are talking about time frames in November of 2015, how old would you have been then?
2015. I'm gonna be 16. So I would have been. I'm awful at math. Oh my gosh.
6 and 7 years old. Sounds
Yeah.
about right? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And there's obviously been a long passage of time since that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Now, it's fair to say that you don't want anything bad to happen to your mom, correct?
Correct.
You said you were very close to your mom. She's like your best friend.
Yes.
And that you definitely want your family to stay together.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Correct.
Yes? Okay. I want to talk to you before we start talking about the event that led to your mother's arrest. I want
That's
to talk to you
horrible.
about some of the other stuff that you had mentioned. At one point, you said that your dad would drug your mom to put her to sleep. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And during the course of this case, you've actually been talked to by law enforcement, by the Children's Advocacy Center, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Stop using
And
that word, a
interview
dare.
with law enforcement would have been at the time of your mother's arrest in 2020.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
And then you went to the Child Advocacy Center and were asked questions about things that were going on a few months after that, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And then the deposition where I asked you questions about this was in this calendar year, 2024.
Yes.
And there are going to be some times that I'm going to go ahead and refer to those various statements, and I've got the transcripts of them so you can review them if it helps refresh your memory. All right?
All right.
Have you reviewed any of those?
Yes.
And previously, when you talked about the allegations about your dad, quote, drugging your mom, you were 5 years old at that point, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And what you described is you would see him put some sort of powder in a drink and give it to her.
Yes.
Okay. But when asked what he put in the drink, you didn't know, correct? All right. And you didn't know what it was.
I don't.
You don't know where he would get it.
No.
And quite frankly, you have no idea what he was putting in that drink.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't know where it is or where it came from.
I don't.
All right. Now, the morning that your father was killed, you are saying that he was not living at the house at the time, correct?
Correct.
Saying, and previously you had stated that the last time he had lived at home was before you were in second grade. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I would say first, second grade-ish.
Okay, so you hadn't lived at home at all since you were in first or second grade.
Yeah.
All right. And you were in third grade during the 2015-2016 calendar year, correct?
I think so.
Do you need to think about it a little bit, or are you good with that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what grade I was in. I did 2 grades over the summer, so it kind of makes it a little.
Okay. Now, if your school records indicated you were in third grade in the school year of 2015-2016, you would be.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm just. Yeah.
So second grade would be the 2014-2015 calendar year.
Okay.
Is that
correct?
All right. So you're saying that he had not lived with you since before August or September of 2014.
Yes.
And the event that we're here to talk about You don't know what grade you were in when that happened, right?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know who your teacher was when this happened, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what month this happened in, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what year this happened in, correct?
Yes.
You can't think of any holidays that this event was near, correct?
Not necessarily holidays, but like birthdays. I know it was I'm pretty sure it was after my brother's birthday. I would say probably spring, summer-ish.
And previously you had said you thought it was spring or summer because you had recently been to the beach.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's in keeping with your brother's birthday?
Yes, his birthday's April 1st.
And when you say spring or summer, what do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, anywhere between spring or summer. I mean, that was so long ago.
I understand. Let me try to ask a better question. I may think spring starts in March.
Mhm.
You may think spring starts in May. So when you say spring, what months are we talking about here when you're saying spring or summer?
September.
Probably starting in like April, May.
Okay.
I feel like that's when like the school year ends is like May, so like that'd be almost summer.
Okay. And when would summer end to you?
August, September.
March.
So this event that led to you getting a gun, shooting at your father, having him eventually killed in front of you, and then being threatened, having your life threatened. The best you can come up with as far as when this happened is sometime in some year between April and August.
Yes.
Me too.
The day that this happened, the events that you have described all happened in between the time frame that you woke up and went to school that day, correct?
Correct.
And that would be from 7 o'clock in the morning till about
Especially
8
on
o'clock in the morning,
Fridays.
correct?
Yeah.
And what you are saying happened is your father showed up unannounced
Mhm.
sometime in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
You're saying that he hadn't lived there since 2004, since about August of 2014. When was the last time that you had seen him prior to him showing up and having this conversation with your mother?
Last time I saw him, I don't remember the exact day or anything. I mean, I remember like certain memories because they weren't good days. Like they, had bad events happen on those days. Because, I mean, like I said, this was so long ago, so I don't remember just like, days. I just remember like those bad events that took place.
Hello, Agnes Goodwin, and you come in for
Hey,
the
Agnes.
win. She's
Welcome,
lying.
welcome.
Her mother warned her what to say or she'd be in the garden with Dad.
I reckon you might be onto something there.
Hilarious. She's like, you say this because I'm feeling the need for another fire pit. But welcome, Agnes. And yeah, that comment wins right now. That's great.
Okay.
But in relation to the time that you saw your father killed in front of you, how long has it been since the last time you had seen your father?
Of course.
I would probably say a few months.
And you do not remember how he was dressed?
I believe he's wearing a pair of shorts.
Okay. Do you remember previously when I asked you that question in a deposition saying something different?
Would
it help refresh your memory if I showed you your transcript?
Yes.
Showing you your deposition, page 37. And line 9. I'm just going to go ahead and ask you to read to yourself the question on line 7 and 8, and then your response on line 8.
I said I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also just said that I'm not sure, but I think it was shorts.
I understand. I just want to make sure we understand. When I asked you these questions previously this year, you didn't remember that.
Right.
Okay. And There's obviously pictures of his dead body wearing shorts. Did you review that before your testimony changed?
No.
Okay. Now, so he shows up. You haven't seen him in a long time. An argument starts out on the back porch between your mother and father, correct?
Correct.
You went out and saw them arguing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. And I believe the way you described it is, and if I have the time frame that this happened, please correct me. But he was sitting in a chair, and his foot was on your mother's head, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described how he was, it's going to be difficult, kicking her with his other foot, correct?
Yeah, it started out with him kicking her in the stomach, in the back. Then she was screaming. So then he put his other foot on her head to stop her from screaming, pushing her head into the ground, basically like suffocating her, choking her. And he continued to kick, but obviously because he's using his other foot now, it wasn't as strong of a kick.
But he's, as you described it, he's sitting here with one foot not on her neck, on the side of her head, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Kicking her in the back and kicking her in the stomach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You go back.
Wouldn't his other foot have squished her head if he was doing that?
Correct.
That'd be really awkward to do while you're sitting.
Well, you could do it if you were sitting. You could use both feet. But if he was standing with one on her head, how do you not put all your full weight on that foot to kick?
To kick her, yeah.
It doesn't.
But if he was
anatomically
sitting, he could disperse his weight.
Yes, true.
So, yeah, it does sound like a game of Twister.
Yeah.
He's twisting her words, Gabby. It's kind of sounding that way, Agnes. Get him some point shoes. Or whatever those are called. I don't know.
Maybe that's where she got her hypermobility from.
Maybe. Just a touch. Just a touch. He has to handle her, though. He has to be careful because sorry, Gabby.
But do you know what all of this does in the big picture?
Nothing.
Creates doubt.
Maybe. You gotta think she's credible, and nobody over here thinks she's credible. So maybe. But if he goes at her harsh, it could make the jury, it could upset the jury that the state goes after her harshly, and they may give her more credibility than she actually deserves. I don't
which
think
creates doubt for Laurie. All of this extra
it could.
with Jeremy and the daughter.
Jeremy's the outlier here to me. Like what was his part?
Yeah, it comes to that.
So, it's like circumstantially, I think they have probably tied enough to her because you have that anchor of him in her backyard. You can't get past that. That's fact. That's, to use a bad word, that's concrete evidence. So there's no getting past that. Did they do it to cover for the daughter, or did they do it to cover for the mother?
They still can't prove that she put him in that hole, though.
No. And it was not as deep as what I thought when they said it was only 3 feet. So then that made me think differently. But still, it's a lot of digging. And moving. Who moved him?
Yeah, well, the state's theory was they used the tarp to drag.
Even that's dead weight is different than just dragging somebody that's alive. Not that I would know. I have no idea. I read it in a book somewhere. But yeah. I don't know if he had life insurance. Agnes, do you know that?
I don't think that's ever come up,
I
but
don't think that's come up.
no child support was ever claimed for either. So
Yeah,
she couldn't have been short of a quid.
I don't know. But she should be almost finished with her testimony,
Mm.
and then we'll go into her mom's. See what we get.
Mm-hmm.
You had a phone, or I believe you described it as an emergency device that you could call 911 in the house, correct?
Correct.
All right. You did not call 911, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated you were never taught how to call 911, correct?
Correct, but that's not the reason why we didn't call 911.
Okay.
Tink, tink, tink.
You go into your mother's room, correct?
Correct.
And you go to her end table
Yes, correct.
and you get her pink and black gun.
Correct.
Wait for it.
Showing you what's been previously entered into evidence.
I was hoping they were going to make her hold it.
You recognize this firearm?
That's not the gun.
Okay, so she had a different pink and black gun?
Yes.
How many pink and black guns did she have?
I
Did you
mean,
hear that?
I mean,
What'd she
two?
say?
I'm not sure. We have.
She said that's not it? That's not the
Mhm.
weapon?
Mm.
Oh.
She had another pink and black one, apparently.
Oh. Where is it?
Mm.
So, Elizabeth, you believe that they're covering for her. You think she did it?
Yeah, I'm tending that way myself.
Really?
Mm.
I don't know. She's just too, which she should be all over the place because she's young and it happened when she was younger. Because
But
my only thing with that theory is then if the mom is covering for her, then why didn't she just say, yep, it was me and plead guilty and let her daughter go have a life?
I think she thinks that if the daughter takes the blame, they both get off because she was young at the time and wouldn't be facing any particular jail time, perhaps. So
Maybe.
that way they both get what they want.
They could still, I mean, she has immunity, so they're not going to charge her anyway
Mhm.
at this
Yep.
point. And they waited. Her lawyer made sure she didn't talk to anybody till she did have immunity. Smart lawyer, by the way. I don't have any problems with
Mhm.
that. Good for her. She did her job. But if I don't know. I think if I thought my daughter or my son really did something and I knew, like if I knew they did something and I could take the fall for it, I think I would because I've lived. They haven't.
Mm.
Go on with your life.
Yeah, but she's got no morals, so
Yes.
you got to put yourself in her shoes.
Yes. I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Mm.
Had a lot of guns in the house.
Okay. So you grabbed some other. How do you know that's not the white gun then?
Because the one that I used was not entirely, it was black and then the handle was pink.
Okay. So you grabbed her other pink and black gun.
Yes.
And then you go back outside.
Yes.
And at that point, your father is still sitting in that chair,
Yes.
his foot on her head.
Yes.
Is he still kicking her?
No.
Okay. What's he doing?
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of yelling at her, like holding her to the ground with his foot. And he's saying, like, you know, he's going to kill her. It's the last time. Like, they're not working it out because,
Right.
yeah.
Is she on her side, on her stomach?
She's on her side. She's facing, so her stomach would be facing towards him.
Okay. And what was she doing?
Being held to the ground.
Was she struggling?
Yes. She was trying to call for help and scream. And then he pinned her to the ground with his foot.
Mm-hmm.
His foot on the side of her head?
Yes.
She couldn't get out?
No.
So you take your mom's other pink and black gun, and from about 5 to 10 feet away, you shoot him.
Correct.
And you shoot him in the back of the head.
I think so, yes.
Do you ever remember saying that you shot him in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So previously, before today, you definitively said, I shot him in the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
But that's changed now.
I mean, no, not necessarily. Like, I shot him in the back of the head. I don't know where the bullet went, but that's where I was aiming. That's where I'm pretty sure it hit.
Okay. You hit him.
Yes, I think. Yes.
Okay. And when you hit him, today you said he just sat there, correct?
Yeah, he sat there and he's like shaped.
Okay. I want to make sure that was clear because you didn't say that on direct. He was almost like seizing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. He didn't get up, he didn't move, he didn't try to run.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so clearly you hit him.
Yeah.
All right. And then pretty much simultaneously to you shooting your dad in the back of the head, you're saying Jeremy just happened to show up.
Like I said, he came there every single morning before school. This was right before school. We already had our clothes on. We were in the middle of eating. Like, we were about to leave for school. Like, he was there. He came before school.
He would come to your house every day before school so that your mom could then take you to school?
I mean, he would come with us. They would hang out. His son went to school there.
Okay. Now, after he arrives, while your dad is shaking and as you described, basically seizing in the chair, at this point, the amount of pressure he's putting on your mom's head has released. Is she able to get up?
She crawls away. She doesn't stand up immediately.
Okay. But you're saying Mr. Townsend came over and took your mom's other pink and black gun from you.
The same one I had, yes.
Yep. And shot him again.
Yes.
Where?
In the head.
Okay.
That's what I don't understand. 2 bullets.
At that point,
Yeah.
he turns around and threatens you and your brother that he's going to kill you as well.
Not immediately after. He has the gun in his hand. He helps my mom up, and he tells us that my mom to take us to school. We need to leave the house. And so, I mean, that's when he lets us know, like, no calling the cops. Like, I will do the same thing to you that I did to your father, basically. Saying he will hurt us. He will come after us. He will kill us.
Nice.
If we say anything.
That shot him in the head.
Yes, first.
Okay. And so your mom actually went ahead and took you to school after this?
Yes.
Okay. Dropped you off like nothing was wrong.
I mean, I asked us to go to school. We were in the car, and she asked if we wanted to go to school, if we were comfortable, and I said yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't talk to anybody at the school about anything, or you didn't react at all at the school about anything because, as you said, this was normal.
Oh,
No, I mean, I said that I was in shock, but I did not mention this to anybody as I was just threatened not to mention it to anybody. No, it wasn't normal to see somebody die, but having these type of experiences where there's a lot of violence in the house, there's a lot of, like, I mean, trauma and fear, that was normal to experience that and then go to school afterwards.
But what she said on direct was you were able to go to school and function just fine.
Yes.
This was normal.
Yes.
No one had ever been taken to the hospital before in any sort of incident between you and your mom, correct?
Correct.
No one had ever been seriously injured in any incident before where they required medical attention, correct?
Correct.
And certainly nobody ever died before, correct? Now, today you said when you returned from school, Jeremy Townsend was still at your residence.
He was fixing the front door.
And do you remember previously during your deposition saying that after this happened and you went to school, you never saw Jay back at the house again? Do you remember saying that?
Yes, after that day, yes.
What I'm saying is after you went to school, you never saw Jeremy back at the house again. Today you're saying when you got back from school, he was there.
Yes, he was. He was
What
there.
I'm asking is, do you remember saying something?
I do remember saying that.
Okay. You described Jeremy as coming over and spending the night at the house, not every day, but quite a few days out of the week. That was normal, correct?
Correct.
When you got back from school that day, you did not notice any changes to the property, correct?
Correct.
You did have a huge hole in the backyard, as you described, which was going to be a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Had that been filled in?
I don't. No, it wasn't.
Okay. And that was the area that was eventually turned into the cement slab, correct?
Uh-huh.
So yes?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Since you sat there, shot your father in the back of the head, and were threatened by Mr. Townsend with your life, you have only once been taken to any sort of counselor or any sort of therapy, correct?
That is correct.
And that was actually sometime this year, close in time to your death.
Actually,
correct?
no, that's not correct. I think I went when I was little. Me and my brother went. I think it was at a church. I'm not entirely sure if it's classified as counseling or therapy, but it was pretty much.
Let me ask this. Did your mom ever take you to see a counselor to deal with any of the trauma that you, first of all, witnessed right in front of you, but also participated in by shooting your father?
I mean, yes, I did go to counseling.
When?
I think it was probably in this past year, maybe a little bit longer ago, but yeah.
And that was one time?
Yes.
Okay. And that was this year?
I don't know if it was this year. I think it was the year before.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
When you shot your dad, that was back in an unknown year, sometime between April and August, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay. And there was probably at least 5 years, if not more, because this case has been pending for 4 years, between any counseling that your mom brought you to, correct?
Yes, correct. And the counseling that I went to, it was literally like only one time. Like it was
Right.
literally only for an evaluation, like
Very
nothing
little.
more. Yeah.
Okay. We previously spoke about the different times you've talked about this event, either with law enforcement, the Child Advocacy Center, or during the deposition that I asked you questions. I'm going to ask you some things about how your story's changed over that period of time, okay? And when your mom was arrested, you spoke with Detective Tammy Dale at your home, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said the last time you saw your dad, he worked at an airport, correct?
I think so. Maybe, yeah.
And you said, and this was in 2020, the last time you saw him was a few years ago?
Yeah.
Right.
But 2020 was also 4 years ago, which was a lot closer to the last time I had seen him.
Right. So your memory would be better then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
And at that time, she asked you, do you know what happened to him? And you said, I have no clue, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also said, I don't know, he just left, correct?
Correct.
And the detective asked you if you ever asked your mom where he was. Do you remember that?
I guess.
And your mom told you she doesn't know because he doesn't talk to us, correct?
Correct.
And you also went to the Child Advocacy Center to be interviewed that same year. That would have been December of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, when you were interviewed, you stated the last time you remembered seeing him was when he was arrested in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And they asked if he came back to the house after that. You said, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those pictures that you looked at, when were they?
The ones that Mr. Wicks showed me?
Yeah. You refer to him by his first name?
Ooh.
I do sometimes, yeah, on
Okay.
accident. It's not on purpose. It's not to be like disrespectful or anything.
Okay. Clearly talked to him a few times.
I talked to him
Mr. Wiggs has been in
a
the
few
glove,
years ago.
methinks.
That wasn't where he was going with that you were disrespecting him by calling him by his first name, ma'am. He was saying, you talk to him a lot, don't you? Comfortable, right? So, Agnes, I don't know the angle of, I don't think his back was to Laurie,
No.
because not according to what she's saying. Go ahead, Jody. 'Cause-
I don't think, no, he was facing Laurie according to the daughter, and I think the daughter was behind. He didn't see her.
Yeah, because it might maybe just one of
But
those chairs that kind
timeline's all up the creek.
of. Yes, and with two to the head, he was still a threat. He was still.
Yeah, but there was only one um, entry wound to the skull.
That's
So
what I
I'm
thought.
thinking that she's done a body shot and it's missed touching any bones, perhaps, and therefore it wasn't recovered because it just hits off tissue, maybe.
Yeah.
My theory.
And I did tell him the full story. It was kind of just me saying a little bit about my side, and that's when I got my attorney, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, I sidetracked you there. Do you remember when those photos that he showed you were?
I don't remember necessarily when they were,
Okay.
like the time period or anything.
Okay.
It was,
Did you see how they happened?
I believe those ones, I don't know exactly what event that one was from.
Okay.
Because, like I said, there was a lot of events like that, and they all, not all, but most of them ended in like kind of the same, like physically like harm. You know what I mean? So I don't know which one that one belonged to.
And we're talking about physical harm. We're talking about bruises on the arm, correct?
Bruising, blood, yeah.
Okay. But the blood that you said you saw in the pictures was your dad's blood.
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And when at the CAC interview, when they asked you, you had already said that the last time you remembered seeing him when he was arrested in 2014, and then asked if he ever came back to the house after that, you said, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And then specifically you were asked, so you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him, and you said no, correct?
Correct.
One moment. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
Yeah, just briefly,
Yes, sir.
my police report.
Yes, sir.
Judge Isabel, there's been a discussion about the guns and multiple guns at the house.
Correct. Yeah.
Tell us about the
Hey, Udahef.
atmosphere and the
Hello,
amount of guns
Udahef.
that
Good
y'all
to
had
see
in the
you.
household.
So we talked about my mom's guns.
No
A
spoilers.
little slow, but the jury could understand you. Okay.
We also had in the living room we had this really big mirror, like huge, and it was on the wall. It was like latched onto the wall by like these, so like it could like flip up like this, and so behind it was, I want to say like a hole, but it wasn't really a hole. It was kind of like this really deep like divot in the wall, and there was like a rack, and then he stored his guns there. So you could like the wall, and then the mirror lifted up, and there was like guns on the wall.
Okay. So there were numerous guns within the residence. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm. Yes, for
Okay.
sure.
The question is,
Thank
as
you.
the jury's may wonder,
Appreciate that.
how did you learn to
No.
fire a handgun?
My dad, he was obviously very interested in guns. So he did hunting a lot. We had 5 acres of land, so we had a lot of space to shoot the guns. And so he always taught us like gun safety or whatever, and would take us outside to shoot the guns.
Was that a routine thing?
Yeah, we did it quite often.
Okay. So did you have any trouble or difficulty in pulling the hammer or on the gun?
I mean, it was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands.
Pardon me?
It was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands to pull the trigger back.
Okay. On that part, Judge, I'll end. Mr. Cabuccio may have some questions.
All right, thank you. State?
Nothing further, Judge.
I know Jody said no to that comment, Elizabeth, but I have heard there was another like forensics dude or doctor, whatever he was, I don't remember, because they were trying to decide if somebody had self-deleted or not, because there was multiple rounds in their head. And he had said that he saw somebody try 3 times in the head and survived. So
Suppose where the projectile lodged
yeah.
and the damage.
So I don't know. It was crazy. It didn't help the person. So whatever. So, oh, Agnes, you'll love it here, I promise. And there, it's a dare being as nice as he always is. All right. Well,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to the mother.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge about any of those things and why they acted in defense of others. Any testimony about that?
We don't need to.
Judge, this child just testified that she saw repeated
I'm not sure who to have. I really
I think that's appropriate to touch on, but not go.
haven't really.
Sorry.
If you feel it's getting a little outside of where you want it to be.
He never wins an argument with the judge.
I don't know where my head's at with this trial.
Mine probably has changed a little bit. I probably have flipped, because I probably was more leaning towards the daughter did it at the beginning of the trial. Just because of the fact, like I talked about on day one, of other stories, because I didn't see court cases. I heard their stories of kids whose parents had coerced them into unaliving their dads, and they did it, and they were kids, and they used a pew, I hate that word,
Mm-hmm.
and were successful with it. Now, the mom still went to jail. The kids did not. So I don't know if that's their end game here. I really just have been waiting for what we just heard. And I did not think that Laurie was going to testify. So now I'm just waiting to see what she has to say. And
I
then,
definitely think there's a guilty in there somewhere. Which one? I haven't worked out yet.
yes. Thank you, Agnes. We do try to have
Yay.
fun, and we do laugh a lot. And we never promise anything on Fridays. So that is true. Oh, 50 cent. 50. 50. 50. Wait, that's not right. I used to be able to say it right. That guy has had a lot of rounds in him. And he's still going. He is still going. I just don't know. I mean, obviously somebody's covered up somebody.
Yep.
Who it was, I don't know. Who to have. I'm guilty to more guilty.
Yeah.
She went to jail, but she's not in jail. Because she leaves that courtroom every day. You see her walking freely. We'll see if she continues after this is over. Also, that sign up there on the judge's bench has a microphone and a person leaning over the microphone.
No one pays attention to it.
I always think it's a dog. I don't know why. But today, it looks worse. So, you'll see it when you see it.
All right, anything further?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let's call the jury.
Bring the jury.
Bring in the jury.
It's a court.
Yes, sir.
The defense would call Laurie Shaver.
course she's got to testify. She's
Shaver,
got to
please
make it
have
all
a
about
seat at the
herself.
witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I know. It's like the jury's coming in. Yay! Sorry.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Laurie Filmer, Lauriefilmer.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Filmer, would you state your name for the record, please?
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
Big day in your life, isn't it? Big week. Been several years, hasn't it, Ms. Filmer?
But I could still eat Bry's banana.
Let's tell me when you're ready. Okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
Would you tell the jury who you are and how you met Michael Shaver?
I met Michael. We started dating in 7th grade. We lived in a very small town in Lawrence, New York. Our school was K through 12, 500 kids. Our graduating class was like 14, 18 kids. We went to kindergarten together. I met Michael in tech class, when they actually did tech class, in 7th grade.
So we reached a period of time where y'all elected to get married, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
May of 2016.
Okay. And at some point in time, y'all ended up migrating to the state of Florida.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when that was?
I graduated in 2001. Went to college. So Mike was a dropout. He got his GED. He wanted to become a pilot. Didn't have much funding for that. My parents paid for it. I went to school for business administration and focus in health service administration. So I was very socially awkward. Wasn't a popular kid in school.
Okay.
My brother, one of my oldest brothers, I'm the youngest of 5. One of my brothers got meningitis at 7 weeks. And he was severely mentally retarded. He got picked on a lot. So growing up in a small town, that was not like acceptable way back then. And I spent all my time in the handicapped classroom. And that was like not popular. I was an outcast.
Wow.
He used to get beat up on the bus, and I would stick up for him. I met Mike had gone to school with him, but in 7th grade in tech class, we became friends. He was an awkward kid as well, because he was kind of like a troublemaker at that time. And I didn't have anybody. He didn't have anybody. We kind of clung together at that point.
Okay. So there's some period of time went by, y'all got married, ended up down here, correct?
Yes.
Mike wanted to be a pilot, couldn't do that, or what?
No, he did. Yep.
Okay. Did he?
Eventually did.
Okay. Did he fly commercial or was it a hobby?
Nope. He, my parents helped him get his personal private pilot's license. He wanted to go on and get his professional pilot license. My parents told him that if he was going to date me, he was going to get his GED and then they would help him. He looked to his family to get assistance with that. He was denied.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it took some time. It took a lot of time, but eventually he made his way. He started flying for Pan Am Flight Academy, which is the lower division of U.S. Airways out of New York City.
Okay.
Yep, he was doing good.
So eventually you end up down here, and Mike transgresses into another occupation. How did that happen?
Well, we first moved. So I worked for MetLife Disability. I worked for them for 15 years, corporate. I worked for them in office for 4 years. When Mike finally succeeded in everything, we were able to move. We moved to Florida, Fort Pierce, Florida, when I was 7 weeks pregnant with Isabel.
Okay.
We were there for about a year. We moved back to New York. We got hit with our first hurricane ever. It was kind of like a scary thing. We were top tier of an apartment building. A tree came in. We didn't know what to do. We packed up our stuff. We were back in New York 3 days later.
Okay.
Then after that, we were there for about a year. I was still working for MetLife, but at that time, work from home was kind of becoming popular. And I was able to, again, move my work to Florida. And we moved to Orlando, right next to the airport. And I was working from home, had Isabel. And he was commuting from Orlando to New York City on a weekly basis. He was gone for weeks at a time.
Okay. What happened next in y'all's life?
There was a lot. We just had each other. I don't know how else to explain it. We just had each other. I was a single mom in a new place with no family, no friends. He was a pilot. He was gone all the time. There was no support from either family.
Now we heard from family in this case of Mike's come in and they said, well, we haven't heard from him for this period of time or that period of time. Was he close with his family at all?
No.
Do you ever visit him?
Stacy, yes.
Did any of them ever visit your residence?
Never. They didn't even come to the wedding.
Okay.
But when we were growing up through high school, we would go to Stacy's all the time. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays. I knew Desiree. I knew Danny. And you know that. And every time we would go over there and meet, you and Mike used to always get together and talk about how your dad evaded the whole family.
Okay. What was the next step in y'all's marriage?
So from there, there was a lot of issues. A lot of issues. He was away, gone for over a week. I packed up Isabel, and we had flight privileges. We could fly for free. I packed her up, and when he was gone, took her to New York, where my family was, thinking I could get away, get support, file for divorce. Everything was good. Rented a house. Everything was good. I was back working at MetLife in the office. My sister works there. She's actually the operations manager now. She's a nurse. She started her way down low. She was actually the one that got me the job, told me that they were doing this mass hiring. And now she's the operations manager of MetLife in Oriskany. So I packed Isabel up. She was just a little over a year old. We went there. And
Where was Mike?
well, he was off on a business trip, but we had back then you used to have flying privileges. You could you were just on standby. As long as you could just get on the plane, you could fly anywhere you wanted to for free back then. So that's what I did. I got away. My sister was helping me. We got a house. We rented a house. Everything was like, all right, this is gonna work. I was seeking an attorney in New York, filing for divorce. My mom, I joined a gym and I went to a
Hey,
spinning
George.
class one day. I came home that night. My mom was watching Isabel, who was a baby. I went into the shower. When I came out, my mom was not there.
Okay.
I was greeted by a punch in the face.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Hello, George.
Okay. Let's
funny.
limit it
Okay.
without physical
Okay.
description.
I was greeted by Michael.
Okay.
3 weeks later,
All right.
I was out of work for 3 weeks.
Okay.
And we were all back in Florida 3 weeks after that. And I was again working from home without my family, without any support. And we were living in Davenport, Florida at that time, the Champions Gate area.
Let's transgress into the family environment. Did it ever develop, Laurie, into an atmosphere where there was tension, so to speak?
There was always tension.
Let's talk about the nature of the tension. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to see pictures.
I'm showing you a composite of images. I want you to look through those. Laurie, that's number 2. Does it bring back any memories?
I have the memories. I don't need to look at pictures.
Now, without articulating the specific facts of those events, did you suffer any injuries at the hands of Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you defense 3. Who is that? Who's in that photo?
Michael.
Whose blood is on that shirt? Michael Shaver.
Michael's.
Okay. Was that a consequence of an altercation between you and Michael Shaver?
Yes.
When these incidents occurred, would these occur around the family
Yes.
and the occupants of that family?
Sometimes.
Pardon me?
Sometimes. Most of the time. I mean, he didn't hide it.
Let's talk about your relationship with Isabel. What was your relationship like with Isabel?
Like when she was younger or now?
Well, when y'all were younger, did Isabel ever develop a feeling or a need to protect you?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Did she demonstrate?
Isabel grew up really fast. She had to take care of Aiden when I was not able to.
as a consequence of these events?
Yes. And even to this day, I am not the person to, if you come at me with something, I don't have a comeback. I will shut down and I will just retreat. She's not that person. She will get right in front of me, whether we're at the gas station or grocery shopping. There used to be a time period where I could not even go into a grocery store by myself.
Were there events wherein you were not free to leave the residence?
Yes.
Would anybody control your freedom of movement?
Yes. Obviously I've gained weight over the years, but my eating was controlled. I had anorexia and bulimia. I probably the way this now what I did with all 4 of my kids, but I literally reached for an Oreo one time and was thrown off the couch.
Now, at some point in time, Michael took a job at Disney, correct? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact time. When we had moved back from New York to Florida, that's kind of when the whole Disney thing came about, because he didn't want to leave me alone. And I mean, from my presumption, it was because he wanted to be around and, make sure that nothing was going to happen.
Okay.
Or I wasn't going to leave.
Was there any attempts to leave, Michael?
Probably about 8.
Okay. One moment. Judge, I'm going to ask my clerk to call Stephen's document, please.
All right, sidebar, please. Come on up.
Gabby, I tried to respond to your comment. I'm getting some Boston there. They are yummy, but YouTube said no. Because that's what a horrible comment. Don't say they are yummy. She's telling a lot of stuff that's just not relevant. I mean, she
I'm
kind
gonna
of
go
gets
get my
relevant
strawberries.
parts in there. Okay. But for the most part, I'm like, why is she talking to us about this?
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm showing you 3 documents. Do those pertain to Laurie Shaver, our filmer?
She went to get her
Nope, to get my
strawberries.
Do those
strawberries.
documents refer to Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Do these documents pertain to any acts of violence pertaining to Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Do these documents pertain to injunctions for protection filed on your behalf against Michael Shaver?
Yes. And there was an additional one filed by the state.
Were those filed on your behalf as a consequence of violence and a feeling of a need for protection?
Those three?
Yes. Was Michael at points in times directed to reside outside of the residence
Yes, it was.
by the courts?
Yes.
Okay. For the need for your protection?
Yes.
Okay. And were those injunctions issued as a consequence of violence?
Yes.
We've heard a lot of witnesses that have taken the stand in this case, correct? We heard from a Mr. Amatuccio, correct? He represented, if I'm not correct, that he was Mike's best friend.
He was not.
Pardon me?
He was not as an adult.
Sidebar, please.
Mm-hmm.
Sidebar. I saw Baker had a sidebar counter on yesterday.
Uh-huh.
It's like, you're going to run out of room, dude.
Mr. Amatuccio took the stand and testified to this jury that he was Michael's best friend. Was Mr. Amatuccio at the house very often?
No,
Pardon me?
he was not. Not after we all got married and had kids.
Mr. Merritt took the stand as well, correct?
Correct.
And was it Mr. Merritt that declared he had gone to the truck show with y'all?
Tractor show.
Tractor show? Okay. Did Mr. Merritt spend time at the residence with y'all?
Not very often. I've probably seen him twice before that.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about your mood or something out at the tractor show, correct? Were there any issues going on at the tractor show that the jury needs to know?
Not prior. It was happening at the tractor show.
What was happening?
Isabel was not feeling well. She was getting sick to her stomach. She was getting dizzy. She was getting hot. She's not able to her body does not tolerate heat or cold. Like, she becomes very flushed and sick. And I wanted to leave because she was feeling sick. And we were walking a very long time. I mean, hours.
Okay.
And there was no stroller, nothing. I just wanted to leave for her. He did not want to leave. I guess the whole point was for us to go there to maybe get a mutual relationship with Frank and Rita. But she was sick. And as a mom, I just wanted to leave because she was sick. And he didn't want to leave. I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay. There was testimony about contacts with you, and you represented that Michael, you believed he had left or gone to a certain location, correct?
At what time period?
There was a witness that testified that you had reported that he had gone to Georgia or New York or somewhere.
I had received a message from Stacy stating
Who's
that
Stacy? Who's Stacy?
his sister.
Okay.
She had contacted me saying that she hadn't heard from Michael. And I told her I did not either. And she said, well, his mom is sick. So if you hear from him, or you can I said, if I hear from him, or I will let one of his friends know that his mom is sick so that they can relay the message. Frank Merritt came by. told him that his mom was sick. So if you seen him, to let him know. Frank Merritt was not close with us. So I never told him that he went to Georgia. I said he went to go see his mom. Here is the misconception. His mom, Sharon Shaver, the one that was sick, lives in New York. Frank Merritt did not know the family well enough at that time. He automatically assumed, in my mind, that he went to Georgia to see his stepmom, Sharon Shaver.
I see. Okay.
I never made the statement he went to Georgia. I said he possibly could have went to go see his sick mom.
We also heard other witnesses testify, correct? There was testimony about a sale of guns, correct? Now, my understanding, y'all had a relatively large cache of guns around the house. Is that correct? Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mike collecting guns? What was his?
Had a hobby of building them.
I see. Okay. So Mike would build guns, sell them out on the market somewhere?
For his friends, or no, he built them and would just keep them, collect them.
Okay. And with regards to the guns, we heard Isabel testify that Mike had dealt with the guns and been training the kids how to fire guns.
Yeah. They knew gun safety.
Okay. Did he practice this with them?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did Isabel know how to fire a gun?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody did. We had the 5 acres. There was target. We taught we used to go to the gun range as well, but we taught them how to various guns, check to see if they were loaded, unloaded, how to fire, and he would have them walk around the house after they checked to see if they were unloaded or whatnot, walk around the house with them pointing down, teaching them not to point at anybody. Even with Nerf guns, they were not allowed to point them at people, things like that.
Okay. There came a period of time because of these injunctions that were filed that Michael was out of the house, correct?
Yes.
And there came a period of time you started dating other people, correct? It was it Mr. Bray? Who was it that?
Alan?
Pardon me? Ballou, wasn't it? Yeah. You dated Mr. Ballou. Was he married or single?
Not married.
Okay. Did y'all date long?
No.
Okay. Did he have any issues with Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Then at some point in time, you met Jeremy Townsend, correct? Tell us how you met Jeremy, where you met Jeremy.
I met Jeremy at the school.
At the school?
Not at the park.
Okay.
He had an opal color truck. I had a white truck. There was 2 lanes coming out, and we were both there at the same time towards the end of August. And he rolled down the passenger window and handed me a sticky note, and I grabbed it, and it said, "I know what you're going through. I can help you. Call me." And he gave me his number.
Why would he suggest that?
I had marks on my face.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you call Mr. Townsend?
I did. I went to the racetrack right there at the end of 33, and I called him.
Okay. Now, Mr. Townsend testified that this was kind of an informal relationship. He characterized it as one of friends with benefits, correct?
He did.
Okay. Did Mr. Townsend lead you to believe that he was single?
Yes.
Okay. There's digital data that's been introduced, have text, I believe. Does some of that contradict his statement here in court?
Well, that's why I asked him, why did you lie to me?
Pardon me?
That's why I asked him in those texts that were introduced today, why did you lie to me?
Why is that?
Because he was separated from his wife. And then I found out that he was now back together with her. So I said, why did you lie to me? Why all of a sudden are you wearing your wedding ring again? Yes.
I see.
Uh,
Now, did Jeremy come by the house often?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Morning, night, what times?
He would come by in the mornings. Well, initially we would meet at the school. He would drop his son off. I would, like when our relationship first started, and I would have Isabella and Aiden, and we'd show up early and we'd sit in the school car line, and he'd come back to the truck where I had my kids, and we'd all just converse in the morning while we sat there and waited until school started. Sometimes Vanessa would come out and get Trent out of his truck early and take him in because she was a teacher there. And then he would leave, go off to work. He worked in, he did landscaping. He had a partnership landscaping business. And I worked from home. So from there, probably in December, because prior to that, I did Beachbody from home. I was doing Beachbody sales from home. Social anxiety. I had never, ever, ever, ever been to a gym before. He was going to Gold's Gym, which I don't remember what Austin said it's called now. But anyways, it was the Gold's Gym where he was a member of. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But I don't know how to use anything. I'm not going to go in and do it because I only worked out from home through like videos. So he goes, no, I know somebody there. It was a female because I wasn't comfortable with males. And he set me up with Rebecca Filmer, a personal trainer. That's how I met Austin and Becca. Becca and I became really close. We would go out dancing on Fridays. Like my social life just kind of expanded from there. I started to see that there was a life outside of my home. I mean, little as it was, but it was still nice.
Now, did you ever confide in Jay about your situation with Mike?
Yes. So that all happened at the beginning. Obviously, he had seen that I had marks on my face. So I called him, and we did meet at the park after that to talk. And we met a few times. And it was just talking, friendship. And it was nice to have somebody to talk to. But he told me about his history in the military. He also told me that he was a bodyguard for some professional boxer, and I cannot remember the name. He would travel and be his bodyguard whenever he was on tour. He told me that he was in special ops. He served on the Bush administration in Washington, D.C. as security. Tons of stuff. Sniper. Told me everything.
Okay. And we saw those contradictions with his testimony, correct?
Mm.
Did Mr. Townsend make any representations to you that he would protect you from Michael?
Yes, from the very beginning.
Okay.
He told me if I ever needed anything that I could contact him. And he was always on top of it. If Becca and I went out dancing in the evening, he would come over. He would see me before we went out. And while we were out, he would call, and we would have to send him a picture to show him that we were there, where we were, And when I left, I would have to let him know that I was on my way home, and then also let him know that I had gotten home. He knew everything. He had everything. He kept track of me every step of the way.
Okay. Let's talk about the event that's landed you here. Shift gear over there. Okay. Michael was out of the house at that time.
Yeah.
Is it my understanding he'd been living at the airport?
Yes. So the battery had happened in 2014. The state imposed an injunction. DCF was involved. Mike went through counseling, everything like that. Mike was all that I knew. And during that time period, we both dated other people. I mean, you all heard that. Once everything was up, I guess you could say, we started talking again. But DCF had been in the house, and they said that as long as he was not in the picture, everything was okay. But if he came back,
They were going to take action.
yeah. So they had offered to move me and the two kids, change our names, change our socials. But
Because
we had already moved so much. We finally were in a good school. The kids had good friends. And there was a point where Isabel had asked, like, you know, is this where we're gonna live now? And I said, yep, we're never moving again. This is where we're staying. They went to a great school, great friends. So when DCF came in and offered that, I'm like, nope, I'm strong now. I'm gonna go to counseling. I went to Celebrate Recovery for codependency. I was going to live stream counseling. I thought I had it. So I'm like, nope, I'm gonna stand my ground.
okay.
And so I didn't leave. Dated. Obviously, those relationships sucked, failed. And I went back. I loved Michael.
Did it work out?
Nope. We tried. He was back
I'm
in
gonna
the
say
house
that's
maybe 2.
no, it did not work out.
Well, in September 2014, he was back in the house 2 weeks. And then I should have learned my lesson then, but I didn't. And then in 2015, when we had gotten back together, Wilma Nichols, our neighbor, very nosy lady, Mike would go to work. We would pick him up at LJ Yates' house, who has not testified. LJ Yates lived on 33. He also worked at Disney. Mike would drive from Disney to his house, and we would pick him up there and bring him back to the house, and he would duck so nobody would see him. And then he would sleep there all day. He built a privacy wall on our back patio so Wilma couldn't see. And she had put a gate so that she could just come over whenever she wanted. So we put a lock on there so she couldn't do that. And then he worked overnights. So about 7 o'clock, we would take him back to LJ8's house, and then he would go from there to work, and we continued that for a long time.
Okay. So this in the house, out of the house, that continued on and off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there did come a point in time when you were later with Jeremy, correct? So that's later in time, correct, to those events?
Yeah. It was a couple months later. Like I said, school had just started. I had went to school without dropping the kids off, whatever. I had marks on my face. Jeremy noticed. He sent me a message. I started talking to him. Obviously, talking to him reassuring me. He was saying all the right things. I kind of fell for it. I'm not denying that. I did. It was nice, right? Because now I'm back into
Solid ground.
yeah, and it wasn't working, and I'm like, I'm right back into it. So my birthday, Jeremy and I had talked about plans to go out shopping, going to the movies, going to Hurricanes. Just hanging out for the day while the kids were in school. Awesome. Mike was still in the house at that time. And I had told him that I had just wanted to go out for the day, go shopping, get my nails done, whatever. And he absolutely refused. So I threw a fit as I was walking away from him. He had given me my birthday presents. As I was walking away, he threw a.
Let's not talk about
Okay,
specific events, okay? Let's stay on the factual areas
All right.
of those events, okay? But there was an altercation arising out of that
Correct.
confrontation, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And so eventually, I take it, Michael's out of the house at a period of time, okay?
So I kicked him out. I think it was November 10th.
Okay. We heard testimony from one witness, and that you were waving a gun at Michael, threatening him. Some witness, he said he got in between you.
That was Robert Mercado.
Robert Mercado. Did that ever happen?
No, it did not.
Why was Robert Mercado at the residence?
We were all hanging out, barbecue, whatever. I honestly don't remember. We were all on the back porch. There was drinking involved. Mike became irate. I went into the bedroom.
You should not talk about barbecue.
He tried coming over me at the dresser. Robert stood in between. He separated him. Mike left the property. We couldn't get a hold of him. We called 911 in fear of Michael doing something to himself. There was a 911 call for that. They did make contact with him. And that was that. But no, there was no gun involved on that evening.
Okay. The gun that's been introduced into evidence, was this gun used in the commission of this case?
No, it was not.
What happened to that gun?
I never seen it again. I don't know.
Who would have taken it?
Jeremy was the last one that had it.
So let's transgress into this event that led to these charges. Laurie, okay? You remember the event? You're in the house, correct?
I was in the house initially. Michael did not enter the house.
Okay. Was it morning, noon? Take us through it.
Morning.
Okay. And tell the jurors how this transpired.
I got up got my coffee, and then that's when I noticed he was sitting out on the back patio. We had 2 tables. There was like one long one, and then there was a smaller round table with 2 chairs. I seen him sitting there. So I got the kids. I don't remember if it was Pop-Tarts, breakfast bars, whatever. They're Ovaltine. They always had Ovaltine. They had tables in their bedrooms. I went in and got them their clothes, gave them their breakfast, turned on the TV, and I just said, eat your breakfast, get ready for school, which they did. Just like every other morning, I'm going to go out and take care of the animals. We had over 400 birds. We had pigs. I rescued a horse. There was lots of animals on the property.
Okay.
So that was not unnormal for me to go outside while they were inside getting ready. So I went out there, but I knew he was sitting out there. I could see him through the kitchen window out in the back patio. So I went out there and we started talking and it escalated. And I went to walk back in because this wasn't going anywhere and he was not leaving. And I opened the sliding glass door to go in. And when I did that, he took my phone and slammed it up against the sliding glass door. There was an imprint of my phone on that sliding glass door. He grabbed my arm, pulled me down into his lap. And the furthest chair that was, I don't have a picture in front of me, but the sliding glass door, there was like a post and there was we had like a bistro table sitting there in front and on this further side, I guess, in front of the sliding glass door, there was a chair. So he had pulled me down in his lap. He was holding on to me. And at that point, I was just trying to convince him, like, okay. We'll work it out.
What's he saying to you during this, Laurie?
I was talking at that point. I was scared. That's why I'm saying, okay, we can work it out, because that's what I did every single time because I was scared. And he told me not this time.
Was he upset about anything in particular that you're aware of?
Yes, he found out I had gotten pregnant.
From Jay?
Yes.
Okay. So is he mentioning that
That'll
in
do
this
it.
discussion or what?
Oh yeah. I mean, not at that time. We had it was previously before he pulled me into his lap, but I mean, he knew.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, we'll work it out, because at that point I had already had the abortion.
So are you facing the house or facing away from the house? Tell us your direction.
I'm facing looking out to the back pasture. I'm on the back porch, but I'm not looking into the house.
Okay. Now, he spins you around and you're in the chair, I take it?
I'm in his lap. He's holding me there.
Okay.
And then he pushed me to the ground.
Okay. As he pushes you to the ground, does he do anything?
After he pushed me to the ground, he was kicking me in the stomach.
Okay. Presuming you were pregnant or something?
Yeah, and I had already told him I had the abortion, and I was screaming at that point.
Okay. Is he making any threats to do any harm to you, any serious bodily harm?
Yeah, I mean, he said not this time. He said I was not getting away.
Okay.
Not this time. I mean, we had been through so many events, but that's not the first time. I mean, he had pulled a gun out me at Publix in Claremont. This was not the
Okay,
first time.
let's not talk about prior events. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. So you're on the ground and he's kicking you.
In the stomach.
Okay. Is he kicking you hard?
Yes.
Okay.
Very hard.
Is he
I was
making any?
curling up.
Okay. Is he making any statements of any intent to kill you or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Is he speaking in such a level that the children could hear this?
Oh yeah, we both were.
Okay.
I was screaming.
Okay. As he's doing this, and he's not relenting on it, Did he have his foot anywhere?
Well, that went on for a few minutes, and then he put his face or his foot on my face,
Okay.
smashing it into the patio, porch,
Okay.
whatever you want to call it.
As he has his foot on your face, is it on the front of your face, the side of your face?
I was facing him. Now I'm curled up facing the house. And it was just like this.
Is he continue to yell? Is he yelling at you?
Not at that point. Nope. No. We were sitting there and I could not yell anymore.
We heard
He's
from,
just sitting in the chair as he's smashing my face into the porch.
what's the next thing you recall?
The next thing I see is I can't even say that I seen her. I more or less heard it. And then I think I seen her.
When you say her, who are you referring to?
Isabel.
Isabel? What's Isabel do?
She had fired a gunshot.
Okay. Now, when Isabel fires this gunshot, do you see where it lodged into Michael or what?
I could not.
Where are you after Isabel fires the gun?
I'm still on the ground. And Michael.
The next thing you recall?
The next thing I recall is seeing Jeremy, and hearing the gunshot essentially at the same time.
Is there much time that goes by between Isabel shooting the gun and Jay taking over, or Jeremy?
No, it felt like forever. I remember looking at her.
Had you gotten off the ground?
No, I had not. Michael was still sitting in the chair.
After Jay comes, you hear Jay discharge the firearm. And after Jay discharges the firearm, what do you hear next or observe next?
Well, at that point, I started crawling away, but Michael fell forward out of the chair.
Fell forward on the chair?
Out of the chair.
Okay. Was that after Jeremy shot or after Isabel shot?
Jeremy.
After Jeremy makes that shot into Michael, what happens after that?
I got up. We went into the house. We went into Isabel's room. And
But who has the gun at that point?
I don't recall that he had the gun. I don't know.
Okay.
He was the last one with the gun.
Okay. Did you see Isabel carrying it after that?
No. But it wasn't carried into her room where we were having a conversation.
Now, Jeremy makes that shot. You get up, you go into the house. Are any statements made by Jeremy?
Yes. So he tells me to take the kids, get them out of the house, and he would take care of it. He insinuated that if we said anything, that she would be taken away. And he said that he was not going to take the blame for this.
So what did you do?
I took the kids. I left. That's what I always did. I took the kids and I left.
Where'd you take them?
I took them to school. I wanted to get back home. I did not know what was going to happen. after that, but I wanted to get the kids out. And the only place I had to take them was school. It wasn't that far away.
So you take the kids to school,
Mhm.
come back to the house. Is Michael there?
No.
Is Jay there?
No. Nope. No. And we had a conversation with Aiden. I remember that. He had obviously heard commotion. And he didn't know what happened. He didn't see it. He was in his room, which was at the further end of the house. And I had just told him, your dad's going away for a long, long time, and insinuated that he was going to jail.
Now, did you see any fresh dug holes on the property as you walked about it or moved about it beyond that point?
No.
When Jeremy said, "I'll take care of this," did you have any reason to believe that that body was on your property?
No, never. There's no way he could have. I wasn't gone that long where he could have. Finding out the dimension? No. Mm-mm. He came back. It was probably about 2 p.m.
Now, did you know whether or not his family had property elsewhere?
Yes.
Did you make any assumptions that it may have been taken
Yes.
somewhere else?
And I had questioned him about that. They had 30 acres. He said 5. He had told me 30 acres. I don't know what's true or what's not anymore. But I was told they had 30 acres. I asked him that.
After that event, what happened to your relationship with Jeremy?
It ended. I had found out. I became pregnant. We were talking about getting engaged. We went and looked at houses. And then I find out that he's now trying to work it out with his wife. And then that happened. And I was so overwhelmed at that point.
Now,
I ended it.
the relationship ends between the two of y'all. You go on with your life. At some point in time, you meet Travis.
Yes.
When did Travis come into your life?
At the end of May.
Pardon me?
He came by the house at the end of May. My sister was there. He came by. Becca, Austin were there. We had a get together, and he was there.
Did you have any discussion with Travis and relay that, Michael was dead, or any discussion about that?
No. I never mentioned it to anybody.
There later came a point in time when this patio was built, correct? The fire pit.
Yeah.
Tell us, we've heard circumstances about that. How did that end up, and why did that end up being placed at that location?
It was a big open area in the backyard. When Jeremy and I were together, it was an idea that we would lay concrete down. He was supposed to help me with it. That's why the concrete was bought in January of 2016, I think it was. We sat down, we talked about the dimensions of it, and he was explaining to me how to calculate how much concrete you would need and whatnot. I went out and bought it, and then unloaded it into the shed, and it sat there until September, later that year.
And then you had broken up with Jeremy, correct? And then later you take up with Travis. Correct. And eventually this fire pit gets dug, correct? Or had been dug, prepped for a duck pond,
We
correct?
didn't dig anymore.
Yeah, it had been dug out, my understanding, for a duck pond, correct?
Yeah, previously. That was even previous to Jeremy.
Yeah. And y'all abandoned that attempt or effort?
Yes.
So you move on.
I mean, it was just like, it was just an outline. We didn't even dig deep into it.
So Travis comes along, some time passes, and y'all elect to put the patio there.
Yeah, that was the original plan,
You'd broken up with Travis,
Jeremy.
Jeremy, excuse me, I apologize. You'd broken up with Jeremy. Now, Wilma next door testified that they detected an odor about your property. Was there any odor floating about on your property?
No, I mean, we had rescued one pig. We got another, a wild male and female. They had babies, and Robert Seha and his wife, they had horses. They also had dogs. They were renting the back property to keep some of their horses, and they had dogs. And there was a few occasions where the dogs had come up and with the little pigs. It's not a pretty sight. So I don't know if that's what she was smelling, but, and with the birds, like I said, with 400 birds, we used to slaughter them. I used to cut the chicken meat. Like, we had ducks, guinea fowl, quail. We had tons. I had a license to sell. We sold to a restaurant in Winter Garden. There was an obvious odor. Yes.
So when y'all prep this area and you put the patio down, did you and Travis put your initials in the concrete?
We did.
Would you have done that if you knew there was a body underneath there? Would you have posted photographs on the internet or on social media
Absolutely not.
if you had knowledge that there's a body underneath
Absolutely
there?
not. If I knew, everything would have changed, everything that occurred. The only reason why we laid the patio when we did was because we were trying to have this huge birthday party for Isabel. Robert Seha and his wife, they had the horses, and we invited essentially everybody from Pine Ridge to the house. And they were going to have the horses going through the backyard, and the kids could do hand printing and stuff on them. So we did that. So we were just trying to level everything out, make it look nice, have a gathering place. That's all that it was. That's why it wasn't placed until right before her birthday in September.
Place for people to stand and sit on?
Yeah, it's just to level the ground out. I mean, it was sitting in the shed, had been sitting there since the beginning of the year. We just decided that was like the right time to do it.
Now, there's been talk about and documents introduced regarding this social media, Facebook, etc. Do you know who posted some of those images, any of those images?
On my,
There's images from your account, Michael's account, other accounts. Did Jay have access to social media at your house?
yes. Oh, a lot of people did. Everybody had access to the Wi-Fi password. It was America One. Scotty Matuccio, Jay, Frank, Wilma, everybody. You could not be at that house without being connected to Wi-Fi if you wanted to have connection to anything. We kept the password straight. It was America One. Everybody knew it. I posted those things on my Facebook. I did not post those things to Michael's Facebook.
There's time frames where the state's made issue of this account being open and that account being open. Do you have any explanation for that?
I don't. I mean, I was on Facebook every single day. My job required me to investigate people. So I was always on the internet, social media, investigating people.
We've heard testimony as well that those accounts can be accessed remotely, offsite, and contain the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
That somebody can be in the house, sharing the same router, share the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
We've seen, and the state has introduced into evidence at this stage, a tarp that was in this pit. Did y'all have ownership of a blue tarp?
Not at that point. We had a tarp when we got a pool. I know Travis bought a tarp to put under the pool.
Later when you were with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have one at the time of the demise of Michael Shaver?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have the strap wrenches that were introduced or the straps themselves on your property?
No, not to my knowledge. When I went and got the concrete and stuff, I did not do anything with strap wrenches or anything like that.
The laminate flooring that was testified to, did you have the same or similar laminate flooring on your property?
No, the flooring, the remodeling that was done before we even moved in. When we bought that house, we got it at a really good price. It wasn't in foreclosure. But the inside essentially looked like it was in foreclosure. The floors and the rooms were destroyed from previous dogs. And I'm OCD and very clean. And we hired somebody to come in and clean it. And Michael went in and changed all the flooring in that house before I would allow us to even move in and bring the kids in there because it was disgusting.
Was Austin Fillmore, or Austin, was he at the house when that pit was poured, the patio?
No,
He testified he was.
he was not. He was not there. Travis and I did that ourselves. And originally, Travis thought he could just do it by himself, and then he went and rented the mixer. We didn't realize that, it was a big area. He had never done that before. I don't know. I guess he thought it was going to be easy as just mixing up some bags, but that's why he ended up going and renting the mixer.
We saw the photographs of the distance between the residence and the gravesite. Did you back at that period of time, and we see your photos, were you that physical size back in that time period?
Yes.
Did you have the physical capability even of moving that body?
160-pound man? No. When I was at the gym working out, I could probably do 30 pounds. Prior to getting a personal trainer, I was working out from home with just hand weights. Did I have an endurance? Yes. I ran marathons.
Laurie, the jurors are going to ask themselves, why didn't you call the police?
Scared?
Scared of what Jay had said or Jeremy had said?
I didn't know what to do. I had just been beaten. Everything just happened so suddenly. I didn't know what to do. That's why all I wanted to do was get the kids out and get back home. And when I came back home, he was not there. Jeremy was not there, and I could not get a hold of him. He came back that afternoon.
There was testimony Isabel gave about after you broke up with Jeremy, about him continuing to follow you.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors about those events.
There was times, I think Isabella mentioned, I was already dating Travis. I went to go pick him up from the church, and at the intersection, and Jeremy's there right beside me, yelling and screaming at me to roll down the windows, and then proceeds to follow us to real life. We used to shop at the Publix, Claremont 27, and he would just pop up and then start questioning, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? Have you said anything? Make sure you don't say anything. So then we started going to the Publix in Groveland, and all of a sudden he would start showing up there. Target, same thing. Walmart, that's where he showed me his tattoo. It was the summer of 2016, and I was with Travis. And he lifted up, we were in the cereal aisle at Walmart, and he lifted up his shirt and showed me his tattoo in front of my kids and everybody else standing in the aisle of a skull.
It was a skull.
Yes.
Did Jeremy occasionally drive by the residence?
Yes. So when we moved, got this place, and we put 6 cameras up outside our property because we noticed there was an increase in traffic, and I was really paranoid going anywhere. I look my surroundings before I get out. I was always afraid that he was following. I was picking the kids up for school before we even had moved, and he had gotten out of his truck and ran down the middle of the road straight at my truck, yelling and screaming in front of the school on multiple occasions, trying to get me to converse with him. I had agreed to meet him on a couple occasions, yes, for like 10 minutes, and we would have conversations of like, nope, haven't said anything. He wanted me to wait for him, wanted everything to settle down with his wife, and I refused. So when we moved, once the body was found, I lost my job. Travis was a youth leader at the time. He started working for a granite company. Finances had gotten really tight. We found a home that we could afford. We got the cameras, and Jeremy was caught on those cameras on a couple occasions going by. If I'd seen him now, I would not recognize him if he was standing in front of me.
Go back a bit. You spoke about, and you have the images, clear images, as to the events that would happen on a regular basis. Let's reflect back on that, though. Were these acts events that would cause serious bodily harm to you?
Yes.
Were these events that would involve likewise domestic violence, shouting, and threats?
Yes, that and more.
Okay. Do you believe that you would be here today but for the act of Isabel?
Sorry, what?
The event where Michael was shot, Isabel acted, came to your aid. Do you believe you might not be alive but for Isabel and or Jay?
Correct. Yeah.
Laurie, have you testified from your heart the truth of these events? Have I left anything out that you feel that you need to tell the juries to clarify any issues that you've spoken of at this stage?
I mean, there's a lot I would like to get out.
Okay, direct me to the topic. I know we can't go into the detail of these events, though. Okay. Aside from that, is there anything else?
Michael had a lot of anger. No, please.
Sustained.
Well, we've spoken about his
Yes.
emotional attitude,
Correct.
but we can't get really
I know. I know.
the events that we spoke.
Objection, Your Honor. This isn't a question.
All right,
No,
sustained.
I'm just correcting her so that we don't go down that
Okay.
path.
Yes, sir. All right. Please ask a question if you wish.
So, aside from the issues that we've spoken about, the temperament and the disposition and the atmosphere and all the matters that we've discussed, is there anything else that you feel that the jury should know?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for narrative. It is not a question.
Sustained. Please ask a specific
Okay.
question if you wish.
Is there a topic that we have not discussed?
No, nothing that I'm going to be able to talk about at this time.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, let's have a sidebar.
We haven't had one in forever. Sidebar. Wake up. It's about time for cross. Which must not be very long. Uh-oh.
Ms. Shaver,
All right, state you may proceed.
Ms. Shaver, in the beginning of your testimony, I believe you may have misspoke. Mr. Wiggs asked you when you were
Sharon.
married to Mike Shaver, and you said May of 2016. When did you get married to Michael Shaver?
2006.
Okay. That's okay. Now, the biggest question I have for you, because you didn't mention it once in your entire story, is when did your husband get killed?
The exact date I cannot recall. It was beginning of May of 2016. It was not November.
Okay. So sometime, you don't know, but sometime in May of 2016 is when this happened. Okay. Now, your phone number prior to this homicide was 352-431-0419, correct? You don't know your phone number?
That's not my phone number now.
Okay. You don't.
I do not recall my.
Okay. But if that's the phone number that is from all those screenshots between you and Jeremy Townsend that you saw,
Yeah.
would that refresh your memory that was your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. And you, at some point, changed your number to 352-431-8444, correct?
I don't believe. I can't recall that because at some point I put my parents on my phone line.
You remember seeing the court document that was submitted into evidence where you put your address and phone number on it?
Yes.
And that 844
Okay.
number
Yeah.
was what you listed?
I don't remember the phone numbers from back then. And since then, I have also had my parents on my phone bill.
My question was whether or not that was your phone number. You agree that the 8444 number was your phone number based on that court document?
Yes.
You would have been truthful in a court document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I also, one of the statements that you made, I think you said you wouldn't recognize Jeremy.
Today, when he walked in, I would have never recognized him today. That's not what he
Okay.
looks like.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that he had this skull tattoo. You have a skull tattoo too, right? All right. So that doesn't really mean anything.
Well, I had mine way before.
Okay. Now, you were saying that you met Jeremy Townsend in August of 2015.
Yes, at the end of August.
And that he passed you some sort of Post-it note. So
Mhm.
yes?
Yeah.
All right. And you had talked about because you had marks on your face or something like that. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
All right. Now, according to you, Michael Shaver had left the residence in November of 2015, correct? Your residence.
Yes.
All right.
I had kicked him out.
All right. And well, I thought that you were the type of person that would just shut down and retreat and couldn't confront anybody. That was your words, right?
No, I said that I'm not the type of person where if you come at me and say something like belittling me or anything like that, I shut down and retreat. I'm not confrontational.
All right.
And that was in the context of
You kicked him
me and my daughter.
But you were confrontational with Mike Shaver.
Yeah, I told him to get out because he knew that if I called the cops, and he would definitely be kicked out and he would be picked up. So yes,
right.
it was pretty much easy to get him out.
Let's try to figure out this timeline. In September of 2014, he was arrested for a domestic incident that involved you, correct?
Correct.
And that is when he went to the airport hangar, correct? Where he started living.
Yes.
All right. Did he move back into the house after that?
Yes.
All right. When did that happen?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
It was.
How long had he
It
been
wasn't.
gone?
He had been gone over a year.
All right. So sometime in 2015.
It was, yeah, probably summer of 2015.
Okay. So if the arrest was in September of 2014, approximately 6 to 8 months that he was gone?
No, it was greater than that because he had finished his probation period.
Okay. And in that incident, he also suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Because you hit him over the head with a gun, correct?
Well, he had the gun pointed at my head, and at that point, I was done. I thought I was giving up at that point. I had nothing left in me until I seen my kids come out and start screaming. And as soon as I seen them, I took and slammed that gun into his head.
Okay. Have you ever told anyone that he was not at fault for that incident and this is actually you?
No.
Did you throw a vase of flowers into the sliding glass door and break that?
I did.
Forget in the specific conduct that the state is moved to exclude.
Okay, can we approach, please?
Sidebar, please.
No. You guys complained about it every time she would try to get into something, and then you guys come kick the door open. So whatever you get now, you get. Although the judge isn't going to rule in the defense's favor, so don't worry about it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. She's looking over the jury like, "You're going in my glove. You're going in my glove next, sir." See her adjusting her top. Come on. All right. Everything's fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
I keep forgetting I'd muted my microphone. Oops.
We're all fine. All fine. It's all good. You guys are buying everything I'm saying, right? Right? Like, I don't know where he took him. I don't know he was not alive. I did not know. It's just like, everything's good. Oh, no. I mean, and then she says Jeremy didn't have time to do it. Well, if he didn't, who did? that comes back to you, lady, dummy. If Jeremy did not have time to take him out of there and do whatever with him, then
Mhm.
I don't know how much concrete. I don't have anything. I was gonna make a concrete joke, but I got nothing. I got nothing except L's. An evil sorceress, Gabby.
Yep.
Are we done? Are you getting more crap? We're done.
During that incident, did you throw a vase breaking the sliding glass door? Okay. And
That
you also
team.
broke objects in the bathroom, correct?
No, I did not.
There's pictures of the sliding glass door from that incident. You've seen those, correct?
Yes.
And other items in the house that were broken, correct?
Right.
Along with the injuries to you and the injuries to Mr. Shaver.
The only injury that I was aware of was to his head.
Okay. And his pants were torn, correct?
He would hold my keys in his pants and would not let me leave the residence. So after I hit him in the head, pushed the gun into his head, I had to reach into his pocket and grab my truck keys so that I could evade the property with my children and get to safety.
Now, after he left in November of 2015,
Okay.
got it straight now? Okay. After he left in November of 2015, was this incident, which ultimately led to his death, the first time that he came back?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then in August, I'm sorry, you're saying you actually started a relationship with Jeremy Towson in August of 2015?
Started talking in August, and Michael was still at the residence.
Okay. So after November
Yes,
of
they were
2015,
talking.
he does not come back to the house.
Correct.
So that check that was sent to him and deposited in his account, he would not have received, correct?
I don't know. He got his mail.
How did he get his mail if he wasn't at the house?
The mailbox was not at my residence. It was at the end of the road.
Okay. So after he left in November of 2015, are you saying that he would just come by every day to pick up his mail?
I don't know what he did.
Did you ever notice any mail missing?
How would I know if it was missing?
Did you ever notice any of your stuff missing?
No. Did he
Did you
have
ever notice any mail coming for Michael Shaver to that address after he left?
Yes, a few things.
What would you do with that in order to get it to him?
I would take it back to the post office and do return mail. No longer at this address.
Where was it going?
I don't know.
Where was it?
I don't know. I assumed probably back at the hangar.
If he left in November of 2015 and went to go live at the hangar, why would he quit his job at Disney?
Because there was a sexual harassment charge against him.
Okay. You heard that his supervisor came in and said there was no such thing and there's nothing in those records, correct?
Oh, I did. I
Right.
heard that.
Are you saying that Disney falsified those records?
The sexual harassment complaint filed against him came directly from Michael's mouth.
Okay. And you had access to his bank accounts, correct?
Yes, he had access to mine as well.
And you withdrew money from his accounts, correct?
And deposited money, correct?
All right. In November of 2015, what deposits were you making in his account?
I have no idea. I'm not sure that I was.
Deposit that Mariner check into his account?
No, I have no idea what that is.
All right. The money from the sale of all of his property, how did you get that to him?
Well, it was not necessarily his property.
Right,
It was
what about
on
his guns?
his guns. Okay, so after he was arrested and
My question was, how did you get the money from the sale of his guns to him if you didn't know where he was?
I did not give him the money from the sale of the guns. Those were not his guns.
Would you have any way, if you say you don't even know where he is, would you have any way of getting him any of that money?
No, I never said I gave him money.
You just said you deposited money into his account.
No, I mean, that was throughout the whole marital. I would deposit money and take out money. He worked overnights. So during the day, if he needed anything, any shopping and all of that for the well-being of the house and the kids, I would do that during the day because he was sleeping because he worked overnights.
As far as the Facebook records, all the stuff from the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, you would agree you posted, correct? All right. None of that stuff was anybody hacking you or anything like that.
Did not appear so.
All right. And you had access to Michael Shaver's Facebook, correct?
Previously.
Okay. How did you have access to his account?
Well, previously we had a joint account. After we had separated in 2014, I believe we separated emails, Facebook. Prior to that, everything was joint. After that, we went from a joint bank account to emails, to Facebooks. Prior to that, everything was joint because he controlled everything.
Did you have his password?
Previously, well, it was a joint password because it was a joint account.
When he had his own account, when did he start his own account?
After we had separated in 2014.
Did you have his password for that account?
Well, that was our account.
Not for me
when you
anymore.
said he started his own account, my question.
I mean, you survived it, but
Yep.
Saturday there. Saturday's coming, just so y'all know. Can you imagine? I'd hate to have my life in the hands of a jury anyway, but especially on today.
No, sorry.
No thanks.
Is all right. And did you ever post anything on his account?
No, I did not.
Did your daughter have his password?
I don't believe so.
Was anyone else living in your house after the May of 2016 that had access to his phone or password for Facebook?
I don't know about the password, but there was 2 tablets. There was a laptop and a desktop.
Did they have his Facebook profile in it?
Everything was automatic. Everything was already logged in. So all you had to do was just log it, open it up, and you were automatically logged in.
Was your daughter posting on his Facebook?
No.
Was your son posting on his Facebook? Oh. Now, did you ever tell anyone that after he left in November of 2015 that he was in jail for failing to pay child support?
I did.
That wasn't true, correct?
No, it was not. That was an old manager that I had a relationship with way back when, and he had moved back from Connecticut to Florida and was reaching out to me, and he was curious.
That's Ramin, correct?
Correct.
And when you say relationship, that's another affair, correct?
Correct.
But you told him that Mike was in jail for failing to pay child support and his license was suspended, correct?
Give him my personal information, and he was asking about that because.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. How is Mike being in jail your personal information?
Accurate personal information because he was questioning. Because prior to that, there was conversations where Michael had threatened once again after finding out to kill me.
All right. So when you told your manager that you had a prior affair with that Mike was in jail, that was a lie. Did you tell your sister that you guys had been working out a separation agreement?
Yes. Well, we actually did work out a separation agreement, and it was filed with court.
In order to do that, you have to get was that here in Lake County?
It was.
Okay, so there is some sort of divorce proceeding with your name on it and Michael Shaver's because you just said you filed something in court, correct?
I did not say divorce. You said separation. So after 2014, after that incident, we both had attorney representation, and Michael and I came up with an agreement handwritten. We both signed it. That was filed
Where?
here
Where?
at this courthouse.
What case is that in?
Whatever the prior DCF is, and I had won that case with no adjudication. I don't know where that record is, but it was filed. And in that agreement, he agreed to pay X amount of money. I would keep the kids. He could not take the kids. He would see them every other weekend, whatever. We had that separation. I made more money than he did. I covered the health insurance. I covered the kids. I kept the house. He was moving out of the house and he was going to pay X, Y, Z. That was a handwritten document that both of us signed in front of the mediator at this DCF agreement that I won with no adjudication.
Was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No, there was not. Not in the state of Florida.
After 2015, was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No.
When law enforcement came and asked you about the whereabouts of your husband, you were not truthful with them, correct?
I didn't know where he went. Mm-hmm.
You know what happened to him, correct? All right, you didn't tell him that, correct? The Walmart purchase that was on your husband's bank account, you did that, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
That was sent to your house with your name on it, correct? All right.
I don't recall like the exact parameters around it or what I bought or anything like that.
So this event happens in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
Your relationship with Jeremy Townsend ends very tumultuously in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
And your relationship with Travis Filmer then begins in May of 2016, correct?
He came over at the end of May. Yes.
And you were actually engaged to him in July of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Sounds about right.
In April of 2016, Rebecca Urbanowski was living with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the fire pit itself was built in March of 2016.
I guess so. I don't
That's when you posted it, right? And then how big was your property?
know. 5 acres.
And out of all of that land, you just happened to choose the area where your dead husband's body was found to put that cement slab. That's basically what you're saying here, correct?
No, because I did not know his body was there. It went there because that area was already dug out.
Quite a coincidence, you'd agree, correct?
No, not necessarily. Not if you realize the whole parameters of what came first and how that all transpired. Like I said, that was something that Jeremy and I had originally talked about doing because I had gotten rid of the animals and we had the fire pit and we were talking about wanting to, I mean, it was his suggestion to put in concrete.
So the March 2016 is when you put that fire pit in, and 2 months later is when your husband is still on your property, correct?
Yes. But the concrete was not poured until September.
Correct, by you and your now husband.
But I had no knowledge that he was under there. If I was trying to cover him up, why would I do that so many months later? And only...
I haven't asked you a question, ma'am.
And only 3 feet deep. Why wouldn't I go 6, 10, 12, something a little deeper so you guys can smell him?
The incident that led to your husband's death, your husband had not been around for months, correct?
Correct.
And he just happens to show up sometime in May of 2016, correct?
Not just happened. That was pretty typical of him being gone for months and then showing up and us getting back together.
Okay.
That was.
And then during that time frame, this was sometime before you were going to take your kids to school, correct?
Yes, it was. He was out on the porch when I went.
How was he dressed?
Shorts, t-shirt, sneakers.
Okay. And an argument between the two of you starts.
Yes, I went outside. I got the kids settled and I went outside to talk to him.
How old was your daughter at this point?
7.
And is there a reason why you never taught your daughter how to dial 911?
I mean, we just had cell phones. We didn't have a landline. She knew how to dial 911, but like I said, I had my cell phone on me. The security system that we had, she would have not have been able to reach. It was above the keys where the door was.
But when she said, I didn't know how to call 911, I'm asking why you wouldn't have taught her.
I did teach her how to call 911, but she didn't have a phone.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that she shot him, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, that you were able to get out from underneath Mr. Shaver, correct?
I did not crawl away until he was falling to the ground. After she shot him, I was still looking at her, like, still comprehending everything that was happening. I wasn't 2 yet because he had his foot on my face, smushing it into the ground. It took me, I mean, it wasn't that long, but it took me a little bit to kind of comprehend what was occurring. And
Certainly didn't get up after being shot, correct? He certainly didn't get up out of the chair after being shot, correct?
No, not until, no. After the second shot, he fell forward. The first shot, he sat in the chair.
At the time of his death, Mike Shaver was about 5'3".
5'3". 5'8", 5'10".
Now,
I'm 5'2".
the probable cause affidavit around the time of his arrest listed him at 5'3" and 130 pounds. You're saying that's inaccurate?
That was probably me.
Okay, you weren't arrested, right?
His probable cause from 2014?
Yes. You're saying that 5'3" and 130 pounds is inaccurate, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
definitely probably not what's on his driver's license. He was not 5'3". He was like 5'8" and 150, 160 pounds. I was 5'2" and 115, 20.
When Mike left, he left his vehicle, correct?
You're talking about the black car.
No, I'm talking about he had a vehicle and he left it behind, correct?
His black car had been sitting there for a while. He had a bent rim and the air in the tire could not stay inflated. So he was driving my truck back and forth to work.
Right. My question was, when he left and moved out, he left his car, correct? And he left everything that he had that had any sort of value that could be sold, correct? His guns,
He took stuff,
tools,
yes.
his ATV, left all that behind.
All the tools that were in the shed were of no use to him. They were like old tools and stuff like that. And it wasn't an ATV.
My question was, he left the stuff behind, stuff that he could have sold, correct?
Correct.
He stopped going to work and lost his job because of it, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
So he lost his ability to make any money, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Prior to November of 2015, he would call you using the phone frequently, correct?
Yes, because he was back in the house and we were trying to work things out.
After November of 2015, there is absolutely no calls to you after that November 7th, 2015, correct?
I don't recall.
There's not a single call to you, to the children, anything, correct?
I don't recall.
There's no activity on his bank other than withdrawals from the ATM in Claremont where you lived, correct?
I wouldn't know that.
November 2015, he just vanishes off the face of the earth. No one can account for him, correct?
I don't believe that's true.
But you've definitely not had any contact with him in any ways until he shows up someday, which you do not know, in May of 2016 when this incident occurs, correct?
No, he showed up prior to May
I
at
asked
my
you,
property, but he was already causing trouble prior to that, which fits within his history of doing this.
my question to you previously was, after you kicked him out in November of 2015, and prior to him coming up the day that he was killed, I asked you, did he ever come, have any contact with you? You said no, correct?
Not physically, correct, but calls and stuff like that, yes.
Calls?
Text, his threats, stuff like that.
You saw the phone records, which show
Okay.
absolutely no
Text,
calls from
Facebook
him
messages.
after November
There
7th,
was-
correct?
Let her answer the question, please.
All right,
He was-
allow the witness to finish. Thank you.
He was communicating with Jeremy. I believe he had sent me text. He had sent me a nasty text prior to that, telling me I was just like my mom.
Nasty.
Something to that effect. He was communicating.
From your IP address.
I don't know that that's my IP address. How can you verify that?
Because it's the same IP address that your account that you said you used posted on as well.
Don't ask the question.
Okay, how do we know that he didn't post on my face or log into my Facebook?
I'll ask the questions.
Just the smarmy.
So what vehicle, the day that he showed up in May of 2016, what vehicle did you use to get to your house that day?
I don't know.
What vehicle was in your yard that you didn't recognize that day?
In May?
Yes.
There was not a vehicle.
So he gets walked?
I don't know.
He just showed up without a vehicle in your house on the back porch.
I was not paying attention to that.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you. You may step down from the witness stand.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I don't really feel like either
Hallelujah.
side. Did either side do anything?
No.
I mean, they didn't get her to admit anything.
In fact, if anything, I think the defense probably lucked out there.
Yeah. So, I mean, he didn't even recross her. He can't think he
No.
did that bad. Or redirect. Recross, whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
It
That
all
stuff.
blends, doesn't it?
It
This
does
part,
after
this
a
part of the
while.
trial.
It was really weak. But I was really expected him to go after her. And because he couldn't go after the daughter. But that was a letdown, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like there's somebody on rebuttal. I don't know who it is. I just have it stopped where she's coming up. This is today's. And when I checked a while ago, they were doing jury instructions, which means we're going to slide right on through those and get to closings. Well, yeah, he did, but he didn't really say there wasn't anything.
Nobody proved anything, though.
Yeah, there's just wasn't anything there.
It's just more added to the mix.
Recross, crisscross, applesauce, pretty much. Yeah, there wasn't any recross, redirect, nothing.
Hey, Carmen.
Why are you awake? Yes. Hey, Carmen. Night, Carmen. Yeah, I didn't see it. There wasn't anything earth shattering like I'm sure she's had many times with all the men that she has been with. That's, you know, trying to make sure I click on the right thing. There we go. Elizabeth says, did you see something? Did you see something we didn't see, Elizabeth? TMI and good night.
I think she's just humming.
Well, because
Yes. Make sure you empty it all. Works better that way, trust me.
Certainly. So I think this is the state with
Hello, baby.
a couple rebuttal witnesses. Once they go to jury instructions, we will fast forward through them and get to closings. I wondered where you were.
Yeah. Here, lurker too.
Took a nap. He was hypnotized by Laurie. Don't put your hand in that glove.
No.
Oh, they're going to argue something.
Of course they are.
He's going to argue freaking social media stuff again for a second.
If he hasn't done it 10 times.
I know. Laurie keeps finding this. Laurie found this.
Yep.
Mr. Feldman said his wife doesn't go by.
Do you want the sidebar to go on, or do you want?
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, no, we want it to go on, please. You're going to make us
All right.
sit through it.
There's this Feldman.
Rebecca Urbanowski is the witness.
Right. She goes on social media by Feldman. Okay? And to make that abundantly clear, we haven't touched on it.
She's stalking everybody on Facebook.
Miss McManus, she's on that as well.
Her first name?
I'll in a minute, Gabby.
Karen, they're both present. You can inquire on that and watch that. And then pick her information.
Here's the timeline.
All right.
That was
Hello, baby girl.
after the pre-trial.
Mm.
And here is Miss McManus is 2 hours.
Mm.
So McManus is the first witness that comes up here.
Like bringing it into the
Yes, sir. Let's do that.
Can you bring it first, please?
Here's your L's, Abby. I did that to you the other day.
Get off my keyboard.
The witness stand.
Get up there,
Good
Miss
morning.
McManus.
All right, please be seated and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Rena McManus.
Okay.
Rena is R-H-I-N-A, McManus, M-C-M-A-N-U-S.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly
Yeah,
swear or
Rita.
affirm
Yeah,
that
gosh.
any testimony you
Just
give
saying.
today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you yesterday or during this week viewed any broadcasts of the trial?
No.
Okay.
Only like during the weekend when they were picking the jurors on the news, but nothing.
So only over the weekend. Okay. But no picking or selecting of jurors occurred over the weekend. That began on Monday morning. Okay. So you did view some broadcasts regarding the case prior to trial.
Just listening to that they were going to pick and this was going to happen, but that's it.
Okay. And did you go on social media and post anything concerning the case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you
What
view
is
anything
this?
about the case on social media?
No, sir.
All right. Does the state wish to inquire?
He's going to hold up the paper.
Anything
What is this?
that you have seen at this point, would that be news reports about the case?
Not news reports, just like I'm sorry. Just stating news over like Channel 9, stating that like there was a trial going to begin, and that's it.
There has been live stream of testimony from this case on Court TV and maybe other sources. Have you watched the testimony of any of the witnesses?
Not Court
that have
TV.
testified this week?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs?
Just ours.
Sequestration was invoked,
Court
at the
TV didn't
pre-trial.
live stream it.
Yeah.
And the evidence we submitted to the court shows that she has been engaged, looking at and discussing the matter with other people on the internet. We believe that is a violation of the rule of sequestration.
Do you have that document? Show that document to the witness, if you would, Mr. Wiggs. It's up here. You may approach.
Mr. Wegg, she looks like she could kick your butt, so be careful.
Mm. Yeah.
Deputy McManus?
Yes, sir.
This shows communication on a date specific at the top of this and communications transpiring, correct? Your name is on that document,
Down here, sir?
correct?
Yes.
I'll allow it.
And there's discussions about the case on a particular date referenced um, from this communique, correct? So while this court case
like,
was open, the
huh?
rule
Gonna
had been
catch flies.
revoked. There was to be no discussions by any
Right.
witnesses and no review of social media. When did you look at this?
I did not, sir, but
Okay.
my,
Let me ask, why does it
Yes.
have your name on
because my daughter and my husband, they all use my phone.
it? Okay.
But I did not because I got an email from somebody from the state attorney saying
I'm not
not to look
sure.
at that. And that was, I think, on Tuesday or Wednesday,
Okay.
something like that.
And you have abided by that request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I think that's sufficient, Judge. The state wants us to assume just because there's an internet browser in this household, nobody else had access it, nobody else could internet it, or enter that same site. That's the inference they want to carry the jury about.
They
I'm
never
not
waste an
satisfied
opportunity,
that's
Mr. Wiggs.
sufficient and being excluded.
Hey,
All right. Anything further from the state?
Can we excuse, is there going to be any more inquiry of Ms. McManus? Should we excuse?
State have any inquiry?
Let me ask.
I have no more. I do have cases in the rule. I'm just, if Ms. McManus can go back outside.
Mr. Wiggs asked for a minute to
One moment.
documents. He may have some additional.
I don't blame him for what he just argued. If
Yeah.
they're saying that she did it because that was the IP address in her house and that she didn't do
Mhm.
it, and that's
Yep.
the IP address in her
Yep.
house,
Mm-hmm.
I see what he's saying.
Yep.
So I understand it.
Well
Probably going to
played.
lose,
Touche.
but
Touche.
I understand it.
No questions.
100%, Brian.
Yeah. She looks like she could dig a 3-foot hole.
It depends on when that one is because we have Carly Gregg next week. Sarah Boone's coming up. So when is that?
Plus, there's all facets to the Addleston case, isn't there? Every family member is being ticked off the list.
Yep. Yep, that mom's a little cray-cray. She tried to flee the country. Like, she's a little... Oh, we're gonna let Laurie tell us what it was.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, see my phone?
Yeah, look.
Look, it's
Mhm.
right here. See? He's like, okay, well, let me write it down. Okay. He was like Dr. Phil and Mr. Mackey
Next day, 11:55
all together during
this
his
week, correct?
direct of her.
I don't know. I do have my phone and I can. I don't.
My client has her phone record showing that. Judge, I don't, but we know it's during this week time. That's when we found it and discovered it. She's acknowledged that people within the household, she declares were using her phone. I'm not satisfied with that. Yes. And my client has her phone records.
All right. And Ms. McManus has testified under oath that it was not her, but a family member.
Right. That doesn't seem to jive with the state when my client testifies to those same facts, Judge.
Not wrong.
Is there any more inquiry from Ms. McManus?
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
No, thank you.
You may step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
Your Honor, I do
Please
have
remain outside the courtroom.
the Florida statute 90.616, which deals with
You think Adelson's going to be bigger than Boone? We've been waiting years for her.
Yeah, but Boone's only going to go for a few days. I reckon it's going to be a big bang. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's horrible audio.
Hey, Terry.
It's bad. It gets good and it gets bad. But hello, Terry. All right. But he's not wrong in his argument. I'm not sure what she's even what she's a witness to. If it's nothing interesting, I will keep
I think
going.
maybe she was the
7.
neighbour. Was she? The neighbour that
I don't
smelt the
know.
smell.
MANUS.
Smellers
Raise
the
your right
fuller.
hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or
17.
affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
I don't
God?
know. Might have to
Thank you.
divide and
Coincide.
conquer. I want Carly Gregg.
Hi, my name is
I've been
Rena
waiting for that
Manus.
one.
Do you know Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was my student at Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what year was she in your class?
She was in my class in 2016.
Oh, she's been
Would that
called.
be the school year then going from 2015 into 2016?
Yes, it is.
Now, what grade did you teach then?
First grade.
How old are students in first grade generally?
Generally 6 or 7 years old.
And did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what about her father, Michael Shaver?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
I had met, they were parents of Isabella, obviously, but I had met them both.
Terry, the closed captions are
teacher.
on. They're on the top.
That school year.
And both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver attended that event?
For Meet the Teacher,
Hi,
yes.
I guess.
How were they acting during
I don't know where else to put them.
Normal parents, inquisitive about how the year would be, wanted to find out about me and the curriculum. It was very pleasant.
Now, over the school year that you were dealing with Isabel Shaver, did she have good attendance?
Yes.
Good grades?
Yes.
And did you ever
I'm
notice any
confused.
issues with her?
No.
I
Was
have
there
no
any
idea.
time that you saw some sort of behavior change in her?
Not at all.
Any time where she appears to become more withdrawn or acted in a different way?
No.
Could I go ahead and at this time admit the records, school records of the children, showing defense states M for identification.
Say lovey.
The state moves into evidence, states
Whatever.
M as the next numbered exhibit.
Number one
It's a
bad for
business
business.
record with the proper business record certification and notice.
I believe we're up to 65, correct? Okay, thank you.
Gangster.
Any objection?
What'd you say?
No objection.
I
What'd
just
you
went all
say?
gangster.
Oh, I missed it. Must be
Oh,
because
just
the
said bye.
audio.
Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
Because the audio we don't
Gone.
control is bad, and
Gone.
the closed
Not
captions
interested.
were at the top of the page. I mean, she came in crabby. Dang.
Yeah. Yeah. Not hi.
Yeah, nothing.
Mm-mm.
Bad audio.
You
No
want to
cap.
start like that? You can end like that too. Bye.
See ya.
Or without objection, states MMM will be admitted into evidence as states number 65.
And I'm showing witness red number 1205 on the bottom. You recognize these as the records for Ms. Shaver while she was in your class.
Yes.
And does that confirm everything you've been saying about attendance, grades, behavior problems, things like that?
Not at all. Yes, it does.
Why can't I find the defense rests in my search criteria?
Throughout your teaching experience, do you encourage students to talk to you if they have any sort of problems?
Yes, of course.
And did she ever talk to you about any issues that she had at home?
Never.
Did you also teach her brother Aiden?
Yes.
And when was that?
2 years later.
And how was his behavior when you were teaching him?
Just like hers. Sweet.
So this is rebuttal, isn't it?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
And the point was,
How old was this about?
7.
7 going on 8?
I'm not 100% particular about her birthday.
Possibly.
Correct. Okay. What degree do you hold?
I have a
That's right, Elizabeth.
master's in education,
Anything else?
my teaching degree.
Okay. You have a degree in psychology?
No, sir.
Okay. How large is your class?
Usually from 17 to 20.
Okay. So you're here talking about the mindset of Isabel Shaver, correct?
Well, I'm talking about not her mindset, but the behavior that I witnessed.
Right. Okay. And your mind may reflect your behavior to a sense, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your behavior actually may be shielded by other events in your life, correct?
My behavior?
No, anybody's.
Oh, yes.
Okay. They may want to lock up. They may want to be quiet, correct? Isabel was relatively quiet, was she not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you hold any degree in psychology?
No, sir, I don't.
You just
Any
asked her that.
degree in sociology?
No, sir, I don't.
How large is your class?
It goes from like 16 to 20.
Magic, but not
students.
tragic.
How many sit downs did you have with Isabel Shaver on a one-on-one?
Many.
Any?
Mostly, it's all academic, so we do small groups. So
No, I'm not talking about a small group. I'm talking about you on one-on-one with Isabel Shaver.
in what manner, sir?
I'm just asking you, did you have any one-on-one sit downs with Isabel Shaver?
In processing education, the way we teach, yes, sir, I did.
You sat with Isabel Shaver individually without anybody else around.
That's not what I'm understanding.
I don't know.
So I have
What?
never.
No, ma'am. Let me ask.
Objection.
Please allow the witness to finish answering.
How hard is that question to answer? Have you ever sat down alone with Isabel Shaver? Period. I mean, question mark. And she can't answer it. She doesn't want to answer it.
Yeah,
You
but
didn't.
she could walk around the class and then like squat down beside her and have a one-on-one with her like every day or every
Just
5
say
minutes.
that
So
then. But she's saying in some small, we had small academic group. Like there was a group of them together. Thank you,
we
Kelly.
protect our own, Kelly.
We do.
Hmm. Yep.
It's just gonna happen. It's
Yep. No excuses.
nah, it's just gonna happen. It's
When
okay.
you're here, you're family
Yep,
because you choose to be here.
exactly. Yes, well, 1, 16, 5, all the same. To her, they're all the same. It's ridiculous. Like, that's not a hard question to answer.
Mm.
Even if she knelt down like you said, just say that.
You may finish your answer.
Sitting on a one-on-one in a room isolated, that's not what we do.
Correct. I don't care about what you do. I'm just bringing that point out. You didn't do that.
I think you should care about what I do because I'm a teacher.
Ma'am, I'm bringing out a point.
Okay, sir.
You're not sitting there with Isabel Shaver doing any kind of psychological analysis.
No, sir, that's not my job.
Okay. You don't have a degree to do that, correct?
No, sir, and I would not.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, state.
Mr. McManus, would you have individual conversations with all of your students throughout the course of a year, although other students may have been present in the room?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thanks. We have no further questions.
I should be released from our subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Jared Strickland.
Gabby, if you get held here against your will, you just get allocated additional Discord jobs.
What? What'd you say?
What if you've been held here against your will? So you just get allocated extra Discord jobs.
You know, enjoy. I don't know what the point of that was. I don't know why the state called.
No.
Like, I am important. I'm a teacher. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're not all, it's like in every profession. There's bad. There's good. There's okay. There's excellent.
But there was no point to it. Like,
I mean, he did a good job with her. The defense did, of saying you never. He brought her in to say you saw these behaviors. Did you ever? Okay, if you were that concerned, did you ever talk to her?
Okay.
No, that's not what we do. Well, what do you do? I'm a teacher. I'm important. Okay. So, it's like Kelly said, he's done it. He may get on our nerves, but he's not done a bad job.
And let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Do you know how many rebuttal witnesses there are?
I don't think there should be many. Oh gosh, just
Yeah.
this dude. We're not listening to him.
Please
He
state and spell
annoyed
your
the
full legal
out
name.
of me.
Jared Strickland.
Do what?
I just said
What?
he annoyed the crap out of me last
Yeah,
time.
wasn't he just like the IP address dude?
Oh God, yeah.
And they just argued IP addresses, and the judge didn't care.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he got a lot of Ellen.
Who's that? Oh, is that Jeremy Townsend's wife? Why are they bringing her back?
Is it her?
About the truth, so help you God.
Isn't that the wife of Jeremy Townsend?
I didn't see her testimony. I
Oh,
think that was the day I was sick.
wonder why they brought her back. We'll see.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Kendall Davidowski.
Oh no, it's Kendall.
No.
Yes, I did.
How did you know?
We originally worked together at Spaceship Earth over at Walt Disney World from November of 2014 till about May of 2015.
And what was your position with this?
I was an electrical apprentice at the time. He was a mechanic.
And at the point that you met him, where was he living?
He was living at the Warbirds hangar in Kissimmee.
What is that?
It's a airplane hangar. I mean,
And do you know Laurie Shaver?
I know of her. Yes.
And what was at the time that you met Michael Shaver? Well, let me ask you this: at some point, did you start a dating or physical relationship?
Yes, we did.
And what was the status of his relationship with Laurie Shaver while he was living?
Oh, it's the
They
other
were
white
separated at the
meat.
time.
Now, are you aware of what caused Michael to separate you to that hangar?
I was told.
Does that make her the sock instead of the glove?
Next response.
Oh, of course.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar.
Oh, former co-worker. Mm-hmm.
Is she the one that accused him of schmexual harassment?
Oh, I don't know, but they had a schmexual relationship.
It's really hard to say together. Trying to put. Ah, goodness. By the time we get done with closings, they might have a verdict.
Mm-hmm.
Be great.
I think every witness should have a free
Were you
packet of
aware
penicillin on their way out.
of the events that led to why Michael Shaver was?
I don't know.
He had told me why he was. Yes.
And was that related to his arrest for domestic violence?
Yes, it was.
Now, did he talk, and I'm not going to ask you to say this, what he told you about that event, but did he explain what had happened that night to him?
Yes.
Based on that, did he express fear of Laurie Shaver for his safety?
Yes, he did.
And could you explain that?
He was concerned of his safety and the children's safety with Laurie and a gun.
Laurie, what?
And her having a gun.
Now, did you ever see Michael Shaver interact with his children?
I saw him interact with his son, Aiden, once.
And how was that?
They seemed to get along very well.
And at some point, did your dating relationship with Michael end?
Yes, it did.
And when was that?
About April of 2015.
And who ended it?
It was kind of mutual decision. It was just becoming too much at that point.
We were just
Yeah.
She
smeckulating.
was
At that point,
she was having a
trying to
sexual
reconcile
relationship with
To
Michael.
my knowledge, yes.
Did you remain friends with them?
We weren't friends. We still worked in the same area, so I mean, we were cordial, but we didn't speak to each other.
After he went missing, did you?
We just
make
bumped
attempts,
uglies.
to reach out to him to see where he went?
Yes, somebody from Spaceship Earth had
In
contacted
the
me,
hangar.
seeing if I had contacted him or heard from him. I had not, so I reached out to him around November of 2015.
And did you ever hear from him?
I believe he said that he had left and that his children, or he just left the children. But at that point, I didn't know if it was actually him or not.
You had, well, first of all, was that a phone call?
It was through Facebook. It was through Facebook Messenger.
And had you interacted with him in Facebook before?
Previously, before May, yes.
And did you, when you guys were dating, did you also exchange text messages?
Yes.
So was there anything unusual about the contact that you had with him and the content of it?
It just didn't seem like him to just up and leave. He spoke so highly of his children, so I didn't see that happening. And it was very short. It was just all very short, one-word answers. So that was not usually like him.
And have you ever initiated any sort of sexual harassment claim against him?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
You never filed a sexual harassment claim against Michael?
No, I did not.
You know anybody that did?
I had a sexual harassment claim filed against me.
You're sexually harassing people?
Supposedly, yes, according to
Okay.
Disney.
How long did you date Michael?
From about, I would say December of 2015, December 2014 to April 2015.
So you heard Michael's version of events,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you see any physical? Did he show you any photos of any battered women?
No.
Did he show
Yes.
you any police reports involving Michael Shaver? Okay. Did you ask him about that?
We had a brief conversation about it.
Okay. Did you ask him about any involvement with law enforcement or any agencies?
No.
You know who killed Michael Shaver?
I do not.
Thank you.
Okay.
Redirect?
She bangs.
Was anyone involved with this case involved with making that claim against you?
According to Disney, it was Laurie Shaver.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any follow-ups? Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Robert Sellers.
Oh my goodness. Who are these people? So it was her. Who are these people? Who are you?
Mm.
Hello.
Mm.
Name Sellers, Sellers.
Please raise your right
I'll
hand.
swear
I'll
to
swear
him.
you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today
Even the
shall
tie
be the
matches
truth,
the
whole
suit
truth, and
colour.
nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Mm.
It's got to be a cop.
My name's Rob
Pistol grip
Sellers.
ears and everything.
Currently an FBI agent.
I knew
I
it.
was a like
I said cop, fed. I should have seen it.
Mhm.
What are you doing with his tie?
No, the colour of the tie, the tone of it matches perfectly to
Oh,
the suit colour. It's
of
like
course.
my OCD's going.
Got it. Tell by the hair. He was something with law enforcement. Oh, yes, there is Bri. So,
One would think they were creating a fantasy world of
it's
some
quite
kind.
magical. Something. Yeah,
Magical.
I don't put much stock in them at all.
Everybody schmeckling.
And Jody's losing it.
Yep, that happens around this time. It's fun to watch, though.
It is.
Lake County Sheriff's Office deputy for 5 years. And that's how I'm involved with this case.
In
I'd like to see about
2014,
that
what
much of
was your
him.
position with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
At that time, I was on.
I can't hear you. What you say?
I'd like to be able to see about that much of him.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. He ain't got pistol reviews for nothing. My bad. Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
And it just got real. Well, I
This is
can't
the
look
only
at
one I'll
him.
pay attention to.
I can't look at him now. Like, I don't have anywhere to look. He's on 3 screens.
Yep. I see you.
See him everywhere, but I only see part of him.
Wish I had a 3D printer right about now.
I do too, Gabby, for some weird reason. I do too. And yeah. I'm waiting for Chrissy or George to pop in anytime.
10, 3, 2.
Chrissy
Nope.
might like this guy. His beard might not be long enough and full enough for her, but he could grow it out.
It's neat and trim.
It is that. Never mind.
Yep.
Assigned to Sector 3, which is the southern portion of Lake County.
And what will your duties be as someone on road patrol?
I'm his road
He said
patrol,
duty.
just like the guys and gals that are on the street now, responding to 911 calls and answering calls for service in the southern portion of the county.
Now, did you have an opportunity to come into contact with Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver in September 2014?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you the arresting officer of Michael Shaver from the domestic violence incident that has been discussed in this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you got there, did you speak with both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver?
I did. I spoke with Laurie first
Shaver.
and then ended up making contact with Michael a little bit later on.
Is it fair to say that their stories contradict?
Yes, sir.
Now, were there photographs taken of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver, along with some things that happened, conditions within the house?
Yes, sir. I believe Deputy Suttles took those photos.
I'm showing defense, which has been previously marked as states QQQ.
All right, sidebar, please.
Seriously.
They've
Hello,
already
sir.
been submitted.
I'll just let him look at you now.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Beard by Laurie Dewey Elizabeth. Dewey. I can't L and keep up with these comments. No, I think they're available at Dollar General.
I've got imagination.
It's like you two stay 6 feet apart.
He wouldn't be that manscaped by the time I finished with him, though.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are those photos?
Those are
That's
photos that were taken the night of September 4th when we responded to, I guess the first couple photos are from when we met Laurie Shaver in the Target parking lot in Claremont. And then the last couple photos appear to be when we met Mr. Shaver at the residence and photos of the residence itself in Claremont.
Do they fairly accurately
No, really.
depict the things that that photograph as part of your identification in this case back in 2014?
Yes, sir, they do.
The state moves evidence to the next number of exhibit.
All right, Mr. Wicks, without objection. Without objection, states QQQ will be entered into evidence as states number 68.
I'm going to go ahead and publish.
Can I import him?
Photo number 1.
Maybe.
States QQQ. Who is that?
It's Laurie Shaver.
Photo number 2. What does this photo depict?
The photo of her left arm,
Photo number 3.
her right arm.
And photo number 4. Who is this?
Mr. Shaver.
And during the course of your investigation,
Mhm.
did you observe
Coconut.
any sort of laceration to his head?
Yes, sir.
You don't like
Photograph
vanilla?
number 5. Does that demonstrate that laceration?
I like
That would be the
coconut better.
laceration.
And
I like vanilla. I don't know that I want a man to smell
photograph
like.
number 6. What is the picture here?
Their residence.
Photograph number 7. What is shown in this photograph?
Broken door to their residence.
Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation about how that happened?
I don't recall.
Photograph
Why are you
number
here?
8. What is that photograph?
I believe it's the other side of the same door.
I don't care.
Photograph 9.
2 firearms that were involved in the altercation.
Ooh, 2. Are they
Photograph
both
10.
pink and black?
Be the bathroom.
Was that all the various areas of damage that occurred?
Yes,
That you took photographs of?
that's my recollection. Yes, sir.
There's also some sort of indication of an entertainment center that was damaged. Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation about how that happened?
Not that I recall.
Any explanation of the broken box that
Not-
went along with the slide glass door?
There was, but I think there was a story from Mr. Shaver about how that had occurred.
But Ms. Shaver didn't know.
No, it's not that I recall.
Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation of how Michael Shaver got the injury to the top of his head?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what was that?
She stated that Michael had the pistol in his left hand and that they'd fought over the pistol. And while they were fighting over the pistol, it somehow went up and struck him
Oh,
in
there
the
is a
head.
wedding ring.
And
Darn.
did Mr. Shaver have contradictory?
Although they haven't meant
did.
much of this case.
Yeah.
Were there any adult
True that.
witnesses present when any of this happened?
No, sir.
No. Were there any attempts to talk to any of the children in this case, specifically the oldest child, Isabel Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Was she able to tell you anything about what happened?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Who was first?
Yeah.
Carmen.
Madam Bailiff?
It was daughter and then the defendant. We're fine. That was yesterday, the end of yesterday, but it's the beginning of this stream.
Yeah, right back at the start of today's stream. He's even got a nice profile.
I'm sorry, what do you, may it please the court?
Yes, sir.
What do you go by now? What's your,
I go by Rob, but my legal name's Robert. Yes, sir.
okay, I know you're
Hey,
with the
Rob.
FBI now.
Yes, sir.
What's your title over there?
Special agent with the
Special agent, okay. What do you
Mm-mm.
want me to call you? Special agent? Rob, okay. Rob, when this
Special.
event transpired and you went to the scene, where was Miss Shaver?
She was on her way to
Hey,
the
Brandon.
substation in Claremont,
What's up,
and
Brandon?
she was told by dispatch to stop where she was at, which I believe was the target located off 50 in Claremont.
Right. Miss Shaver's the one that fled the residence for her safety, correct?
From my understanding, yes, sir.
Correct. Miss Shaver's the one that fled the residence with the children to protect those children, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released
Really?
for further testimony and have a good day.
I
Thank
didn't
you,
go.
Yes, sir.
State called
No.
Nicholas.
Law and crime. Watch him walk away.
They haven't. I mean, like, why are they even
Yeah.
bothering?
Mhm.
Is this Maybe somebody we haven't seen before. Yes, Judge, I feel your face. I don't know, Gabby, because honestly, his questions right there were pretty clear. She left and took the kids because she felt threatened. Yep. The defense or the state's like, here, look at all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
And
just
getting
like,
shut down.
this was what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Bye.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma
But a man was
Nicholas,
walking up there.
WILMA
Shiva neighbor.
NICHOLAS.
And please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please
I
proceed.
remember her big hair.
Who is she?
Please reintroduce
She's the neighbor that smelled the pigs or the
Hi,
cow or whatever.
Wilma.
Now, in September of 2014, was there a disturbance at your neighbor's house, the Shavers?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
When I arrived home from work around 6 o'clock, Mike called me on my cell phone.
Not getting into anything specific that he said, but did you go over to his residence at that point?
Yes.
And when you met with him, how was he acting?
He was kind of frantic, distraught.
Did you observe any injuries to him?
Yes.
What was his demeanor? Was any that he said distraught? Anything?
He was really concerned.
Did he still appear to be under the effects of the event that placed him into that condition? Was he still troubled by whatever caused his injuries and things of that?
Not so much of his injuries as something else.
Just for the record, I'm going to object on Williams' basis under the Williams rule.
Jacked up
Jacked up
faces.
faces.
State.
Can we approach?
Yes,
Of
let's have a
course.
sidebar. Thank you.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Just say, oh, you want to sidebar.
I don't even understand the whole point of rebuttal.
This one sucks.
Why don't you just ask the questions to these
This
witnesses
excited state that he described.
when you've got them on the stand?
I don't know.
So while Mr. Shaver was in this excited state, did he describe to you what had happened?
Are you talking?
Yes.
What did he describe to you that happened?
He told me that they had an argument.
One objection.
Laurie was intoxicated and she had taken off with the kids. The injuries that I saw on him, he said that she had threatened to kill the children, him and herself, and he fought her with the gun and was trying to get the gun away from her, and she hit him over the head, the top of the head with the gun.
Did you see injuries consistent with that?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of those injuries?
I did.
Showing the defense what has been previously marked for identification that states 000.
Oh, I
Oh,
needed to be the last witness.
oh. So that means the next one's
Showing the witness states 000.
or
Yes,
And what are
Yep.
those photos of?
those are the pictures that I took of Michael and his injuries and his torn clothes.
Does that accurately reflect how Michael Shaver was when you observed him that night after you described the events that
Me
you
too.
talked about?
Yes,
This time the state moves states 000 into evidence. This is next number exhibit.
was it go?
Wait,
Oh,
any objections?
oh.
Same objections as stated.
Objections overruled.
I keep thinking of New Kids on the Block. Sorry, that's my age showing.
Old kids on the block now.
Maybe it could be like, oh, objection. Did you do that, defense? Yes, overruled. Okay, bye.
Wasn't
States
Justin Timberlake
000
charged with
will be
something
admitted
recently?
into evidence of states
Just-
number 69.
I think he was.
The
Right.
time frame that you knew Mr. Shaver, what was his approximately height and weight?
He was about 5'6", almost the same height, I think, as me, and about 150 pounds.
Going to go ahead and publish photograph number 1 from the previous exhibit. What were you trying to show with this photo? You see it?
Barely.
No, we cannot.
Okay. You can tell that he has blood coming from the top of his head, and then it's come down onto his shirt. His shirt has.
All right, we can go fast forward through this one if we need to, because she already admitted to hitting him on the head with the thingy.
Oh, Lordy.
Who the heck is this?
All set? All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
It's Rebecca Urbanowski,
Oh. Her sister-in-law.
REBEKAURBANOWSKI.
All right, thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Have my hair that color.
Thank you. Please proceed.
It's beautiful.
I liked it. It's really
I
hard to
am
get rid of
Rebecca
when you don't want it
Urbanowski.
anymore.
And do you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I do.
How did you meet Laurie?
I met her at the gym through her boyfriend at the time.
And you work for the gym?
Yes, Gold's Gym in Claremont.
And what position did you have there?
I was a personal trainer there.
And when you say her boyfriend at the time, who was that?
Jeremy Townsend.
Did you ultimately start a trainer relationship where you were training her?
Yes, I did.
And what was her general physical status at that point?
She was in pretty good shape. She had lost a substantial amount of weight on her own already, but she was in good shape, better than
Must be raining outside.
new clients that I get.
You doing strength training?
Yes, we train twice a week.
And do you know Travis Filmer?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Travis?
That is my brother-in-law now.
Who is your husband?
My husband is Austin Filmer.
And when did you get married?
October 28th, 2016.
Now, did you legally take his last name?
I did not.
So on your driver's license, it says Rebecca Urbanowski.
It still says Urbanowski, yes.
Have you ever had any sort of social media profile where you've had the Filmer last name?
Yes, I have, yeah.
But if it were said that you never took his last name, that would be a correct statement.
Legally, no, I never took it.
Did you ever socialize with Laurie Shaver and Travis Filmer?
Yes, I did.
And when did they start dating?
I don't know a specific date that they started dating, but I know that they were in contact after they had initially met and hung out.
When approximately did they start hanging out?
They met the first time at the end of February of 2016.
And when was this compared to when she was dating Jeremy?
It was kind of in like that gray area, I think. When Travis and Laurie first met that night, Travis had already had a girlfriend at the time. So after that night, they actually left. We had gone to Old Town, and Austin and I were kind of dating at the time, or starting to date. And both the boys came, and Laurie and I had been there. And when Austin and Travis showed up, Travis felt it was uncomfortable because he had already had a girlfriend at the time. He didn't want it to look like a double date. So they left probably 20 minutes after getting there.
The period of time when she was dating Jeremy, was there like a hard break to that? And then Travis came to the picture. They kind of overlapped. What was the deal there?
They kind of felt like they overlapped. So it was kind of a gray area where when one stopped and then the other one officially began.
At some point, did you live with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And is that at the residence in Claremont?
The Sandy Pines, correct. Yeah.
And when did you start living with her?
That would have been May 7th, 2016.
And at any point while you were there, would Jeremy come over, stay overnight, or anything like that?
Never overnight. I've only seen him there one time when I was there, but I hadn't moved in at that point.
And like, what kind of day are we talking about when Jeremy would come over?
It was during the afternoon time.
Around your lunch break?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And while you were living there, did you see Laurie with multiple phones?
Yes, I did.
And what was her phone number at the time?
Offhand, I can't say exactly what it was. I just have the one that I have now.
Is that the same number that you had back then, or has that changed?
It would have changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, during the time that you were friends with Laurie Shaver,
Cat
was
jumped
a
on my
concrete
keyboard.
slab put in the backyard around a fire pit?
Not when I initially moved in, no.
But were you friends with her and socializing with her when that occurred?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
And were you and Austin present when the cement slab was placed down?
I was actually at work most of the day. When I got back, it was there because I worked majority of the day.
The prosecution's doing closing arguments right now. I don't have no idea how long he's been going on.
Has been with your brother-in-law, Travis Philp. Has the relationship between Austin and yourself changed with Travis?
Very much so. We rarely see Travis anymore. For a while, we couldn't even get in contact with him because we found out that all of our phone numbers were blocked from his phone. Austin and Travis have always been very, very close. They're fraternal twins, and they've been through a lot in life together. They used to go fishing a lot, hanging out, but we don't see anything from him, or we don't talk to him. We don't socialize. The last time I've actually physically seen him was when their grandfather passed away at his funeral. That was the last time I physically saw him.
Did Laurie Shaver ever tell you what happened to her prior husband, Michael Shaver?
Just that he had left.
Nothing further.
Mr. Wiggs?
So y'all have a bad relationship.
Who?
Austin and Laurie and Travis, correct?
There is no relationship.
Correct.
Sure.
So that's what you have to testify here to tonight?
Oh my gosh, stop breathing in the mic.
That there's a bad relationship? Bad blood?
I guess.
You lived in the residence in a certain period of time, correct?
Correct.
Didn't see a homicide committed there, did you?
No, I didn't.
Didn't see anybody being buried, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Did you?
And you know there was she was dating Jeremy for a period of time, correct?
Yeah, for a little bit.
You have sit downs with Jeremy?
I've seen him once there.
Okay. So he was at the house once. You moved out. What was the time period you moved out?
It was the day after their wedding. So it would have been 2008, January 1st, 2000.
You're talking about Travis and her.
Yeah, Travis and Laurie's wedding, yeah.
So were you back there when the period of time when you was dating Jeremy?
Was I back there? What do you mean?
Were you living with Laurie?
When I moved in May, they weren't really dating. It was kind of an up and down.
Thank you.
Redirect.
The wedding that you referred to, that was in, what year was that?
That would have been December 31st, 2016, sorry.
And had that been you were a guest at that?
Yeah, because we were the next day, we were moving into, Austin and I Kendall were moving into our new home.
Had that event been represented to you to, in fact, be a wedding?
Yes, it was.
And she was in a white dress?
Yeah, when I had come back from signing our lease and everything, she was already in her dress.
Wedding cake?
There was a wedding cake, yep, a dress.
Everyone there thought that Travis and Laurie were being married at that time?
For sure.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Wiggs? Nothing. All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Katina Vasquez.
There's a lot of she's that could be.
Mhm.
Maybe get a little bit more specific there, Tanya. I did like her hair color. I kind of miss it, but I'm not going back.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
What do I do if somebody just went up there and sat down and didn't say anything?
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Katina Vasquez, Katina, V as in Victor, Asquez.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes? Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Katina Vasquez.
And do you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today and can identify by something that she's
A
wearing?
black jacket.
And how did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Through Scott Amatuccio, my ex-fiance.
And do you remember approximately what year you would have met Laurie Shaver?
I believe we started dating 2006, 2007, and we ended the December 2014.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet him?
Through Scott.
And were Scott and Michael Shaver close friends?
Yes.
What was your through meeting Laurie through girlfriend Mike, did you develop a friendship with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you develop a friendship with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Closer friends with her than Mike?
Yeah.
And did you ever go over to the Shaver residence after Mike disappeared in November of 2015?
Yes, sir.
And why were you going over there?
She said he had left, and I went over just to see how she was doing.
And did Laurie say anything to you about where Mike was?
No, just that he left in a black SUV in the middle of the night.
And did she reference anything to you about Mike's work or whether or not he was still working there?
That I don't think he was going to work.
And did she tell you specifically how he informed his employer that he was no longer going to work for them? You don't remember anything about that? Okay. While you were there, did you see anything that you thought was unusual based on the story that she gave you that Mike had just left?
Yeah, all his stuff was still there.
When you say all this stuff, what do you mean?
She was in the she was on the porch on the phone, and I went to the bathroom, and like all his stuff was like still in the closet and stuff, and the car was there.
Talk about clothes, toiletries, things of that nature.
Why were you looking?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any extra phones in the residence?
There was a black phone on the counter.
Now, while you were there, was the defendant trying to sell or get rid of any of Michael's property?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was on the back porch on the phone and was trying to sell guns. And I asked, why are you selling Mike's guns? Isn't he going to need them? And she said she bought them. They were hers.
Now, were you familiar with the domestic violence case where Mike Shaver was arrested in 2014?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become familiar with that?
Laurie told me.
And what did she tell you about that 2014 domestic violence case?
At her house, she said, because Mike had come back into the home, he was living at an airport. And she said that, and I was kind of like, why is he here? Kind of. And she said that she was working with being honest with her therapist and that Mike didn't touch her. Like all the wounds were from her. She threw a vase and broke a door. It wasn't Mike, and he was actually trying to stop her because she had a gun and was trying to kill herself.
When did your friendship with Laurie Shaver end?
2017.
And at the time in 2017, when the friendship ended, did she make any statements to you relating to Michael Shaver still being alive?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She was going to move up to Gainesville because I had a son and couldn't afford daycare. And she was going to drive up, look for houses. She got my Starbucks order, took pictures of the kids in the car, and then disappeared. Didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. Took me off Facebook. 2 weeks went by, and she finally got in touch with me and said that she panicked because Mike was in the parking lot. And she thought maybe Scott told Mike that she was coming up there and he was stalking her. And I'm like, well, why haven't you called me? And she said that the cops had her phone and the truck was at the police station because he was tracking it.
And this is in 2017 that she was saying Michael Shaver was stalking her.
Yes.
So clearly after May of 2016.
Yes.
And clearly after September of 2016 when the cement slab was put in her backyard.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Legs?
Please support.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, did you file a letter to support Laurie Shaver on an injunction?
No.
No? You never submitted any letter to DCF?
No.
Did Michael ever obstruct your relationship with Laurie?
No.
Okay. Now, when you said that Laurie was selling property out of the residence, do you have any understanding whether that was only Michael's property or whether it was marital property?
It was.
That she was by law prohibited in any manner?
She just said the guns, and I know the guns were theirs. And
Okay. Do you know anything about marital labor and contribution to the marriage?
no.
Correct. So you just assume this is Michael's property and she had no right to touch it, correct?
They were their guns. He built and restored guns.
So
Do you know why the property was being sold?
No.
Do you know if it was maybe the need for groceries and necessities?
No.
Do you know if there was any plan to aid anybody with those funds to escape detection of a crime? Did you ever witness a murder or any event occur at the house?
No.
Now, the event that you spoke about an incident that occurred at the house, a crime, a battery, were you there to witness that event? Correct. Thank you.
Redirect. All right, thank you for testifying here today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Next witness.
At this time, the state of Florida rests.
oh, hallelujah. Thank you.
Ooh.
All right, let's take the jurors out at this point. Have a comfort break.
I know. Okay. Let's take the jury out. Have a comfort break. Okay.
So they've got to do what? Jury instructions, then
Yeah, we're
closings.
not doing that.
Jurors
No.
have exited the courtroom. Are there any motions at this time?
Oh, yes.
Judge, we renew our motion.
He renews his motion for a dismissal, directed verdict, blah, blah, blah.
Again.
It is respectfully denied, and that is the words of the judge.
Mm-hmm.
He says, respectfully denied. So
Do you know how long closings go for? Or
they're still going. Oh, she does have headphones. We don't need jury instructions. No, 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 no. And they probably went to lunch. This should be them starting. I would think. Not, I'll keep it going.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned, and thank you again for your time and attention today. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed. Yes, sir.
As far as I can tell, the state is still going.
yeah, I can see that.
On November 7th, 2015, Michael Shaver went with his family to meet up with some friends at a tractor show. This is the last time Michael Shaver is ever seen by anyone other than the woman that murdered him, Laurie Shaver.
Not too fast.
We've heard a lot of testimony and evidence over this last week discussing Facebook, phone records, bank records.
If I need to slow it down, let me know.
Consideration. But it's important to remember that why we are here is because Michael Shaver was shot in the back of his head without any sort of legal excuse or justification and buried in his backyard. Michael Shaver, between November 7th and November 10th, shot in the back of the head and dumped, wrapped in a tarp in his backyard. That's what we've been here this week. That is what the evidence has shown you. And it has shown that the person who did that,
I don't know.
is Laurie Shaver. The elements of second-degree murder are fairly simple. And it is these elements that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You can have doubt in this case. You can have doubt in any criminal case. The state's burden is to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. These three elements. And that is what we must prove to you. First, Michael Shaver is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Michael Shaver by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. That third element is further defined by the court as an action that is reasonably likely to kill. A gun to the back of the head is obviously something reasonably likely to kill. Done with ill will, hatred, and spite. I can think of no other reason in a person's mind when they're shooting someone in the back of the head other than those three things. And 3, indicates an indifference to human life.
Self-defense.
The evidence that you have heard throughout this trial clearly show that that first element and the third element are really just not in dispute. What we are going to spend the majority of time talking about this afternoon is whether or not the death was caused by a criminal act of Laurie Shaver. And the evidence that you have heard shows that the state has met its burden for that element. As you heard the judge give you the instructions already, there is something that is called a lesser included offense to this second-degree murder, and that is manslaughter. The difference between manslaughter and the second-degree murder is it does not have that third element about the an act done imminently dangerous, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So if you feel that the state has proven that Laurie Shaver is in fact the one that shot, but didn't have that state of mind at the time she shot him in the back of the head, manslaughter would be the offense that the state has proven in this case. As we go through the evidence, I want to remind you of something that Mr. Wiggs said in his opening statement. And what said in opening statement is not evidence. If you've heard some things in opening statement that was going to be presented to you when it came out differently, what you heard from that stand, what you got from the evidence sitting on that table over there, that's what you are to consider, not what the attorneys talked about in opening.
Tanya,
But what Mr. Wiggs,
are you telling me in Australia you guys know how to hide them and you don't get caught? Is that what you're saying?
Wombat holes.
I'm just asking for a friend.
said is you aren't going to hear just find her guilty because common sense. But the instructions that the judge gives you, and the judge will give you a full written packet of all of these instructions. So you don't have to worry about writing down the various instructions that we're talking about now. The judge will give that to you.
They still find them.
You to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. So common sense is absolutely part of the instructions the judge is giving you, and absolutely part of what you should use when you are weighing the credibility of the evidence, the witnesses that have testified from both sides. The state has proven this case through the totality of the circumstances of this entire investigation. It is important to remember that Laurie Shaver is the only one that stood any sort of benefit to gain by the death of her husband. She had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to do this. And when I talk about the means, the gun that was recovered from Robert Seha that he purchased from Laurie Shaver prior to the body being discovered is the same caliber and class as the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull. And remember the testimony of Megan Cleek, the firearms investigator from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that did that analysis. Once again, I'm going to trust that you remember what she said as opposed to what the attorneys say about it. But what she said was the projectile that was found in the skull was the same caliber, meaning that it was the right size ammunition to be fired from that pink and black 38 special. She also said that it had all of the class characteristics from that type of firearm. The only thing she said it was missing in order to make a full comparison and the thing that she would need in order to say, in fact, it was that gun, is it didn't have enough evidence of the individual characteristics from that firearm. You saw the condition of that projectile, how smushed it got once it struck the inside of the skull. You also heard her say when she did the test fires with that weapon in the most pristine situation she possibly could, firing into that water tank, the individual characteristics that were left on those pristine projectiles were very hard to see. So between the time frame, the degradation, and the fact that this gun does not leave strong individual characteristics, it's completely understandable why 4 years later, when it's examined, they just can't find it. But all of the evidence that is in that projectile is consistent with being fired from that weapon. Motive. We actually heard evidence of a couple different motives, because it is clear that she wanted to be with Jeremy Townsend. We are going to talk much more at length about the Facebook activity, the flowers, the messages sent to Vanessa Townsend, but she wanted out and she wanted to be with her new boyfriend. But you also heard her say, when Frank Merritt came to check on the whereabouts of Michael Shaver, when she claimed that he, in the middle of the night, got into a black SUV, abandoned all of his property, his vehicle, his clothes, anything that had any sort of value, and hauled up to Georgia, that she and Michael had a fight because she found the fact that his previous girlfriend, Kendall Davidowski's phone number was still in his phone. Motive is not something the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not one of those elements. But we have presented you evidence of what her motives would be in this case. And finally, opportunity. That means, was this person in a position to commit this crime? I believe Detective Dale summarized it best when she said, the body was found buried in the backyard. It's not like he got carjacked and shot on iDrive. All three of those factors point in the direction of Laurie Shaver.
All right, so now we know that they don't eat teeth. So if you're figuratively speaking, or if you're imagining using pigs for something, they don't eat teeth. I don't know how else to put it.
So now let's talk and focus on the totality of circumstances. That goes to all of that on that table, all the things that have been presented to you, showing how she hijacked his Facebook, showing how she impersonated him to his friends and family members through texts, Facebook messages, took all the efforts she possibly could to avoid anyone from starting to look. Now, you have heard various friends and family members talk about how over the course of 2.5, 3 years, they went looking for Michael. It wasn't a scenario where he talked to anybody on a daily basis, weekly basis. There were times that he would go and not visit and things of that. But he always responded. When people would reach out to him, he would respond. He wouldn't leave those messages unanswered. And when they did get any response after November 2015, every single person that talked to you about that said it was obviously different. It was not the way he would respond. Finally, when taking all of the circumstances, all of the evidence, and putting it all together, that's where the state is asking you to rely on your common sense. Because you can take any one piece of this puzzle and you can look at that and you can say, well, I mean, that's not an eyewitness that saw what happened. That's not a piece of DNA. Maybe that's not something that proves in and of itself that Laurie Shaver committed this murder. And we're not saying any one piece of evidence over there does that. We never have. We got up here, Mr. Buxman in opening was straightforward with what you were going to see. He told you there's not going to be a witness that's going to say Laurie Shaver did this, that I saw her do this. He told you what the forensic evidence was going to be. We put that up there so you could see it. But we also gave you the explanation of why, after someone is buried in the ground over multiple years and their body decomposes, the effects that has on any sort of trace DNA evidence, any sort of trace fingerprint evidence. But we were upfront about that with you. We told you that's how it was going to be. But we are asking you to follow that judge's instruction and use your common sense in looking at all of this together. Because when you look at it all together, the conclusion is crystal clear. Let's start going through the timeline. November 7th, 2015 is the last time Michael Shaver is seen by any friends, family members, co-workers, anyone other than Laurie Shaver. November 9th, 2015, after Frank Merritt had reached out first to Michael the day before, text about a gun cleaning kit, did not get any response. He followed up with that. And Michael says, well, air quotes, Michael says to Frank Merritt, have to quit my job to work on my marriage. Submit to you,
We should cover
someone
that one.
going and becoming unemployed and not earning any money probably isn't the best way to go.
That'd be a good one to cover one day, I reckon.
Can we? It's in Australia.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be at least portions of it because it was really big in the news back then.
It's
So
huge.
at least we could do a case overview and show news articles and case developments, and I remember there being a lot of footage on the news, a lot at the time.
I remember there being
So,
a whole movie made about it because I watched
yeah,
it.
Lindy Chamberlain.
Yeah, was it Baby or Babies? Oopsies.
No,
I did what
baby.
you did.
One.
I've seen parts of that one.
Azaria Chamberlain.
See, I don't know the name. I just remember the
Mm.
dingoes ate my baby, which that was a really bad
She had
accent.
that lovely bowl cut. We
Yes.
all had.
Yes.
Yep.
Was she found? I don't
She was,
remember.
yes.
Okay.
But there's a twist in that one too.
Always. Always.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
All right. Are you signing off?
Yes, I'm going to go night-night.
All right. Go get some rest so your brain can get a little reboot before your conversation later.
I haven't heard anything back, so we'll see.
You'll be there.
That eventuates. We'll see. But okay. I'll be just turning my cam off and mute myself, and I'll yeah, if it's too close to 5 o'clock and they're not going to stay back, then I'll follow it Monday. Yeah.
Yep.
But all right. Loved you all. I'll see you later.
All right. I'd say night, but it's really morning over there for you. So.
It is, yeah.
Sleep.
Okay. Sweet dreams.
Right. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We'll continue on with this fun.
Go about working on and contributing to marriage. But that's the first type of response that people thought was odd. November 10th, 2015 was the first time ever that Michael Shaver did not show to work and did not call to say he was not coming in. This continues to November 12th, 2015, and ultimately leads to his termination. November 11th, from those Facebook records, the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, Laurie Shaver posts a public posting to the entire world wishing various veterans a happy Veterans Day. Most importantly, in that list of people that she thanks is her brave, loving man. Michael Shaver was never in the military. Her husband was never in the military. Jeremy Townsend was. One day after Michael Shaver has no contact with his place of employment, she is publicly posting for all the world to see, talking about her brave, loving man, veteran, Jeremy Townsend. November 12th, 2015, John Borglum receives a text message from Mike's phone that's saying he has issues at home and was in Georgia, so go ahead and fire him. Now remember, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he was ever in Georgia. None of his bank records show any activity up there. His family members in Georgia, they haven't seen him. And Mike just leaves his job, his vehicle, everything behind. November 13th, 2015, because this is all extremely unusual, Frank Merritt goes to the Shaver residence to check in on Mike and is told he went to Georgia. Now, when Laurie testified yesterday, she tried to say, oh, no, he must have misunderstood. I never said Georgia. Definitely. That's just a misunderstanding. But remember, he's not the only one to say he got a message about Mike going to Georgia. John Borglum the day before, in that text message sent from Michael Shaver's phone, and whoever had that said he went to Georgia. Laurie's version of what happened in November. She kicks Michael Shaver out after the November 7th, 2015 tractor show, and he returns to live at the airplane hangar. So now the story has changed from he went in a black SUV, went out in the middle of the night to go to Georgia, to he is living at the airplane hangar. If that is true, you need to believe all of the following. One, despite the fact that the last time he was out of the home and living at the hangar, he was still working at Disney, he somehow decides to abandon his source of income. He's kicked out of the home. He's obviously going to need a place to stay. He's going to have to pay for bills, pay for food. But that's the period of time he decides, I'm not coming to work anymore. You also have to believe that he decided to just abandon his vehicle, his source of transportation, his source of actually maybe finding another job, being able to go various places. You also have to believe that he leaves behind anything he has that has any sort of value. Guns, tools at Disney, anything. Now he's unemployed, homeless, gonna need to fend for himself, but he just leaves all of that behind. And then you heard also today from Katina that he left all of his belongings, toiletries, and clothing behind at the house. So you basically have to believe, if you believe Laurie Shaver's version as she told you yesterday, all of those things would have to be true. So what's the evidence that that's not true? Well, the person that she indicated took him to Georgia came in and said, nope, I didn't do that. All of his friends, all of his family members that live in Georgia, no, we never saw him. All of the bank activity is here in Claremont by the home that he lived in with Laurie. The bank activity is not even out by the hangars. There's one entry that deals with Disney, but every ATM withdrawal, Groveland, Claremont, 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 Claremont. He was not in Georgia. No outgoing phone activity after November 7th, 2015. None. And then, if he is kicked out of the home, fending for himself, there is absolutely no reason for him to just also cut off contact with friends, family, and coworkers. But that's exactly what happened. Michael Shaver was dead before November 10th, 2015, because he fell off the face of the earth. There is no bank, phone, any activity that is associated in this day and age with what people need to do in order to survive, because he's dead. These are the various records that you heard about, that you saw. Everything is in those folders so you can review it. But this is what I'm talking about the bank activity from the time he was killed before November 10th, 2015, and then December 30th, when that account just becomes overdrawn and is never used again. November 20th, online purchase to wish.com. November 24th, online purchase to wish.com. 12/14, ATM deposit. What was that deposit? That was the check that was mailed to his home from Mariner Finance. And this is important because this check was sent to the place where she lives. And it was deposited in Claremont. Michael Shaver does not have a vehicle. I think Laurie was trying to explain to you how, well, he would just come by, no one would see him, no one would know anything, but he would just check his mail because it was out by the street. That makes no sense. He has no car, he has no money, no phone, but he's coming by to check his mail and get this check. No, that's just not credible. That's not believable. He then, after he makes this deposit, ATM withdrawal payment, 12/14, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/18, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Groveland, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/23, purchase from Walmart.com. Who was the purchaser there? She was. You saw the receipts. You saw the Walmart.com records. You saw it went to that address. Finally, 12/23, ATM withdrawal Claremont. And at that point, on the 30th, the account becomes overdrawn, never used again. Mike is walking around, having no contact with friends, family members between November and May. We're just getting his money. Bank account, cash out, absolutely no activity. There's no reason, if he's out trying to forge for himself now, kicked out of the home, living at the hangar, and he doesn't maintain his bank records, bank accounts. But it is depleted by Laurie, all of that activity, Claremont and Groveland. Phones. This is Michael Shaver's phone records. This is the number that he had. This is the number that you heard his friend Brendan Burns actually pull out his phone, say, I still have his phone number programmed in my phone. This is what it is. This is that 5121 number. And once again, all of these records are in those folders. You can look at them yourself. And obviously, you can't read all the detail here. But the point of putting this up was to show you that this one in blue is that phone call he made out on the 7th to Epcot. That was the Detective Dale told you. That was the last outgoing call from this phone number. In the research, that phone number was associated with a landline in Epcot, where he worked. Before that, this is all the activity. It almost daily calls out, calls in, calls out, calls in. This first area, all those yellow highlighted, are calls back and forth between him and Laurie Shaver. After November 7th, nothing. Not a single call out from his phone. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a job. He's not at the hangar. None of his friends there have seen him. He's got to communicate with somebody if he's alive in order to keep going. But there's no answer because he's not alive because Laurie Shaver killed him before November 10th, 2015. The only phone record after November 7th, 2015 is the collections call from Mariner because the check that was mailed to her was deposited in Claremont and they were coming to collect. And when they called, remember what Tara Mitchell told you. A female answered the phone and said, oh, this is a new number. But we know that's not true because you have all the phone records showing the history of that phone number and how it changed. And we'll come back to that. So let's keep going with the timeline. In December of 2015, Mike's mother becomes ill. His family is seeking him out to let him know that she is very sick. I believe the testimony from Stacey Turner was it looked like she might not make it. Couldn't get in touch with him. All the texts, phone, Facebook, whatever they tried, couldn't find him. He's dead. But they did get in touch with Laurie. And she said, I'll get word to him. No phone calls to him. She knew she didn't have to call him. She knew he was dead. She killed him. March 24th, 2016, Laurie Shaver posts about the fire pit that she made. This is the area that multiple witnesses told you was a hole. It was going to be a duck pond. But now in March 2014, that area is filled in. And wouldn't you know it, Michael Shaver's right there. He's in that. Isabel described it as a really big hole.
Adair, you know what we use that word for on here, right? Am I going to have to stream your trial? That's why Gabby says she hopes you're not out doing man stuff.
April 6, 2016. This is where we start showing you how we know Laurie Shaver had Michael Shaver's phone and access to the ability to text people, had access to his Facebook, had access to everything she needed to do to keep people from starting to look for him, to keep people from investigating the fact that she killed her husband and buried him in the backyard. That phone number, 352-431-5121, on April 6, 2016. This would be approximately 4.5 months since Laurie said, I kicked him out. But that phone number is changed. Saw those records, Vice brought in, changed phone number to 352-801-0941. And then 10 days later, that phone number is changed again to 352-431-8444. As a reminder, the phone numbers that were important in this case started off with the 431-5121 number, the one we just talked about, how it got changed 2 times within the period of 15 days. We know that was Mike's number. The records are connected with Laurie Shaver as the subscriber. We also heard Brendan Burns testify. That was the phone number I've had programmed in my phone since the last time I ever talked to my friend. Laurie Shaver's phone is 352-431-0419. We have our phone records. We have the screenshot from the time frame that Vanessa Townsend had reached out to Laurie to discuss the messages that she had received. We also had the screenshots from the text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver. And lo and behold, the phone number associated with Laurie Shaver in those text messages is this 431-0419 number. Now, Laurie testified yesterday and doesn't seem to remember any phone numbers that she's ever had, but the records show it, the screenshots show it, the text messages show that was her number at the time. And then there's a folder that, as opposed to the call details and said this is the call out, this is the call in, that third folder we talked about with Tanner Dale shows the history of that phone number and device. And it shows how on April 6th, the phone number was changed from Mike's original number to the 0941 number. Why is that important? Well, 2 days later, after changing Michael Shaver's phone number to a new number, she reaches out through Facebook to contact Vanessa Townsend and says, here is my number, call me. Vanessa Townsend goes to call that number at one point. Remember what she said. I called this person and asked me to call them. They wouldn't answer, but they would text. Or can't answer the phone and pretend she's Mike anymore. She has to text. Well, that number only stays in place for 10 days. She got it. She did what she needed with it. Got rid of that number, got a new number. What number was that? 352-431-8444. Why is that important? Well, in July, she's filing a court document with her address and her phone number, 352-431-8444. This shows that she had the original Mike Shaver phone and phone number this entire time. This shows the constant link between when she killed him in November, had his device, had the number changed to contact Vanessa, and then had it changed again to the number that she represented as hers. April 6, 2016. Laurie Shaver's bank records reflect the purchase of flowers sent to Vanessa Townsend. April 9th, Michael Shaver's Facebook sends Vanessa Townsend, that's when she asked him to contact her at the 0941, the burner phone. And April 11th, 2016, Michael Shaver Facebook sends a message informing Vanessa she's about to get a special delivery. And she does. The flowers purchased by Laurie Shaver, as shown in her bank records. She receives the flowers, exposing the affair. But that's not all she ultimately gets from Laurie via the Mike Shaver's Facebook. She gets pictures after picture after picture, text message, screenshot after screenshot after screenshot. I ask you once again to use your common sense. This is Mike Shaver reaching out to inform some other person that their husband was being involved in an affair. Wouldn't this be enough? Wouldn't this picture do it? Why all that? Why? This was Mike. Would all that be necessary? This isn't sent by a husband trying to inform some other person's wife that their partners were having an affair. This is sent by Laurie Shaver because she wanted to drive a wedge because Vanessa would not leave. Well, sorry, Jeremy would not leave Vanessa, and that is what she wanted. September 12th through the 14th of 2016, the cement slab is poured over Michael Shaver's home. That is shown to you by the cement mixer rental being for that period. And then it is also confirmed in Facebook posts a couple days later at Isabel's birthday party on September 19th, 2016. Michael Shaver's body has been in the ground for some time now, but there is no argument that can be made that after that cement slab is put down, that his body was not there. On September 20th, 2016, after we know for a fact Michael Shaver has to be dead, there's a Facebook message to his niece. And this is the one that reached out to him and said, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" He says, "I don't know you. I don't know who you are." She didn't have the Shaver last name. Laurie didn't recognize him. She's like, "I'm your niece." She talked about how she had discussions with him. Mike knew she was getting married, knew that she was going to be changing her name. And Michael Shaver's Facebook reply is, "I don't have a family anymore. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging." September 20th, 2016, after we know Mike has to be underneath that cement slab, he also sends a Facebook message to Vanessa Townsend. "Hi, Vanessa, how are you? Moving good looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well." Now, Mr. Wiggs has talked at length with various witnesses about maybe Jeremy Townsend had this phone. Maybe he was just driving up to the house for months and months and months after this relationship was ending to try to get into the router to have the IP address match Laurie Shaver's IP address, and that he was the one that was doing all this. No reason for Jeremy Townsend to send this message to Vanessa, because it's not true. It's just as unreasonable as the idea of some sort of hacker getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account to post a stupid meme. It makes no sense because it's not true. Laurie Shaver had access to it. Laurie Shaver had access to the devices. Laurie Shaver had the means and desire to make people not want to come look because she killed. March 8th, 2017, after we know Michael has been dead for a very long time now, and known that he is underneath that cement slab, the Facebook profile picture has changed to a photo taken by Brendan Burns in 2014 that he says probably texted to him back then. So who would have access to that to put it up on his Facebook profile to try to act like Michael Shaver was still alive? Someone that has his phone. Who had his phone? She did. And those phone records prove it. January 1st, 2018, that is when Michael Shaver's Facebook profile is changed to the random bar picture that Detective Strickland did research into using the reverse Google image to show that had something to do with some sort of Bloody Mary company out in the Midwest, and Michael Shaver's nowhere in that photo. March 14th, 2017 is when the cover photo changed. And that was that odd looking revolver that I think had 700 bullets in it that Detective Strickland made a joke about that's not real gun. Well, it's important to remember that the post of that cover photo and almost the 2-year anniversary of Michael Shaver's death to put a gun after he was shot in the back of the head shows that Laurie Shaver's Facebook account and Michael Shaver's Facebook account utilize that same IP address, meaning that they have to be in the same location, the devices that are accessing these accounts. It's the same, whether it's Starbucks, whether it's Laurie Shaver's home, it doesn't matter. It is in the same IP, the same location. Both of those accounts are accessed within 1 minute of each other. Has to be someone that has control of both accounts. There's no other reasonable explanation for that. The Facebook IP logs. We spent a lot of time talking about these. This is a summary that Detective Strickland described. And going through this, you can see how there is activity throughout a 2-year period where both of these Facebook accounts are utilizing the same IP address. Once again, we've been upfront with you since the moment we started talking about this case that we are not going to be able to tell you the physical address of that IP address. But it doesn't matter. Wherever it is, you have to be in the same location to access the IP.
And when both accounts are constantly utilizing the same IP address, that shows that that is the same location, the same person accessing that. If you were to go through this and go through all 70 some odd pages, you would see there are 13 separate IP addresses that both accounts utilize over the course of that period. And you heard some testimony about how providers like CenturyLink will sometimes roll that, change your personal IP address to your home every month, maybe every 2 months. What you will see is that both devices utilize a particular IP address for about a month, maybe 45 days. And then it changes to another IP address. And then both of those devices share that IP address for that entire time. There's countless instances in there where you might see the Michael Shaver Facebook address, Facebook account access an IP address, and then the next day, Laurie Shaver's Facebook account accesses that same IP address, and it goes back and forth, back and forth. That is a folder full of those examples. But if you were to go through there, you would not only would you find 13 separate IP addresses that they use, you will see activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook account that continues after the cement slab is laid over his body in September of 2016. You will see there are 31 separate days in that 2-year period where they both access the same IP address on the same day. You will see that there are 12 days in there where there is activity between the Laurie Shaver account and the Michael Shaver account within 2 hours of each other. There is one instance, which we talked about with the gun photo on the almost 2-year anniversary of his murder, that is 1 minute and 7 seconds apart. There's another instance on July 15, 2016, where the activity is within 6 minutes of each other. This is the same person looking at these, using these. This is one example of the type of thing you'll see in this chart. This is from April 2016 on this side, where you can see there are some days, once again, look through this chart, feel free to do so, where on certain days it's actually going back and forth. Both are being accessed throughout the day. November of 2017, towards the end of that chart, this is where you can see the actual data that I've been talking about, showing the 1 minute. And not only have we given you this summary to try to help you with going through all this information, you have the originals right there, and you can go through it yourself. And you can check it and look at all of that. Justifiable and excusable homicide. Justifiable homicide is going to be the self-defense, defense of others that we will talk about shortly. The excusable homicide instruction is given to you. You heard it, read it. I would submit to you that none of these things apply when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune and doing a lawful act. There's absolutely no evidence of any of that. Accident and misfortune and the heat of passion. Heat of passion is coming in and being so overwhelmed by something that a reasonable person would not act any different. Not to be blunt, but you come in and you see your child being attacked, molested, whatever it may be, and you are overcome with this emotion, and no reasonable person would not. That actually doesn't excuse the killing. It just means that you don't have the necessary intent to commit second-degree murder or first-degree murder. It would be a big law. And when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, and a dangerous weapon is not used. Well, we know someone was shot in the back of the head. That doesn't apply. Excusable homicide has to be given in every homicide, but none of those apply. Before we talk about the defense of others, I want to go through and talk about the tools the judge has given you to aid in your common sense and weighing the credibility and weighing the evidence in this case. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did they have an accurate memory? Were they straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I'd submit to you that as you go through this, all of these questions that you ask yourself are pretty common sense, that these are the types of things you should use to try to assess a witness's credibility. Defense of others. The testimony that has been presented to you by the defense is that Isabel shot her dad in the back of the head. And then, just so happened, at that exact same moment, that Jeremy Townsend showed up, grabbed the gun, shot him again, and then threatened to kill Isabel and Aiden if anybody says something. They also say
both Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver, that Laurie took her kids to school, that Aiden had no idea anything that had been going on. Gunshot in the back porch, huge fight. Isabel said Jeremy threatened him and threatened to kill him. But Laurie said Aiden had no idea what was going on. I just needed to get them to school. And it was a short trip over to school. All I wanted to do is get them to school and then get back home. That's what she said. And she said when she got back, Laurie said when Jeremy got back, Jeremy was gone and there was no change in the property. She talked about how close this school was to her. All she did was take the kids to school and drive right back. Yet somehow, Jeremy was able to clean up the entire scene, remove the body, and I guess come back some other day undetected and bury it, and no one noticed disturbed ground anywhere? These rules of weighing the evidence and assessing credibility, the judge has told you specifically, since the defendant has testified, you are to use those same questions, those same tools in order to assess her credibility. And when you look at this story, it makes no sense because it's just not true. Now, ultimately, proving this case is the state's burden. We have to prove she was the one that killed him. They don't have to prove to you it was self-defense or defense charge. We have to prove to you it wasn't. And we can, because all of the evidence shows that Michael Shaver was not alive in November, was not alive when this happened, because he's been dead since November 2015. Somehow, Isabel, who shot her dad in the back of the head and went to school when she was 7 years old, has absolutely no memory of what year or what month this happened in. What grade were you in? I don't remember. I don't know. What month was it? I don't know. I think spring or summer. What year? No clue. And she said she went to school that day and carried on like nothing happened. It's the state's burden to prove this case. But if you are fed a story that is just patently false and fails all common sense scrutiny, ask yourself why. Why did they come up here and try to feed that to you? Because to cover up the reality that Laurie Shaver killed her husband back in November. And they're trying to give you a story. And they're trying to fit it in to the timeline that has been established over the course of this case. Because also remember, in the very beginning, when Laurie Shaver was arrested, you heard testimony that her attorney said, you need to look into two people. You really need to look at these people. Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. Okay? Well, if this is the story back when Laurie was arrested in 2020, why bring James Ballou into this? That's not part of their tale. That has nothing to do with it. But that's how the story started. And then as the evidence progressed, then in 2022, Isabel shows up as this potential witness. And despite what Mr. Wiggs told you in the very beginning, that we were offering the truth to the state, and they shut the door on us. They said, we don't want to hear it. They wanted to talk to her. But you heard from her attorney. What did she tell you? Every time after she became the attorney of this witness, I would say her, hey, anytime your client wants to come and talk, I'm here. Does that sound like the state shutting the door on his theory? Or is that just the convenient tale they want to tell? And we went through Laurie's Facebook because it has been 9 years since this happened. The person, Isabel, that you saw testify is a much different person than the little girl she was when she says she shot her dad. These are the pictures of Isabel from back when she says she shot her dad in the back of the head, went to school, carried on like nothing happened. And then this great, wonderful mother that Isabel described, who was saying that these two were involved in this horribly traumatic incident in 2016, she go get her therapy, counseling. Maybe she needs to talk to somebody about the fact she shot her dad in the back of her head and was threatened by her mom's boyfriend. No, one time this year, I saw a counselor and talked to somebody. We're fine. So the story makes no sense because it isn't true. But the evidence completely disputes their tale. Dr. Coberly told you that this is a single gunshot to the back of the head. Isabel told you, I shot my dad in the back of the head. He sat there, he started shaking, he started seizing. And then they said, Jeremy came up and shot again. There's no damage other than post-mortem rib breakings from after the body was buried in the backyard for years. Also makes absolutely no sense that if someone was coming in to finish someone off, give them a coup de grace shot with a gun, if they want to put another shot in the head, they would shoot him in some soft, fleshy area so as to not hit any bones. But this injury, Dr. Coberly looked at underneath the microscope, and she says there is no doubt that is one gunshot. She says even when you have a scenario where somebody takes the gun, pulls the trigger, and immediately pulls the trigger again in that exact same spot, there's going to be derivations, there's going to be enough movement that they can see kind of a figure-8 type of movement, figure-8 type of configuration, to show that there was more than one shot. There's also only one projectile in the skull. Probably didn't even need that explanation of the microscopic examination because there's only one bullet there. But scientifically, we know Michael was shot one time. Going back into those tests, going to those questions. Does the witness have some interest in how this case should be decided? Laurie Shaver, Travis Miller, and Isabel Shaver are the only witnesses in this case that had an interest in how this case should be decided. Isabel Shaver said, I love my mom. I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. I want to keep my family together. And I understand that. But that doesn't mean what she told you is true. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I want you to think about Travis Miller and target his discussion of this commitment ceremony on December 31st, 2016. No, nobody thought this was a wedding. We didn't represent this as a wedding. Was she wearing a wedding dress? No. Was she walked down the aisle by your grandfather? Yes. Was there someone there conducting the entire ceremony? Yes. Her testimony from other people, well, they absolutely told us it was a wedding. And you also saw the Facebook post that Laurie put up announcing their engagement, saying that I'm going to be a father. Now, is that in and of itself the big earth-shattering aha moment? No. But if you can't trust them on the little things, how on earth are you going to trust them on the big things? Laurie Shaver, as far as honest and straightforward answering the attorney's questions, you got to see the way she testified, you got to see her temperament, you got to see all of that. But also, once again, the little things. Was this your phone number? I don't know. That's the types of tools you can use in assessing their credibility. Does the witness testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in this case? Everything except for Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver show you and tell you Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's dead in November of 2015, he definitely isn't showing up unannounced 6 months later for the first time on their porch. Yes, wearing his nothing but his shorts, socks, and underwear, because that's how the body was found in the ground. Is that somebody that just shows up unannounced and starts a fight? Or is that somebody that was at home, sleeping in that bed when he shot in the back of the head? Even Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver's testimony conflicts with each other. Isabel Shaver said her father had not been living at home since 2014, since that BB arrest in 2014. Laurie testified, actually consistent as far as that living arrangement as other testified witnesses that you've heard from, where she says, no, he was living there. But Isabel, now that hadn't been there since September of 2014. Also, Isabel says, Jeremy said he was going to kill me and my brother. Laurie says, Jeremy said, if you tell anyone, DCF will come and take you away from the family.
their stories don't even match because it's fabricated, it's made up, it's flat out not true, and it's inconsistent with everything else that you have heard. The only witness that Laurie got up there and say wasn't fabricating something was her daughter. Scotty Matuccio. He's lying that he's actually friends with Mike. They weren't really friends. Heard from Katina, like, oh, they were great friends. Frank Barrett. He's lying. I never told him Mike went to Georgia. Jeremy Townsend. All sorts of lies. He would spend the night. He would be a, that right there is should be a huge red flag. If Jeremy Townsend was out spending the night at someone else's home 3-4 times a week, the way Laurie and Isabel tried to tell you, Vanessa would know. She wouldn't need someone to send her flowers with a card to expose an affair. Vanessa had no clue that anything was going on because Jeremy would go over in the middle of the day the way he told you. Robert Mercado is not being truthful when he said that Laurie got upset one day and was threatening people with a gun. Austin Filmer is not telling the truth when he said that he went over there and helped Travis lay down this concrete slab. Vanessa Townsend obviously is lying because she said there was never any time that Jeremy was missing at night. He always came home. He was always living at home. John Borglum apparently is lying about the reason why he terminated Mike Shaver, because Laurie got up there and said no, he was fired because of a sexual harassment claim. So also, I guess Disney's lying when they sent over all of Mike Shaver's work records and just hid any sort of sexual harassment claim against him. But today you actually heard the truth about that sexual harassment claim, and nothing to do with Michael. She called it in against Kendall Benedowski, the woman that Mike Shaver was dating when they were separate. Kendall got up there and said, yeah, I worked at Disney. Laurie Shaver called in and made a complaint about the relationship I had with Mike Shaver. So everyone is lying about Laurie, but Laurie is the only witness that you heard from that actually admits lying to other people. She admits lying to law enforcement. She admits that when they came and said, do you know what happened to your husband? She said, I don't know. That was a lie. She knows he was dead. She tries to say, I had no idea he was buried in the property. No idea that he was under this cement slab she poured. But as far as anything that happened to him, no clue. She admits lying to Rabin, her former boss, about the fact that after Michael Shaver was dead in November, she told her former boss, oh, he's in jail somewhere for failing to pay child support and his driver's license. She admits that was a lie. She lies to her son, Aiden, because she says, when I told, after I saw Mike killed in the fashion they tried to say it happened, she told her son that her dad went away and went to jail. Even if you're trying to cover this up and trying to tell something to the son, why say your father went to jail? That's spite. That's absolute spite on this man that she killed. And then Katina Vasquez, who testified here today, that this whole thing you heard about in 2014, how this is just so indicative of what happens in the household and how she was abused by Michael and all of these things. What did Katina tell you? Laurie told me that was a lie. Mike should have never been arrested for that. I was the aggressor. I threw the base. I broke the slide glass doors. I hit him with a gun. Mike can't get up here and speak for himself and defend himself, but he doesn't have to. Because people like Katina come up and tell you the truth about Laurie's lies. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? Tammy Dale talking to Isabel. Do you know what happened to him, your dad? Isabel, I have no clue. I don't know. He just left. At the CAC. So you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him? Isabel, no. The last time she remembered seeing him.
Your objection, sir? Yeah. Sidebar, please.
Because why not? We haven't had a sidebar in a little while. Oopsies. Sorry, I was trying to pour water in my glass. Not saying I'm not wishing it was something a little stronger.
Was testifying about. I asked her, did you tell this to Tammy Dale? Did you tell this to Susie? She admitted. I told these inconsistencies that are completely different from what she testified. Now, I will also submit to you that back when Laurie Shaver was first arrested is when these statements were made. And this, I don't know, he just left, is consistent with what Laurie Shaver told every other person that came with. In 2020, I believe the evidence is completely clear that Isabel had no idea what happened. The only thing she knew is what her mom told her, and that's that he just left, and that this story was fabricated. Travis Filmer states in depo that the reason Laurie did not want a legal wedding was due to financial issues. Yet at trial, he said she didn't want a legal wedding because, quote, she did not want to sign a contract with another man. And he started talking about, oh, poor Laurie and the things that had happened. But when he was actually presented with that depo transcript and given an opportunity to show me where he had said any of that before, he couldn't, because he didn't say it because it wasn't true. And also, this whole thing about not wanting to sign a contract with another man, we know that's not true because they ultimately got married once they legally could. Once it was discovered that her ex-husband was in fact dead, they got married, and you heard testimony about that. So all of that, not true, completely inconsistent. Travis Filmer states to Robert Kroger and law enforcement, but Laurie said it's not that the victim is missing, it's that he's no longer walking this earth. He just flat out denied it. But his friend, mentor, Robert Kroger, and his twin brother, who said he overheard that comment to law enforcement, came in to verify it. Then Travis Filmer had told his brother, Austin, that there were times that Laurie would get his phone, send texts to Austin, basically posing as Travis. I asked him, have you ever said that before? He said, no, that's never happened, no. Austin, his twin brother, came in and said, that absolutely has happened. He's absolutely talking to me. And I could tell because we're twins. The way we communicate was completely different from the way she was communicating with me. Which is the same thing you've heard from every friend and family member that received texts and Facebook messages from Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver, since his death in November. Brings us to count 2, the accessory after the fact. The judge has read you the law on this. I'm actually going to hold off in talking about this charge a little bit until after Mr. Wiggs has talked to you. I will tell you that a person cannot be guilty of the murder and as an accessory after the fact to that murder. Accessory means they were helping another person. The evidence we have presented to you proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Laurie Shaver committed second-degree murder. And because of that, the verdict should be guilty of murder in the second degree using a firearm and not guilty of accessory after the fact, because you can't be guilty of both. But the law does allow the state to present these alternate theories depending on how the jury perceives the evidence to make that final conclusion. But I will tell you that the evidence that has been presented is not that in May of 2016, Jeremy Townsend shot this man in the back of the head and Laurie had efforts to help cover that up. It's that Laurie killed him in November of 2015, and she, in order to prevent investigation into her own crimes, covered that up. The evidence of the cover-up is still showing you evidence that she is, in fact, the murderer. Comes back to that common sense. We've been talking all week about a lot of different things and a lot of different evidence, and what I've been trying to do here is put it together in such a way to kind of condense and show you how the bank records and the Facebook records all fit together. It's up to you to decide what's reliable, and you should use your common sense in deciding that. The totality of the circumstances show you that everything points to Laurie Shaver. She had the motive, the means, the opportunity. Mike is buried in her backyard. She's the one that installs the fire pit and puts the cement slab over his body. She lied to friends, family, and law enforcement about his whereabouts for years. There was no attempts to call Michael after 2015. She depleted his bank account. She sold his property. She posed as Michael through Facebook and his phone. Everything points to her. All the evidence points to her because she is guilty of murder in the second degree. The verdict form that you are going to be presented is not as simple as just guilty or not guilty. We talked about manslaughter being a lesser included, so that is on here as well. The judge will instruct you that you are to find the defendant guilty of the highest level offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So I would submit to you as you start your deliberations to start with the murder and go through those elements, because if the murder is proven, manslaughter is obviously included, so that's proven as well. And you don't have to go to manslaughter if you all agree that the murder has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's also a couple questions here for you that you also have to decide that deal with the use of a firearm. And that is crystal clear. There's a bullet in his head, a bullet hole in the back of his skull, but the law requires that you actually designate, yes, she was in actual possession, meaning that she had it in her hand when she shot Michael Shaver in the back of the head. She discharged the firearm and it caused great bodily harm or death. The state is presenting to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. This was not self-defense. It was not defense of others, but it was murder in the second degree. And therefore, the verdict consistent with the law and the evidence is that she's guilty of second-degree murder, and that all three of those questions should be answered yes. Mr. Wiggs will be up here and talk about what he believes the evidence is shown to you, and I'll just remind you what the judge said, what the lawyers say is not evidence. You're to rely on your own memory of that evidence and what things were presented. So if either myself or Mr. Wiggs are saying something and you're like, that's not what I remember, you go back to your notes and you look and you make sure what you're being told is valid. It's actually what was presented to you today, this week.
And we get to hear him again, Teresia.
All right, thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Excited.
Mr. Wicks?
Yes, sir. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
It's been a long week, hasn't it, everybody? And I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your attention. I know it was an arduous event. All of us sitting here listening through that, all of the breaks at the bench, all those interruptions, it can be very annoying. It can take a lot of time. It's very distracting, but those things have to happen. In the voir dire, you'll remember, I stressed to y'all extensively about the Constitution. This is something we don't take for granted in a criminal case. Some people may want to downplay it. Some people may want to compromise our rights, the responsibilities, and the privileges that we have. They can't be. They cannot be compromised in the slightest event. This is a privilege we have. It's a constitution that is endured. It was created by hardship for men and women like us to live under the system we have. This system goes, we'll never have it back. We will never get it back. And it is at jeopardy at this stage. I told you that the founding fathers in this Constitution, they recognized that liberty comes with an extreme price. To deprive somebody of liberty comes with a lot of responsibility. Not coming in here, throwing a bunch of mud on the wall and saying, yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, she lied about this, or here's another misstatement, or here's another misstatement. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for lying. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for bank fraud. Think about that. That the state has the audacity to come in here and say, money's moved, thus she committed a murder. Guns were sold, thus she committed a murder. There's a car in the yard and a misrepresentation, somebody went somewhere, thus causation. That's a huge leap, an extreme leap. Remember we spoke about in voir dire, and I kind of used an example, and I said, I had seen on TV about, and I believe it was Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about, I think it was Rogan talking about, and he said, I see photos and stuff and talk about UFOs. And he said, and I hear this, and I hear this, and I hear this. Because I really would like to believe in UFOs. And he says, but, there's just not enough to put it all together for me. And Jordan Peterson said, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. What does the state put together here this week? A conspiracy theory. She lied about this. Here's a misstatement. Here's a misstatement here. Here's a misstatement there. She must have murdered the guy. Think about that. Think about the draw and the stretch that the state has put out. Well, she had a motive. All right. That's a big stretch. Okay? I want to talk about the law foremost, and then we'll go over to some facts. And I'm going to show you undisputably, irrefutably, how more than one reasonable doubt exists in this case. And we know what your responsibility is. And I just ask that everybody abide by it. In the instructions, it talks about, yes, what are the elements of a homicide? When the killing, okay, excusable homicide, now we're talking about. When the killing's committed by accident or misfortune, okay, was Michael part of his own misfortune? Obviously. 2, when the killing occurs by accident, misfortune, or in the heat of passion, okay, Michael brings on his own death. Michael comes to the house when the state never established his right to be there. We know there were injunctions in place periodically. 3, when the killing is committed by accident or misfortune resulting from a sudden combat. All right. The state wants you to believe Laurie lied about this, or there's a misstatement here, or she's sleeping around. Why did we have to hear that testimony to disparage my client? To think they're going to get emotional impact out of you? Is that relevant to this cause? Is it probative to a material fact that you have to decide? No. It's disparagement for the attempt to pull an emotional result out of you to fill in a verdict form. I told y'all at the beginning in my board item, the state has a responsibility to seek justice. And I said, what is the state seeking here? They're seeking a verdict. That's what it is. So most of what you heard, if not all of what you heard, is an emotional ploy for you to go back there and out of anger for Laurie Shaver, fill in a verdict form for the state. That's what's going on. That's what you've heard this week. Second-degree murder. Mr. Camuccio went over the elements, so I'll briefly touch on it again. The defendant's dead. Yeah, we know he's dead. Okay. The death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Lee Shaver. Okay. Has any single witness taken the stand and shown you one piece of evidence that established Laurie Lee Shaver killed Michael Shaver? 0. 0. Case over. Period. What they've done is brought in a bunch of digital data after the fact, after the event, and said, well, she tried to cover it up, or she didn't want to talk to this person, or she didn't want to talk to that person. Well, there's a good reason she probably didn't want to talk to numerous of these people, but a lot of it probably didn't have a darn thing to deal with the death of Michael Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing, an act eminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind, without regard for human life. Okay.
Hey, Flash fan, how are we? A little stir crazy and really tired. Just trying to get through these closings. And I really kind of hope the judge says, go home, jury. How are you, Flash
Has
fan?
anybody established a depraved mind? No. Without regard for human life? No. Laurie Shaver was in her house when she was attacked. That's what happened. Did the state offer any evidence on causation, where this event occurred, how it occurred, any different than what the defendant and her daughter testified to? No. No. In fact, you may remember Tamara Dale. She gets up there, and I talked to her about it. And I said, you don't have any DNA, do you? No. You don't have any prints, do you? No. You have nothing in the scene in the house to suggest any activity, do you? No. You don't have anything in a gravesite, do you? No. You don't have any prints in there? No. You don't have any DNA in there, do you? No. You don't have any gun that links Laurie Shaver to the crime, do you? No. You don't have any confession, do you? No. You don't have any witness, do you? No. She admitted all that. And then her response was, well, how could we solve a murder any other way if we had to have all that stuff? Because you normally have that stuff if a murder has occurred and it's attributable to one person. The state tried to compromise that obligation. Do you remember? Do you remember how? They said, hey, Mr. Camuccio said, you're not going to hold us to that standard like CIS that you see on TV, right? Trying to lower what you could expect to see in this case. You're right, he said that, because he knew he didn't have any evidence. So we wanted to mentally prepare you to get you ready to not see evidence. That's what that was all about. You remember his statement earlier as well? We talked about the burden of proof. You'll remember that. And I talked about it before Dyer, and I talked about it, and I said, it's kind of like a football field. I said, in a criminal case,
I'm going to object.
this is an analogy for closing.
Let's have a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Well, Flash fan, I'm sorry to hear that, but in my opinion, tuna's always bad. It's yucky, yucky, yucky. No, Tanny. Well, I don't know. I didn't get to hear all of his testimony, but I don't think he said he buried it in the backyard. Don't blame you. That would be the last time I ate that tuna. Period. That was the last time I did eat it because I got sick on it. Never had it. Well, I have had it again, trying to get over it, but now I'm just over it. Ugh.
Football field. And I said, look, if it was a civil case and the
I'm glad
standard
you're
is
feeling better.
beyond a reason, is by a preponderance of the evidence in a civil case, that's just tilting the scale, getting past kind of the center of the field. But in a criminal case, where our founding fathers put the premium on liberty and the obligation on the state, I said it's the highest standard required under the law. You got to be on the end of the field, down here. There's a high difference between this, which can't be downplayed in this case by the state throwing some mud on the wall and saying, oh, there was a lie here or there was a lie there. You see, the state can't compromise that. Let's go on a little bit. When we talk about depraved mind, and you hear that word, and you'll have a complete set of these instructions. You go through them at your leisure, need be. Okay, it says, an issue in the case is whether Laurie Shaver did not have a depraved mind, without regard for human life, because she acted in the heat of passion. Okay, inadequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind, then it gives you some factors to consider. There must have been a sudden event that would suspend the judgment. A reasonable person would have lost normal control. Driven by blind or unreasonable fury, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act. Y'all saw these photos. Y'all know there were repeated acts of violence in that house. This was not a blind event that Laurie Shaver just stepped up for her child and said, I'm not going to act. They knew what was coming. And this is evidence that they knew what was coming. We had multiple injunctions that were filed with the court. Michael Shaver had been prosecuted in the past, and the state wants to sit here and say, hey, this was some blind event and she just murdered her husband. I'd like to hear an explanation for that. Move on, son. Let's talk, because the state's going to have the last word in this case. They always do. We don't have the privilege to respond to their last word. Okay? Let's think about this. She's charged with accessory after the fact as well as a crime. What are the elements of this offense? And let's think about it. They state that a murder in the second degree was committed by another. State has a real courage to announce who that another person is in the elements or in the information. They don't have the backbone to tell you here who the actor is, who the principal is. And yet they'll come into court and say Laurie did it. Then it says, after the murder, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid another person. Stop right there. We see and hear talk about money going into the bank or going there. Okay? Is there been any showing in this trial how any money was moved to assist, aid, or attempt to aid somebody in escaping detection of a crime. No. Laurie's using money to live a life, feed her kids, that the state can't not deny is marital money, equitable money, that she didn't have a right to touch it, anything like that. But it's all a pull for you. And then it says, and at that time, Laurie Lee Shaver knew that the other person had committed murder. Okay, let's think about that. That's an important element as well. And I'll tell you why. If you have a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed. If somebody dies, no crime occurred. So you'll have to assess, was there a right of self-defense? If so, no crime has occurred. 2, where was money being spent to aid detection for somebody who had not committed a crime? You see? Does that make sense to you? Under the justifiable use of self-defense, it represents, and I'll just highlight some of this for you because I want to talk about facts. It says Laurie Lee Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or Isabel was justified in using or threatening to use it if she reasonably believed. Now we know the history in this family. That's undisputable. That's physical. That's not to be questioned. Was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Okay, and then it goes on and tells you, well, what's the type of harm that they suspected would happen? Michael's trying to kill her, or he's trying to commit an aggravated battery. And then the instructions tell you what that is, what the elements of first-degree murder are that Michael's trying to do, or how he's trying to create another hard battery on her. Okay, and that's spelled out in these instructions. Then the instruction will tell you as well that justifiable use of force is justifiable if Laurie or Isabel reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death, meaning that a murder, attempted murder on her, or great bodily harm. Has the state eliminated this defense? No, not at all. They want to throw mud on the wall and say, well, she lied here. She spent some money here. But they can't say first and foremost, she didn't have a right to defend herself, to establish that a crime even occurred. It's actually, listening to this case, I got to tell you, I'm spun around listening to it. The judge is going to give you an instruction because they've made an issue in this case out of this. And it's an important instruction because it kind of strikes a nerve in all of us. And it says this: you must understand, no individual has any duty to report the commission of a crime simply because they observed a crime having been committed. Laurie Shaver could watch Jay Townsend shoot somebody and had no duty to call the police. Isabel would have no duty to call the police if she hadn't shot him or done anything. Okay? That's a fact. That's a law. The state will act otherwise. Like, no, they could have called 911. Why didn't you call 911? Again, we spoke about this in board. Foremost, I'm going to say, excuse my handwriting. Okay? Probably the worst penmanship in the state of Florida. Anyway, the judge will tell you that a reasonable doubt, they're in your instructions. I briefly spoke about it because this is very important. If there's one reasonable doubt, it is the requirement, the responsibility, the necessity of any and every jury to return a verdict of not guilty. Not guilty. How does it arise? From the evidence. It can arise from the evidence itself. It can arise because of the lack thereof in the evidence. It can arise by a conflict in the evidence. Those instructions tell you. And they further say that if you're feeling it's not stable, But one that wavers and vacillates, you got a reasonable doubt. You see? Now let's shift over to the facts and talk about some of those facts. One we spoke about, and I want to remind you, the burden of proof is entirely on the state. Ms. Shaver was not required to take the stand, expose herself to criticism, ridicule, or a misstatement here or there. That burden stays on the state. We know, in this case, it became evidently clear, and should be to everybody here, that Ms. Shaver was in a marriage that had gone bad. It was a case of where children lived in an environment that, as Isabel said, it just became commonplace to see these things happening. My dad striking, forcefully, acting out on my mom. And she said, I soon developed an attitude of feeling a need to protect my mom. I soon just responded with a attitude of response trying to protect my mom. That's how bad it got. So she said on the day that this happened, she goes, she was kind of in shock, went to school and just kind of tried to put it out of her mind. And that's what happened. And yet the state, despite all this, wants to criticize that girl who's a victim in this case. Shame on them. This little girl is a victim of a house with continual domestic violence. And the state says, well, why didn't she get counseling? Why didn't she get counseling more? The state chose to ignore this girl. She was brought to their attention, as well as Mr. Ballou. Mr. Ballou had prior tensions with Mr. Shaver. That's why his name was mentioned. Mr. Townsend's name was given to the state. The state took no aggressive action to look into this case. I asked Tamara Dale, state talk to you about this? Did you make any efforts to go see her? Not ask Kelly Johnson, hey, if she wants to come by, why don't you just bring her over? I mean, is that investigation? That's not investigation. That's just saying, bring us some evidence. We'll maybe look at it. State was aware of the domestic violence in the house. They had evidence. They had prosecuted Mr. Shaver for a battery. They knew about it. Wilma Nichols gets up there on the stand and says, yeah, well, Michael's story at an earlier date and time was that his wife attacked him. I said, are you talking about the same incident where he was prosecuted and the state went after him? Well, yeah. Yeah, that had a lot of merit, didn't it? There was nothing contrived by Laurie Shaver and this minor child. Now listen to me. The judge is going to tell you, you had the privilege of believing all, some, or none of the witnesses' testimony. So if you find that there was misrepresentations by Laurie Shaver here or there or one way or another, okay, you can disregard those. You can say, I don't believe that truth. But again, whereas the state led you to believe that Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver, they haven't. There's no evidence in that regard. We know there was times when Michael was not residing at the residence. That wasn't contradicted. His former girlfriend gets on the stand and says, yeah, he was living at the hangar here and there. Laurie said, I let him in the house. There were injunctions. He was coming and going. Did the state offer evidence that there was not an injunction or he was not restrained from the house, not permitted into the house on a date specific when any homicide occurred? No. No. Now, let's shift over for a moment, to the digital data. That was interesting to me. Kind of interesting, okay? You got some guy at the sheriff's office, corporal, he had to advise me, that does some tech work out of there. We never heard his qualifications, any experience really he had. Okay, I heard a lot of arguments from him. But we heard Connor take the bench, a man that had been involved in, I don't know how many trials, federal trials everywhere. And he had testified in court with his special skills. And he spoke to us real clear and simple. And he said, now think about it. He said this. the IP records from Facebook, CenturyLink, etc., at a point in time, they expire and don't tell you the physical address it's coming from. They may have IP logs, records, you see, but you don't know where it's coming from. It could be Starbucks, it could be overseas, it could be here or there. So the state, trying to throw some mud on the wall, says, well, look at these IP logs, look at this, look at this. But you know what? It doesn't tell you where it's coming from, any device, or any user. You see? That's a significant fact. So the state says, well, somebody sent this and somebody sent this and this went here and that went there. That would create a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence as well. And it certainly would not create stability in the way in which you think about it. If Jeremy Townsend is sending some of these, he could be at Starbucks, he could be at his house, he could be anywhere. He could be in a driveway, and he certainly had a motive that can't be excluded. Now, this child wants to be the state disparages this child because she doesn't know it's state specific. She said sometime in the spring. She didn't say summertime. Mr. Camuccio went on and he said, now today, well, she said the spring and the summer. And that's not true. Mr. Camuccio's not presenting evidence here today, but some of his statements were not accurate as to the content of the witnesses themselves. You'll have to rely on your memory, the notes you've taken here. Now, there's a discrepancy exactly, precisely, in what Laurie said and what Isabel said. Isabel, I believe, says, and you have to rely on your memory, she made some statement to the extent Jay threatened to kill us or something of that nature. Laurie said he implied it or something to the children. There was a little discrepancy, but they got the message loud and clear, okay? Don't tell anybody or you guys are going to get in trouble and you're going to be harmed. So one, she doesn't have a duty to report anything, and somebody's threatened her. She's been the victim, we know, of repeated violence. It kind of makes sense this woman doesn't want to come forward with that kind of threat against her. It kind of makes sense that Isabel is not going to school and wanting to tell everybody all about it as well. Now, let's talk about a little bit about this shooting. The state's made issue of this, and I want to bring something to your attention, and I hope you picked up on it in trial. We heard from Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner. We heard several things, I did, and it was brought out through his testimony. One, he said there was a gunshot here to the rear of his skull. We know that, okay? And I elicited testimony from him when I said there was no soft tissue on this body, correct? Yes. And I said, could it be that somebody shot through some soft tissue and that may account for the presence of the shrapnel? He says, yeah. And so you may have a bullet that goes in, exits an eye, and there's some shrapnel in that skull. I asked him, did anybody do any meteorological testing on the fragment together with the shell to see if they were linked together? No. Now, who's in charge and directing them to do these things? The state. Does that create a lack of evidence? Correct. Does it create a conflict in the evidence? Yes. Does it create stability in your mind? It shouldn't. Okay. Whose obligation is that and the burden rests with to come in here and prove these facts? The state and only the state. Now, one thing further I brought out through Dr. Shaw, and I know y'all probably heard it. I don't know if you picked up on the significance of it at that time, but I asked him about injuries and the nature of the injuries that existed on this body. And I said, were there post-mortem injuries to the body? And he said, yes, there were. And he noted several ribs. And he said those were post-mortem injuries. And I said, when we talk about post-mortem injuries, how do you identify them? And he described about buccal fractures in the ribs and the way to identify it. And he said, this is where the body is broken after the death, and there's a discoloration in the ribs here and there. And I said, could that be accounted for? And he said, that can be accounted for by moving the body. I said, correct. So Jeremy Townsend logically tells Laurie Shaver I'll take care of this. She understands they got property elsewhere, logically. That body disappears at that time. Now, when did the body logically and arguably show up? When, after that shooting, when Laurie said, it's over. It's over. Okay. She even took the stand, and I thought this was kind of sad listening to this. And after all the violence she incurred, she started crying and saying, I still loved Michael. So we know any relationship between these two was logically over. Now, maybe, and I don't know, we talk about flowers being sent, cards being sent. Was that sent by Laurie maybe to make sure Jeremy's not coming back? Maybe to get him in trouble with his wife? Possibly. You may interpret it that way. Now, we also heard from Mr. Cios, remember? And the state called him. He was their witness. And he said, I asked him this, didn't you call Laurie, advise her somebody was trespassing on your property? Yeah, she was gone, and I saw somebody trespassing. Who had any motive to come back to that property, deliver something back to that property if it had been removed? Jeremy. You see, that fits together a little tighter. Now, talking about that gravesite, did the police think about the depth of the site, the height of Mr. Townsend versus Laurie Shaver? No. Never even analyzed that mentally. It's not that difficult to think about that. Okay. Also, there's a blue tarp in the grave, right? We heard all about that. And I said this, and I don't know why this wasn't done. We had told the state about Jeremy Townsend. I said, did anybody do a financial audit of anybody's accounts to see who may have purchased a blue tarp? No. They should have. I'm telling you, if they had one on my client, they'd be in here waving it up in the air. It's her tarp. Lack of evidence, conflict in the evidence. I asked the officer as well. I said, did you guys, I said, you didn't find any prints on that tarp, did you? Now, I like the way the state tries to cover some of these lack of evidence up. Okay, I really kind of got entertained by it at a point. They'd say this, well, you weren't surprised, officer, that given the evidence was degraded that you couldn't find that, could you? No. And I'd say this, hey, what do you mean degraded? The evidence may have never been there in the first place. It could have been degraded when it went into the ground and evidence was put on it prior. How do you know the condition of the item before it went in the ground? But they had to acknowledge that, yeah? So the state would repeatedly, to try to cover up the lack of evidence, well, you're not surprised at this. It was all degraded. You wouldn't expect it to be there, would you? No, no, no. So that's how they try to defend themselves against the lack of evidence. We saw that repeatedly in this trial. Now, we heard with regards to the tarp, the state never investigated it. One, party with the burden of proof. Two, we heard Laurie and Isabel both take the stand. We didn't have one. We didn't have one. Now, that logically goes with the theory that that body had been off the ground, off that site, because it comes back to the property and it ends up in the gravesite. Can we assume that Mr. Townsend put that in there with the straps, wrapped it up, took it offside, damaged the body, brings it back and puts it in the grave? That's a logical conclusion. I asked the investigator, I asked the tech people, listen, were there any telltale signs on that tarp that tarp had been dragged across the yard? Huh? What do you mean? I said, did you ask for any kind of chlorophyll testing underneath it to see if it had been dragged by somebody? No. You see? Do you know if Laurie took it out there? I don't know. Do you know the distance from the house? No, we don't. Somebody else can tell you that. So what does the state do? They offer some evidence showing she's working out, and you're just to jump to this conspiracy theory and say she could have dragged it out there. She could have done this. She might have done this for you to fill in the gaps that the state failed to investigate. And that's what we see in this evidence thrown in your face without a real connection. You look at the forensics. I brought out, state didn't do it. The defense brought it out. There's no DNA in the house, no evidence of how the crime occurred in the house, no prints, no hair analysis, yet there were hairs. Okay, no match of any flooring that was found in the gravesite to implicate Laurie Shaver. Those all create a reasonable doubt. The state can't ignore it. Instead, they just want to say she lied about this or she lied about that and she's sleeping around. That's their case. That's the state's case. Now think about the gun we heard about. We have a gun in evidence. Again, kind of a comical display to me. You get this lady up there, and she goes through this litany as to her experience and everything. And she talks about, well, it has the signs of other guns, meaning this manufacturer that make Colt or Smith & Wesson that may manufacture a 38. They got a machine. It's going to have ridges in it. They all have that common characteristic. Millions of them, okay? But she can't identify any specific features of the gun. She can't narrow it down from millions to say it's this gun. Wow. Wow. So the state says it can't be excluded? No, it can't be excluded. Right. That's reliable evidence for you to hang your hat on and to fill out a verdict for the state? No. The state's position is, well, we don't have to prove this case by 100%. No, they don't. Okay. That's not the requirement. We know what the requirement is. When Jeremy Townsend, the state was informed to Jeremy Townsend, why, ask yourself, didn't they look into his financial records? Lack of evidence. 2, why didn't they look into his Facebook aside from his banking? Do you remember what the testimony was on that by Tamara Dale? Here's what she said. Well, those records were too old. What do you mean they're too old? You're going to stand in here and tout that Laurie Shavers are reliable at the same period of time and not look into Jeremy Townsend, who you've been advised shot the guy? And not even look? Not even look anywhere into his matters? No. She was closer to the body. Okay. Now, let's talk about the patio. State thinks that's a big deal. I don't. Why? Because they cleaned it out to make a pond. We all know that. Okay. They get tired of building this pond, and it sits for a while. Concrete is bought. Now let's think about that. Nobody goes and tries to conceal themselves when they're buying any concrete. They don't go paying cash. They don't go in there with a hat on or anything like that, trying to disguise themselves. It's open and clear. They're not trying to conceal themselves. They go rent a mixer, not trying to conceal themselves, not trying to make it private, or a hidden event. They even post it on Facebook. Like this is a big secret? No. Who would do that if they're trying to hide a fact against the public and knowledge? You wouldn't do it that way. That's just common sense, okay? You take the evidence and then you rely on your common sense or the lack of evidence thereof. That's the point. Who would write their name in concrete on top of a grave of somebody that they allegedly murdered? Not any person in the face of this earth would do such a thing. You got to admit that. So you see, there's another reasonable doubt the state can't account for. We had Holcomb, officer, take the stand and said, oh, it was right in the middle. Okay, like it was obviously trying to be concealed. It wasn't. When I pressed her on the video, she said, well, it wasn't on the middle, actually. Then the next officer said, well, it was a darkened spot. And you look on the photos, well, there's about 3 or 4 darkened spots all over the place. Okay? Doesn't mean, we know there's a body on there. There is clear evidence of guilt or anything like that. I want you to think about all those things that create a reasonable doubt. There's multiple, and the state can't excuse that. They cannot excuse those factors. There's a question, who killed, actually, Mr. Shaver? We know there's shrapnel. We know there's one fragment, but the shrapnel could have been a second shell. We know that from Shaw himself. Has the state eliminated self-defense? No. No, they haven't. Who has that burden exclusively and only? The state. We know this is a violent man who most likely didn't have a right to even be in the house. Is there evidence that the body was moved? Yes, there is. Has the state refuted that? No. Why no forensic audits? None. Now again, the state is looking for a verdict on something. Give me something. Give me something. So they got lessers, a primary, and an accessory. You have to understand, Laurie Shaver is not guilty. She's not guilty. Don't be pulled into an emotional game trying to compromise, thinking you're doing justice one way or another. You have to understand that. Laurie Shaver is not guilty of any crime. She has not committed a crime. The state has not refuted it through an investigation and presentation of evidence in this case. Again, I'll remind you with regard to the crime of accessory, it must first be established that a crime was committed. If there was a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed. You see? And there is anything that Laurie Shaver did was lawful. The state can't link up any transaction, unjustified or evidence of a cover-up, if there is no crime that is committed. Likewise, the crime of accessory must establish a firm timeline as to when the crime occurred. You're not at liberty to say, well, the state says this and Laurie says this. Let's just pick a number. Could have happened between this date. The court will instruct you that that accessory requires the completion of one event before the start of an accessory offense. Okay? Has the state firmly established that? No. What they do is they say, well, there is, he didn't show up at work, so you got to assume that she murdered her. And then let's take the next step and say all this stuff was to aid or assist in concealing an offense versus living expenses and money that she had a right to touch and use. An accessory, when you see accessory, normally what you would see is somebody buying somebody a flight ticket to leave town, putting them in private housing, doing things to conceal them in that manner, not living like this. It kind of reminds me, this case, when I listen to it. It's all speculative, what you call circumstantial evidence. I'm sitting here listening, sitting at my table between approaching the bench, I guess, and listening to this, and I'm going, it's like playing a game of Jingo. Sooner or later, this thing's got to topple. You can't just keep putting little boards on top of each other without a firm foundation, you see? It's not going to stick. So the state just piles up some evidence and says, there you go. Come back here, reach us a verdict, okay? Give us what we want. Now, again, I remind you, and I'll sit down, leave it to you. The people that may have been misrepresented, the people that any lies or misstatements were given to, really are not relevant in this case. Laurie's not on trial for lying. She's on trial for murder. Any misstatement must have been to make and conceal a crime which never has occurred, you see. If she lied about Michael, where he was or what happened or where his tools were or where he'd been, is not really relevant in this matter. So don't be distracted in that regard. Going back to the digital data, I'll leave on this. Remember, I asked these witnesses, Did you find anything in the digital data that announced or indicated somebody had shot anybody? No. Did you see any evidence in the digital data of any effort to conceal a crime? No. Could you tell me where this was coming from physically? No. Could you tell me who was using the device? No. So what did we have? I found it, I don't know, I don't want to say it, but we get memes thrown in front of us and some emails from this place to that place. And you're supposed to say, let me hang my hat on this meme. Sometimes you got to burn a bridge and move on. That means Laurie Shaver killed somebody? And that's what the state is asking you to hang your hat on and just pile up a bunch of memes like a Jingo game? No. That's not how you prove a criminal case with suspicion, bare innuendos, without physical evidence of guilt. Now you have, likewise, and I mentioned it to these people on cross. I said, you got a certificate over there, a business record certificate from Facebook, right?
Sidebar, please.
Of course. I'll just say if anybody ever tries me on some of the memes I've sent, I'm in trouble. How many of us wouldn't be? I've had entire conversations with memes.
Really interesting. I brought it out on cross-examination.
They should have done the closings in memes. It'd be more interesting.
But here's what they say. In essence, read them yourselves. Well, we once had this data. We gave it to you earlier. We're sure we gave you something that was accurate, but we don't have the information anymore. So we got to just assume it was accurate. Okay? That's what the state's going to hang their hat on and say this digital data is even reliable for your consideration? That's not even digital data. And we know what Connor said. You can't even link it up from this place to this place because IP addresses have expired the physical location, and the state's hanging their hat on it to throw all this out there. It's unbelievable. Further, the state doesn't even have a computer. There's no computer in this case. Not a computer for them to try to connect it to. I want you to think about these factors. This is where, ladies and gentlemen, my power ends. This is where yours begins under our Constitution. I can only ask, I can only beg you to do your duty. Don't compromise your duty. I've listed to you multiple reasonable doubts in this case. They should never be compromised by any single one of you. I asked each and every one of you as well to please hold your verdict, and if it disagrees with other ones on this verdict, on this full jury, that you please hold your ground. I've shown you everything, every way the state has failed in this cause. Don't be misled, I ask you. The state will have the last word in this case. They always do. Wasn't like that always when I practiced law, but it is. But as Mr. Coluccio speaks, I ask you to listen. Give him the due concern that you've given me. But I ask you to ask yourself as he speaks, what would Mr. Wiggs point to refute that? Have you answered Mr. Wiggs's questions? What about this question? What about the grave? What about the lack of evidence? What about the gun? Let's hear an answer to all these things. He can't give you an answer. So I ask that when you go back there, I know the answer, which should be given by you, but I can't do it. But I ask you to do the right thing and come back on all counts, all issues, and do justice, not seek a verdict for the state. Seek justice, as I've asked, and return a verdict on all counts of not guilty. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs. At this time, I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break.
Because the jurors have probably nodded off, woke back up, and nodded off again. That would be more interesting. Although I do like the little digs this attorney takes. Back in my day, when you get old enough, that you understand it and it's funny and you get to use it. Oh, I do it all the time, especially with my kids or Gabby. Gabby and I can have pretty interesting conversations via memes because they're hilarious. And it's just much more interesting. Oh no, we're going to catch up live. Go us. I do not know why he was saying Django, because that's why I had to ask. I'm like, did I miss? Am I not remembering this correctly? I thought it was Jenga. And I thought, maybe I'm thinking of the movie. And I was like, no, that's Jumanji. But I don't know. My brain is fried at this point. That's why I've just been chatting in my chat. Because there is no more L's. Kelly, I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. Somebody's on the mic. Holy crap.
Oh, you may be seated.
Maybe, Sharon. Oh, Judge. Flash fan said Sarah Boone has 3 attorneys now. That's insane. Just like her, allegedly. Not saying I said she deserves a fair trial, but I also said openings, video, closings, verdict, or jury deliberations verdict done by lunch. Video tells it all. Sharon, the thing is, nobody asked where he was for 2.5 years. His family didn't ask. It took a friend of his that knew him for a year before he disappeared to be like, oh, I wonder where Mike is. So nobody really cared. Nobody asked. I mean, it's sad, honestly. Flash man. Food poisoning? That? Good grief. Need to wear a hazmat suit. Like in Iowa.
Are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Please bring in the jury. Thank you.
Really? If it is around here, I haven't heard anything. I don't go very many places though. My schedule's pretty confined. I'm home. I'm at my dad's. Jenga is the Kmart version of Jenga. Oh, well, you guys all keep it where you're at. Yeah, my daughter-in-law's getting ready to go back to work at the hospital. She's a respiratory therapist, so we're hoping to keep little baby safe. She doesn't wind up with it. She'll be with me or her dad. So
You may be seated.
in our little bubble.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. State, you may proceed.
May I please report?
Yes, sir.
Yay. Here we go again.
Mr. Wiggs asked who would write their name in concrete over the grave of their dead husband. A woman who killed her husband with ill will, evil intent, hatred, and spite, and then over a period of years covered that up with lies and manipulation against all the people that knew him. That is who writes their initials on top of that grave. And that is what happened in this case. Mr. Wiggs brought up numerous things. I'll try to address as many as possible, as quickly as possible. But some of the things he said, I ask that you go back and think about what's your memory of the evidence and the testimony and realize that that's just not the way it happened. One of the things he brought up was talking about how the state didn't bring you any things about how there was no DNA evidence in this case. I did. Edgar Perez from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement testified about the DNA analysis in this case. Who called him? Mr. Wiggs? From state. We presented that to you. We presented you the fact that what the DNA evidence was, and the fact that it's not that it was someone else's DNA and we can't match it up. There's just not enough genetic material in anything that was in that gravesite to compare it to anyone. But that came from the state. And Mr. Wiggs got up here and talked to you and said that he was the one that brought that up. And that's not true. It just goes back to can't trust the little things. How can you trust the big things? He talks about what he refers to as shrapnel in the skull and how that's evidence of potential 2 bullets. That's what Dr. Shaw told you. That's not what Dr. Shaw or Dr. Coverly told you. They said that shrapnel is not evidence of a second bullet, but when there is gunshots like that, typically there will be small metal fragments from the bullet. There's only one entry wound. There's no exit wounds, and there is one projectile. There's no second bullet. There's no second shot. Talks about how the state has presented no evidence to refute self-defense. The state has presented undeniable evidence that Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he is dead in 2015, he can't possibly be on the Shaver porch sometime in May in 2016 and have the events that were relayed to you happen. That's how we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense, because we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's been dead since November of 2015, Jeremy Townsend had nothing to do with it, because that relationship had just started at that point, continued up until April of 2016 when the affair was exposed, and then it was over. Laurie Shaver can tell you what day she kicked her husband out of the home in November of 2015, but cannot tell you the day he died. Think about that. Isabel can't even tell you what month or what year, but Joy says she's a kid, that's not a big deal. Laurie Shaver cannot tell you the day her husband was killed on her front porch. That is completely unreasonable. And the only reason for that is because she's afraid I'm going to find something in some of these records to completely refute it. So if she tries to keep it vague, that's harder to do. But Michael Shaver has been dead since November, and if he's dead in November, the way Isabel and Laurie described these events to you could not have happened, and therefore it's not self-defense or defense of others. Once again, talking about Isabel and her inability to even remotely tell you when this happened, Mr. Wiggs says that I just completely made up this summer time frame. I asked you to go back, think about her testimony, look at your notes. When I went through and I asked her, can you tell me what grade you were in? No. Can you tell me what year it was? No. Can you tell me if it was around a holiday? No. The best she could do is say that we went to the beach, so it was sometime between spring and summer. And then I asked her, what spring is to you and what summer is to you might be different to me. So what is spring to you? And she said April. I said, what is summer, end of summer? And she said that would be before school, August. That was her testimony. But to rely on your own memory of those issues. Briefly talking about accessory after the fact. And the reason why I say briefly is because the state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she is in fact the murderer in this case, because her husband was killed in November of 2015. The evidence, the story, with all of its holes that the defense has been presented to you, if you were to believe that and ignore all the evidence and just ignore the facts that Mike was completely disappeared off the face of the earth for 6 months without a car, without a job, without a bank, without a phone, without any contact from friends, family, coworkers for 6 months, and showed up without a vehicle, dressed in shorts and socks, and this event happened in May. The events as described to you by the defense show that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. Even if the initial shot by Isabel was in defense of others, according to them, when Jeremy Townsend comes up and shoots again, coup de grace, puts him out, kills him for sure. That's not self-defense or defense of others anymore, folks. That's murder. And when Laurie lies, manipulates, and covers up the fact that her husband has been dead for years, that's maintaining, assisting, and another person to conceal evidence of this crime. The defense's story is that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. The evidence in this case is that she's guilty of second-degree murder. And as I told you, the law says you can't be an accessory to your own crime. One of the things that I think is very important, one of the details that also undermines their whole disappearing body story, is Laurie's actions when law enforcement comes and excavates the gravesite. First and foremost, their story is somehow in that short drive back and forth to Pine Ridge School, Jeremy somehow got the body out, cleaned it up. They speculate maybe he drove a couple hours to Crystal River to hide the body up at his parents' house for a while, only to return at some other point to bury the body unbeknownst to Laurie Shaver in the backyard. She never notices any, like, oh my gosh, why is there upturned dirt here? And then returns the body, buries it without her knowledge, and of the entire 5-acre plot, she just so happens to choose that to put a cement slab down. That's completely unreasonable. But she needs to say that in order to convince you that she didn't know the body was there. But you have evidence that absolutely refutes that. Because Jessica Wade testified that they were doing this search and this excavation. And Laurie sat in her truck and was sitting there the whole day, the whole time watching. When did she leave? When law enforcement started to pull up that concrete over the body of her dead husband that she murdered. Law enforcement, when they were done, the process, when they were done, search took a couple of days. Detective Strickland called her. Said, Laurie Shaver, we are done all our work. You are allowed to come back to your property. Would you like to know what we took from the property? And she said yes. And he went through and proceeded to tell her everything that they took. We took some swabs, we found some projectiles, we took some other items from inside the house. We took skeletal remains from your backyard. And this woman who is sitting here trying to convince you she had absolutely no idea that her dead husband was buried under the cement slab that she poured or helped pour, had no reaction whatsoever. That's why we played that call. That's why we had that for you to listen to. So you could see just how she reacted when told there was a dead body in her backyard. Nothing. Because she knew it was there. She absolutely knew that. The defense has talked about how law enforcement, how their investigation, and they didn't look into self-defense. They didn't look into this story. And despite the fact that Kelly Johnson sat up there and told you, yes, the state was asking me repeatedly if I was going to produce my client, yet I did not do so until they issued a subpoena to her for deposition, thereby giving her immunity. I wasn't going to allow her to talk to them. But he wants to put the blame for not looking into her on me? When the witness he called said I was the one preventing it because I was doing my job as an attorney, and he sits up here and tells you that's me not looking into it? That's just not true. And it's not true based on the evidence he presented. He also talks about, in this, has the state eliminated self-defense? And it always is going to come back to the evidence shows you that Mike Shaver was dead since November of 2015. And that is overall how the state has proven to you it's not self-defense, defense of others, because that story in May can't happen if he's dead in November. But also think about whether or not their story is even reasonable in this situation. The scenario as outlined by Isabel and Laurie happens. What reasonable person is not calling 911 to let them know? I'm not saying do it in front of Jeremy under this scenario that they've outlined, but go some other place, call 911, explain what happens. The idea that Jeremy comes in, sees Mike Shaver shot, and then in that scenario decides he's going to shoot him again and move this body to different parts of the state and come back, that makes no sense whatsoever. And there's no evidence of it at all. He points to the neighbor, Robert Seha, saying, well, I saw a trespasser one night. Well, fine. Did that person have anything? Were they doing anything? I mean, I didn't really see. Do you really even know if they were a trespasser? Not really. But most importantly, he says that happened in 2018. The cement slab is poured in 2016. The body is already there under. That trespasser has nothing to do with this. The timeline doesn't work. Also, Rebecca was living at the house at the time frame this happened. She says, I moved in there in May. While I was there, Jeremy came over to visit. When? At lunchtime, when Laurie was on her break. Exactly the way Jeremy described when he would come. Not 3 to 4 overnight visits, which would obviously put his wife on notice that something was going on, which makes absolutely no sense. But Rebecca said that she had moved in. Jeremy would come over during lunch, as Jeremy said that, but Rebecca was living there during this time frame. This didn't happen the way Laurie and Isabel said. In talking about the 2014 incident, Mr. Wiggs talks about how he went after Wilma Nicholas, and he pointed out that, well, the state prosecuted her or him, and you only got one side of the story. But that completely ignores the fact that Katina Vasquez, Laurie's friend, came in and said, you know what? Laurie told me she fabricated that. That's not the way it happened. She was the aggressor. She threw that flower vase and broke the slide glass door. She hit her husband over the head. And when Mike was saying that he was trying to basically grab her, to control her, to stop her from doing these things, that was true. That's her friend saying that. The timeline. Once again, go back to those phone records that establish that Mike Shaver's phone, the phone number that he originally had, changed 2 times, ultimately ending with a phone number that Laurie Shaver admits is hers, puts in a court filing is hers, showing you that she had that device the whole time. They want to insinuate maybe Jeremy Townsend said some of these messages from Facebook. Well, we know he's not sending the 500 pages to his wife to expose the affair. That's not him. Who had motive to do that? Her. We know he's not sending this message in September 20th, 2016, months after the relationship between him and Laurie is over, and he's back with his wife saying, hi, Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well. After we know Michael Shaver is underneath the cement slab, we know Jeremy Townsend has no reason to send his wife that message. All of this connects back to Laurie, and all of it connects back to her in her attempts to cover up the crime that she committed, the murder. Mr. Wiggs, as he was going through, kind of picked and chose some things here about the heat of passion defense, and just kind of threw out some buzzwords like digital data he's been doing all week. But when he's picking and choosing through the excusable homicide, heat of passion, you can't just pick some choice phrases out. You have to read it as a whole. And as you see, none of this, even under the May 2016 story that has no factual support whatsoever, would apply to this situation. The defense, under the May 2016 version of events, which is completely refuted by the evidence would be defense of others. That's Mr. Wiggs talks about how there's been no investigation into whether or not there was drag marks or chlorophyll testing. That's fake CSI TV stuff, folks. There's been no testimony whether or not that test even exists. Quite frankly, I've never even heard of that. He talks about Richard Connor and the long credentials of Mr. Connor and Corporal Strickland. He's just a corporal. He's just law enforcement. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. What did Corporal Strickland and Richard Connor say that conflicted each other? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They both told you an IP address is something that is given to you by an internet service provider, and it's assigned a location. It's basically like a physical address. That is what people will use in order to hook up their devices to the internet. They both said that. Richard Connor acknowledges that the Facebook records and the IP logs within them are the types of things that he, as an expert, relies on all the time. Richard Connor told you that those Facebook records that Mr. Wiggs wants to say are unreliable were reliable. He says that the fact that two different accounts are accessing the same IP address and close in time is consistent with them being in the same location. Knowing what that physical address is would be nice, but it is not at all necessary when you look at 2 years worth of IP addresses showing multiple times these two devices are accessing the same IP address. Where she was using both of these devices doesn't matter. The fact she was utilizing the same IP address shows that it's someone in the close proximity and the same person. That's what Richard Connor said, and that's what Corporal Strickland said. I've got a few more messages to demonstrate how this had nothing to do with Jeremy, and quite frankly, nothing to do with Michael Shaver, who's been dead since November. Mike Shaver has absolutely no reason for Vanessa and Jeremy to get a divorce. Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver on April 18th, says, "I'm sorry, Vanessa, you must be running scared. I heard JJ Gall is a good divorce attorney." Who stands to benefit? She does. Mike Shaver, who's been dead now for about 5 months, stands nothing to gain from the divorce between Vanessa and Jeremy. Laurie does. We've already discussed the September 20th, after the slab has been poured. Makes no sense for Jeremy to have sent that message, but that is the "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on, looks good on you." This last message, I ask you, is this a message sent by a man trying to inform another woman that his husband is cheating on him? Or is this the message of a woman trying to drive a wedge and get a divorce so she can get the man she wants? This is April 20th, 2016. "Hello, Vanessa. How are you doing? I know you asked for no more information." Right there. Vanessa said, I know there's this affair. You don't need to give me anything more. I got it. But I feel you should be aware of this. There are emails from October through November I have been reading. There is one from November 3rd where she asks him if he changed the sheets. He replied, no, that he had not. Welcome
of being able to smell her and that he would inform you the spot was from him if you notice. It appears she has been at the house and they have had sex in your bed. Thought you should know that. It also appears he invited her to stop by at your Halloween party, but she declined, not feeling comfortable with you being there. Pictures of that night were sent as well. There's a ton more information about how they met and what transpired. If you would like a copy of email logs, let me know. Vanessa tells him, I got it, I understand. They're having this affair, you don't need to give me any more information. But Laurie says, you know I had sex with your husband in your bed, right? Who would do that? Mike Shaver? Jeremy Townsend? Chinese hacker? Laurie Shaver.
She didn't do it. It was her vagina. Sorry. It's time for the jury.
Mr. Wiggs got up here and said, state just wants you to be mad and check off guilty of second-degree murder because the state's proven to you that she had some affairs. And he said, specifically, why do we have to hear that evidence? We had to hear that evidence because these are the two individuals that he provided to law enforcement. When Laurie was first arrested, he said, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. And how are they connected to Laurie Shaver in this case? They were having affairs with her. This all came to light because Mr. Wiggs told law enforcement investigate these people. And they did. They did. Jeremy Townsend talked to law enforcement 3 separate times. Came in for his deposition. Came in, told you what was going on. And his testimony is consistent with the testimony of other people that he has no relationship with, that he has no connection to. Rebecca Urbanowski, who was friends with Laurie, states that Jeremy would come over during the day when she was on lunch break and wouldn't spend the night. That's what Jeremy said. Isabel and Laurie said he would spend the night 3 to 4 times a week. That's not consistent because it's not true. Oh, minor point, but this is just another example of how I think it's very important for you to rely on your own memory about testimony.
You need a little Judge Boyd.
Mr. Wiggs talked about Jessica Holcomb and how he says, she said this body was found in the middle of the fire pit. He was very insistent about that. He said, remember that video that was played. Please remember that video that was played. Because he confronted her on cross-examination. Didn't you say it was in the middle of the fire pit? No. Well, where was it then? And she sat there without missing a beat. That fire pit looks like, from top down, looks like the continent of Africa. And if you were to go into the bottom section of it and the point facing at the house, and you were to go right under there, under where the depression was, that is where the body was found. That's what she said. Not what Mr. Wiggs said. The state has proven second-degree murder beyond all reasonable doubt because of all the evidence points that Michael Shaver, as Laurie said, is not a missing person. He's no longer walking the face of the earth. And he has been that way since before November 10th of 2015, when all indications of him and his life are gone. No bank activity, no phone activity, no contact with family, no contact with friends, no contact with work.
Wasn't at the hangar where she said, wasn't in Georgia where she said. He's dead because she killed him. And then she made up this May 2016 story to distract. That's pure and simple what we have. If there is absolutely no evidence consistent with that May 2016 story, ask yourself why. And it's because she killed him in November. And because of that, she's guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. I ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the law, the evidence, and justice, and that is guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. She possessed that firearm. She discharged that firearm, and she caused great bodily harm or death. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to these additional instructions I'm about to give you.
Please send them on.
Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number one, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law. In this case, all of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number two, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number three, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number four, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number five, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not. In accord with the law, it is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number six, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number seven, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree on the same verdict. Only one verdict may be reached as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you. They are as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01, verdict, count one. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the charge. In parentheses, it indicates check only one as to this count. And there are A, B, and C. A, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. In parentheses, it states, if you checked A, please answer the following questions. Number one, was the defendant in actual possession of a firearm? Yes or no. Number two, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no. Number three, did the discharge cause great bodily harm? Yes or no. In section B, it states the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. In parentheses, if you checked B, please answer the following question. Number one, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no. And C, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Verdict form, count two. In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the charge. In parentheses, it states check only 1 as to this count. There are options A, B, and C. A states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. B states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to manslaughter. In parentheses, if you check B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the person who committed the manslaughter personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no? And for option C, that states the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024. And again, there's a signature line for the foreperson. A separate crime is charged in each count of the information, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with.
I was actually curious. Netta, wow, are you still here? Because I have a question. I don't need any legal advice. I just have a question about these lesser included, because they drive me crazy. I don't like them. No, I've never been able to ask anybody about them. Just my own opinion. I don't like lesser included. I think if you can't prove what you charged, then too bad. I'm also trying to see if she pops back in. I'm trying to make sure that he's not sending the jury home. Doesn't sound like he's sending the jury home, does it? Ah, she must not be here. Darn. Darn the luck. Oh, well. Question for you. If Baker is going to keep streaming while they're in verdict watch, do you want me to send you over there? Because I need a break. My dogs are like about ready to knock down the door because they were supposed to eat an hour ago. And I need to eat. I don't see where he's going to send them home. Oh, they're sending them out. See you, Kelly. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Do something fun. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. You're done. Everyone's done. You have no idea. They've been like, feed me woman since about 2 o'clock.
Maybe see.
See you, Teresa. Let's see what he says. Maybe he's going to say how long he's going to let it go. If you guys haven't, don't forget to hit that like button on your way out, please. You have no idea, dear. No, I do not allow it. I won't allow it. All right, Judge, what are we doing? What's your name, Judge? Rada. R-A-D-A, flash fan. Carrie Rada. Or Rada.
All right, then. Is there anything further before the jurors go back to deliberate?
No, sir.
All right, please bring the jurors back to deliberate. Thank you.
I bet they're super excited to sit there all day.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I get to go deliberate. I mean, yes, it's horrible. Do not help her. Do not. Okay. I was just trying to see if he said anything about how long he was going to let them go. Because I can leave the stream up. Apparently, they do not. It's ridiculous. Like, go home. Let them start fresh on Monday. She wanted a sick day today. I told her we didn't have sick days here. Really, she doesn't. So Jody had said that she will set up a stream and do it tomorrow, or if they come back with a verdict, she is going back. Her and Steve, maybe, or whatever, are supposed to do another call with Ty. I'm not exactly sure of the details, at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So then she said that, so like if they came back with a verdict around 9, that she would set up a stream and do that. She said she would also set up a stream to do it tomorrow, although I do not think they will deliberate tomorrow. I think if they don't come back with one tonight, then it'll be Monday. Hey, Nidowow, real quick. The lesser included, they drive me nuts. And maybe you can give me a reasonable explanation for them. Because I think you charge what you can prove. And if you can't prove what you charge, that's too bad. And I'm probably like way off base legally with that. Obviously, I don't know. I just don't like them. It feels like it gives the state like 6 bites at the apple. It's like, well, we didn't prove first degree and we didn't prove second degree. So how about some man stuff? And then maybe, we didn't get that. So involuntary man stuff. I'm being like, it drives me crazy. She's got second degree or man, we call it man stuff, charges that they could find her guilty. If they don't find her guilty of second degree, they can find her guilty of, I think, voluntary man stuff. But I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Well, at least you dropped one of those 4s off of there, Flash Man. So I don't know what time Jody will get up to set up her stream, because I'll just tag along like she is right now and how I generally do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so it'll still stream to my channel, stream to both of our channels. Absolutely not. Everybody says that. Everybody said that about like Karen Reed, 15 minutes, 1 hour. It went days. Well, okay, here we go. I've been waiting. Well, the standard for charging is probable cause, so the lowest of low standards. I'm not a fan of lesser includeds that are added after the case is filed. Yeah, because I've seen them do like lesser includeds when they're, and maybe they've already been there, but I don't hear them when they're doing jury instructions, and then they'll be like, is there any lesser includeds? I'm like, no, there should not be any lesser includeds. It's too late. Your case is over. I don't like that. And maybe they're there, but I don't hear them when they're reading the charges. It depends on if she is letting her daughter take the blame, Adair. There's some people in here that are conflicted. Because, and that's why you don't get any sick days. Yeah. No, those people were sick, Adair. Those people were bad. Yes. Yes. And that was so unfair to me. Prove what you charged. And just because now it's not going your way, now you're going to put all these lesser includeds on there? Like, I don't agree with that. And for me, it also leaves open the door for not a true verdict. It leaves the door open for, I'm so tired that I can't, a compromise verdict. So that's not to me, that's not a true verdict, but you just got somebody to compromise with you. You want to get done and you want to go home. And so here we go. It is not a fun sin, Adair. It is not. It's very harmful to her health. I'd like for her to quit so she can be around for a long, long time and not have any sick days. All right. I'm glad that my thought process isn't completely off on this because I figured it probably was. Like, I would ask somebody about it and they'd be like, you're an idiot. This is why it's like this, and explain it to me and it would make sense. But I'm glad that I'm just not crazy. I have thoughts on that too, Flash fan, depending on the crime and the severity of the crime. I don't know whatever happened to him, and I can't remember his last name. I can probably find it. But there was a little boy up in Michigan. He was 12, and he fired a weapon, I believe, into the air. But it was in a neighborhood, and it came down and unalived somebody. And they put him away for life. And this was a long time before 2017 when they changed that law. I watched that on court TV, and it was the saddest trial because he was 12. Like, he didn't have any idea what was happening to him and what was getting ready to happen to him. And by the time 2017 rolled around, if he wasn't out, he was going to be completely institutionalized anyway. Oh man, her dress the other day was bad. It was bad. Like, at least cover her shoulders a little better. I mean, I don't know. You take minors and it's sad because they're too young. They don't know. Their brains aren't developed. They can't think about the consequences of their actions. I don't know if you guys watched, the heck was that guy's name that we just did his exoneration hearing? And it was like a 13 and 14-year-olds that testified against him. And um, they put him away for 30 some years before he was finally able to get his appeal in. And they recanted their stories. And, he finally was set free, but it took 30. Yes, Christopher Dunn. Thank you. Took 34 years, 30, whatever it was, too long. And those kids they didn't understand that what they were doing. They were too young. They just didn't like him. I do think I saw that one. The one she had on the other day was just solid blue with ruffled shoulders, at least the top of it. That's all I saw. I haven't had time to watch that one yet, which if they're doing jury selection Monday, we may go through and watch those hearings just because, well, what else are we going to do? I'm certainly looking forward to it. All right. Well, I'll keep my phone on. Like I said, I can let this run if y'all promise to behave, if anybody's going to stick around. So that way, if some weird thing, they do come back with a quick verdict, we're going. I like the judge too, because he does not let anybody get away with anything. Also, look at that nice TV she's got in front of her that we could have seen, like, all the evidence. Thanks, Judge. All right, you guys have to tell me what you want to do. I know Gabby's out. Oh, what's happening? What is happening?
Watch the orange board, please.
Okay, well, I won't do that. All right, well, I won't do that.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. The audio tape has been queued up and ready for you to listen to.
Oh, they already have a... Maybe nobody was home. Yeah, we do not. Just have a phone ringing.
This is good.
Hey, Sheriff, Sheriff's Office.
Hi.
I just wanted to call you up because we're doing over property, but we are done out here. You guys are welcome to come back anytime. We locked the doors back up. Put the keys that locked them down in the shed back where it belongs, and everything is secured. But I did have to real quick and put the paperwork will be left in the house. To include all the items that we took. If you have a second, I would like to just run over this list of items and hopefully do it with some of the other items that we
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. Cell phone, swab, ISO card.
What's swab? Swab things that you swabbed. Okay, gotcha.
Flash drive, a photograph, miscellaneous paperwork, a HP laptop, additional swab, SD card with photos belonging to the County Sheriff's Office, possible buckshot videos, projectile, unfortunately this was the one that needed, and human skeletal remains. So as far as all that, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Okay. Do I need to sign any of that paperwork, or it's just at the property? Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
You need to listen to it again?
Would jurors like to listen to it one more time, or was that sufficient? Sufficient?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, please bring the jurors out. Thank you.
So, Adair, I think that was the call that the police made that the state was talking about, where they told her what they took during the search warrant and what they found and took during the search warrant, which I didn't hear it. Did he say anything about the skeletal remains? Because they were saying she didn't react to it. So, I think that's what that was.
That's it.
Provided the phone number where you can be reached.
Yeah, I've given it to Mr. Capucci. Yes.
State, will you be in the courthouse, in your offices, or?
Yes, we're going to have our phone number as well. And we provided the clerk with our phone numbers.
Thank you.
Oh, I saw the word adjourn and I thought he was over there.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll keep that page up. I'll keep it on my phone. If I see it, I will run up here real quick and do it. I just won't be able to have Jody on there. So, I don't know. Yeah. In other news, I need to go do something other than this to reset my brain. All right, guys. I will make sure your notifications are on. If anything happens, I'm going to go feed my dogs. My husband's almost here, so I'm going to eat some dinner. And if I need it, I will try to get up back here in time. So thank you everyone for hanging out with me for a very, very, very long day. You take that word out of your mouth before don't make me Will Smith you, Brandon. Don't make me Will Smith you. Go eat some cookies, Flash Man. Like some really bland cookies, like saltine crackers. Give your poor stomach a break. So maybe I'll see you in a few. Maybe I'll see you Monday. I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. But for the super stickers, the gifted memberships, super chats, thank you everybody for those. And just for being here for all day long. If you haven't on my page or Jody's page, please hit the like button on your way out. That does help us. And like I said, just make sure your notifications are on and we shall see what happens. How about that? And I make sure I play the outro, not the intro. All right. See ya.
Jody and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer.
Join our happy